Some sun.
Give me 1 minute. Probably Man Behind the Mask by Alice. Yes, Alice Cooper.
Man behind the mask. So black. The man behind the mask.
You hear his bed?
Yeah. My food's here. My egg foo young. Oh my god, that's a lot of gravy. Holy shit.
Okay, Lindsay, what's the next song gonna be?
Oh.
Take it.
Have to.
I guess you don't have hands.
Next song, shoot.
Any decade, any genre?
Just thinking.
Does Man Behind the Mask?
I was thinking, I'm gonna go with the Ramones. See a little punk.
Ramones?
Little punk
I want
vibe
to be
in here.
sedated. What?
Beat on the Brat.
Beat on the beat
Beat
on
on the Brat.
the Brat Ramones. Beat on the Brat
Yep.
Ramones. Okay. Here you go.
Good song. Good stuff. Beat on the brats. Beat on the brats. Beat on the brats with the baseball bats. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. God damn, I miss these guys. Beat on the brats with the baseball bats. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. my god, this thing is dripping. Oh, so good. Can you lose? What can you do? Don't like that. What can you lose? God, why is egg foo young so good? Ah, little bit blitzkrieg bop.
What's next song gonna be, huh?
Oh, Boogie Band, Casey and the Sunshine Band. That should have been obvious.
Boogeyman. Come on, what's the song name?
Boogeyman by
Boogeyman,
Casey
and the
and Sunshine Band.
Sunshine Band.
Yes,
Boogeyman by Casey and the Sunshine Band.
indeed.
Go KC.
Yes.
Yes.
Before it was the 70s.
What is the song called?
No, it was, I said for it was the 70s.
Not his
It's
best
a
song, if you
Boogie
ask
Woogie
me.
song.
It's a good song, but
Boogie Woogie?
Yeah.
disco, disco, yo.
So you think that that So Duke from Stevie Wonder's album Songs in Key of Life sounds like a commercial,
I
huh?
think that Boogie Band's been using commercials as well. Don't get me wrong.
And you said
I don't have a double standard here. I'm just being
He doesn't
honest.
have a
But
double standard.
Boogie Woogie song.
the Boogie Woogie.
Yes, that's
What do you call the Boogie Woogie?
Is that what you call disco? Boogie woogie?
Like,
The
what are you
boogie woogie?
on?
It's the boogie woogie music.
The Boogie Woogs.
The boogie woogs. Get out of the way, Yasmin.
I
Yasmin,
need a
get out of the way.
fucking chest. I gotta come
Stupid
back up.
asshole.
You're gonna have to come back to this mini project later.
God. This container's so messy. Jesus. Egg for young gravy all over the place. Oy.
Boogeyman.
I'm your boogeyman. That's what I
KC.
am. Here,
Just
but
letters
I can't.
KC.
Casey and the Sunshine Band.
I'm your boogeyman. Boogeyman.
Cookie.
Yeah, check out your campaign. Blow them up. That's what you need to do. There, I built a path all the way to the village so that it invites them to come over here. They won't come over here because that's not their mechanic. I have to build houses on the way here for them to come up here. It is. They don't leave their village unless they get fucked up and get lost somehow. Like that village, like the one was in the wilderness, but it's because he fell off the freaking cliff.
Jesus Christ, it's nightfall already. My God.
Yeah, I'm running towards the last place the chests were.
Cookie good.
I stole a bale of hay from the village so that I could make bread.
You stole a bale of hay.
They seem cool with it. They had a lot.
They didn't notice.
These fucking people.
What are you supposed to be? Because it looks like you got a
Right now I'm Winnie the Pooh.
because you look like a Wokey. You got purple hair.
That doesn't make any sense.
I know, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, because if you look at my stream, I'm like, yo,
That's
boy
bullshit. I don't
boy
want to
got
have no
purple
fucking
hair.
purple hair.
Yeah, I don't know why it's like that. I've been trying to go through the settings. I tried going through the settings on the game to see if maybe I could do, check and see if there's an option for that or something, but I didn't see anything. I just find it odd that it only happens to certain skins, but not others. get to bed. Is there one over here? I thought there was one right there.
Bamboo grows fast, but not fast enough. You know what I mean?
Agreed. The hell is the other bed? Come on. There it is. Yo, the foxes are following me.
They're gonna eat you while you sleep.
That's good to know.
Mm-hmm. So I can help out.
And I greatly appreciate the warning. I need more wooden swords again? Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, I do have some planks I can make into sticks. Oh, wait. I can just do that
No,
though.
you know what the fence was as we could.
Hey, they know their audience.
Oh, I need sticks. Doy.
This album is titled Coffee and Wall. It has the picture of drawn by a cowboy.
That's what I am. He'd do whatever I can.
This is a little disco song.
Yeah,
Yeah, disco. I like disco. I don't give a shit what anyone says.
nothing wrong with some funky shit.
Hell yeah.
I have no issue with it. It's just this is a bit much, you know?
No, that's
It's a
fine.
bit much. That's good shit. Boogeyman, do my dirty job.
Later.
Okay. So,
You want to know next song choice?
yep.
Okay. Let me think.
Mine's in the top 10.
Okay, I've got one for you.
Yeah.
Look up Captain Beefheart.
Hold on.
All right,
What
now,
is it called?
okay, the artist's name is Captain Beefheart.
Beefheart.
Mm-hmm.
Beef. Okay.
And the song is Sure Nuff, Nuff.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Captain Beefheart and his Magic Band song Sure and
No, sure enough, yes, I do.
okay.
Get a little bit of blues up in here. Crank it up.
You turn it up.
God, I can barely hear it with the fucking game music.
We turned off the game music.
Oh, that's true. Can't do this. There we go. Enough, yes. Do. Ah, good shit. Ah, some more Supertramp. I dig it. Today. Goodbye, stranger, it's been nice. Hope you find your paradise. From your point of view. Goodbye, Mary. Goodbye, Jane. Will we ever meet again? Feel no sorrow, feel no shame.
Can you get to a bed? Kind of
Sure.
a shit situation. Yeah. Kiddo, where'd you go? What are we listening to here?
Supertramp.
This is terrible.
Oh, come on. Bring a
I think you went to go
Supertramp.
take a piss. That's why the song played.
Oh man, I love. Of course, this isn't my personal favorite Supertramp song.
I don't know if it's high pitched bullshit.
Yeah. That's why I said I don't understand why. I mean, it's a decent song, but not Supertramp's best.
Okay, here's something. Thank you. There you are.
The title? Are you saying it?
I just put on the next song. I couldn't deal with that. See
Goodbye,
my voice don't go that high.
stranger.
I just put on the next song. Why, is the song whack? Apparently this song is whack.
Song is whack.
Oh, it's fucking kid. This is definitely more Halloweeny.
Dang, that wasn't enough planks. It's Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
Crazy. Funny enough, I'm pouring tea in my Pink Floyd glass.
Okay, this song's a little weird.
Tear down the wall!
Tell us, someone get so I better throw up.
Alright. What's wrong? Why don't you lay down right here? Why don't you lay down right here? Alright, what are you gonna do? Are you okay?
to a bed.
Alright. He's gonna go lay down. He's gonna have me check on him around 6.
Okay.
Sometimes your stomach just turns.
I know how that is. Oh, they all fell off the side there. Are you fucking kidding me? God damn. Another broken sword. 2 more extra pieces of chicken off the fryer. There's one. Damn, it's getting dark already. Wow. 2 more chickens just dropped. That's good. Wow, I'm watching the sunset from here.
What?
Said I'm watching the sunset from here. It's cool. Ooh, extra chicken. Good. Ooh, some more bamboo. Goddamn. I like it when they say you hit the ground too hard. You're just like thinking, gee, thank you for telling me, Gabe.
Huh?
Oh, it said that you hit the ground too hard. I was like thinking, I'm sure, yeah, it's like hit it, you're landing from a very high spot and you go smack against the ground. Yeah, it sounds like you hit it too hard.
They only had half of a heart left.
Ooh.
Hold on, I'm right about to put these beds down in this building I just made
No worries.
for the people.
For the people. We gotta make the people happy. I'm just hoping no more spiders spawn on the bridge, knock on wood. What did I collect? One stack of 64. Yay. Phew!
I was just checking on my kiddo.
How's he feeling?
Yeah, he feels like shit. He's laying down.
Oh, poor thing. I got pee again. Ow, why is my nose running?
My name's Calvin, and I'm a pontiff.
Halloween used to be my favorite time of the year. I was kind of a horror freak. I loved horror novels, movies, and games. I spent hours absorbing all the YouTube creepypasta stories I could find. But that all changed one Halloween night when myself and a few friends found something that would change our lives forever. The story of the Dead House. I always did love that air of chaos that presents on Halloween night. That twisted, festive feeling that adds a spark of excitement to an otherwise dark and dreary time of the year. We were too old to be trick-or-treating, but we still wanted to wander the streets and soak up the atmosphere. Besides, there's a lot you can get away with in costume, especially when you pour your bottle of adult beverage into a Mountain Dew bottle and label it spooky juice. Our buddy Spike had comprehensively won our internal costume contest with his own homemade proton pack and Ghostbusters jumpsuit. He'd spent weeks on it, watching little YouTube painting tutorials and binge watching the movies for minor details. It looked amazing, and he wasn't about to miss out on the opportunity to show the thing off. So off we went, wandering around the neighborhood and eating store-bought candy. Since we were way too old to be trick-or-treating, part of the fun of these Halloween walkabouts was seeing the spectacular ways that fellow Halloween enthusiasts had decorated their houses. Over the years, it became something of a competition, and each year the decorations became more and more elaborate. I remember one family had gone as far as digging a small pit in their front lawn. They put some red lights in there, then covered the thing over with wooden boards that were complete with fake zombie fingers reaching up between the slats. It looked amazing, and we found ourselves joining a gaggle of parents and taking selfies with the chillingly original decoration. We saw some pretty impressive stuff that evening, from fake bodies hanging from trees to chained up dogs that had been dressed up as adorable little hounds. But nothing caught our attention like the house at the end of Bachman Street. So a lot of you have heard of these hell houses that crop up around Halloween every year. The most infamous being these guerrilla operations where people can make a few bucks while indulging in a little of the Halloween spirit. So when you saw the house at the end of Bachman Street with its doors wide open, we figured it was just part of the display. A couple was heading away from the house looking pretty scared, so we asked them what the deal was with the front door being left open. Oh man, they really went all out this year, one of the pair said. It's so realistic in there. We left a few dollars on the table as a thank you. There's no tip jar anywhere, so you guys gotta see it though. On that, we agreed. Something that was actually scary, right here in our own neighborhood? We had to see it. We studied the house intently as we wandered down the street towards it. The facade was barely decorated compared to the others we'd seen. Just a carved pumpkin and a few plastic hanging skeletons were all we could see on approach. But there was something odd about the way the cars were parked in the driveway. Something weirdly chaotic. Anyway, we wander up to the front door, peering inside before entering. But again, there doesn't seem to be any extensive decoration on the inside either. That all changes once we enter the kitchen. One of the dining chairs was dripping with gore, ropes around the armrests hanging freely as they'd been cut away from someone's arms. Laid out on the table nearby were all kinds of bloody kitchen utensils, some still clogged with shredded flesh. Flies buzzed around us, landing on the body and various bloodstains around the room. Wow, one of us said softly. You can see where they use corn syrup to make the blood. Houseflies love that stuff. How did they get that kind of stink up in there? Another asked. But we didn't put too much thought into it. We were so overwhelmed and impressed that we just carried on moving through the house. The living room was somehow even more disturbing than the kitchen. Sat on a small, dark wood coffee table was a kind of homemade doll. It was a cluster of roots and twigs, all bound and woven together with reeds and dry grass. The face of the thing was made of clay, a single shiny stone pushed into it, resembling a kind of cyclopean eye. Arranged around it in a perfect circle were severed fingers, toes, and plucked out eyes. There was also a cluster of dollar bills from the couple's recent visit. I took out my wallet, taking out a few old singles before asking around to see if my buddies had anything to leave as a kind of thank you. There must have been around $14 in ones and twos in my hand by the time I let it drop onto the coffee table. Now come on, see you upstairs and get out of here. This place is giving me the creeps, I said. My buddies wouldn't let me hear the end of it. Scared by a family-run hell house. What an idiot. But when we saw the kids' bedroom, they were scared too. Inside, sitting among a carpet of stuffies and kids' toys, was a man. At first, all we could see was the back of him. He had long, thin gray hair and had somehow fit himself into a little girl's pink, frilly nightgown. We all froze in the doorway, staring wide-eyed
That's
as
the
the
kind of
creepy
shit that
looking
scares
old
me.
guy just sat there, playing with the toys, putting on little childish voices as he played at making them talk to one another. One of the most disturbing things I've ever seen in my entire life. Whoever had thought that character up must have had one seriously disturbed. The man turned still as a statue for a moment, sensing our presence behind him. We saw his milky white eyes and black teeth and the door. We weren't exactly terrified, but we were still spooked and laughing nervously to ourselves as we bounded back into the street outside. But as we began to walk back out to the cul-de-sac road, blue and red lights began to flash before our eyes. Knots, streaming down past us down the street before rushing into the house we just left. There was nothing remotely fake about that house. The old man was an escaped psychiatric patient who had lived in the house as a child. The newspaper said he busted out of the institution he was being held in before he walked 30 miles into town back to his childhood home. He must have thought the people living there were intruders. At knife point, they tied them up and tortured them till he finished them. Never found out what happened to the kids inside the house, and quite frankly, sure, I could handle it. Timothy O'Brien lived with his family in Deer Park, Texas, with his parents and little sister.
What are you doing, Windsor?
His father, Ronald O'Brien, worked as optician at Texas State Optical in Sharpston, Houston. He was the deacon at the Second Baptist Church, where he also sang in the choir. He was a trusted member of the community, being placed in charge of the local bus program. On Halloween night in 1974, O'Brien took Timothy and his sister trick-or-treating in a Pasadena, Texas neighborhood, along with his neighbor and their 2 children. When the group knocked at a house but the occupants failed to answer, children grew frustrated and skipped ahead to the next home in search of candy. When O'Brien caught up with them, they showed him 5 21-inch sticks they had been given. When they returned home later in the evening, Timothy asked if he could eat one of the candy he and his friends had collected, opting for the huge pig he had prized so dearly. The young boy had trouble getting the powdered candy out of the plastic straw that contained it, so his father helped him loosen the sugary powder before offering it to him. When he ate it, Timothy remarked that the candy had a bitter flavor, so his father fetched him a glass of Kool-Aid to wash away the unpleasant taste. But this was followed by Timothy complaining that his stomach hurt. Ronald took his son to the bathroom where he immediately began to violently vomit. But the discomfort did not ease. Soon the young boy was convulsing after collapsing to the bathroom floor. Ronald held his son close, but soon went limp in his arms. Timothy O'Brien died on his way to a nearby hospital, less than an hour after consuming the candy. Timothy's autopsy revealed that the pixie stick he consumed with a fatal dose of potassium cyanide. There was enough cyanide in his system to kill 3 to 4 grown adults.
This is the real candy man, by the way.
Halloween candy prompted intense fear and paranoia in the local community. Parents in Deer Park and the surrounding area promptly reported all children acquired from trick-or-treating to the police. Her fear was laced with the same deadly poison. During police interviews, Ronald O'Brien claimed that he could not remember exactly which house gave the children the pixie stick. However, the group of adults and children had only visited 2 streets worth of homes due to heavy rain that had begun to fall that evening. This narrowed down the search considerably. Houses were searched, recent receipts seized as evidence. Yet suspicions were raised when it was discovered that none of the homes the group visited were giving out pixie sticks. Police accompanied Ronald O'Brien through the neighborhood and questioned several times. Each time he led them to the home that the group visited, those occupants did not enter the door. There, Ronald claimed that he had in fact revisited the house before he caught up with the children. He claimed that the owner had cracked the door open, that he inside of the house was dark. The guard arm reached out and handed him all 5 of the 21-inch pixie sticks. Police discovered the homeowner in question was a man, Courtney Melvin. Melvin was employed as an air traffic controller at nearby Hobby Airport. He started under questioning that he did not get home from work until 11 p.m. on the night of the 31st. When nearly 200 witnesses confirmed this, Courtney Melvin was rolled out as a potential suspect. But as their investigation continued, police made shocking discoveries that turned all theories upside down. It was learned that Ronald O'Brien was actually $1 in after a history unable to hold down a steady paying job. In the 10 years previous to the death of his son, Ronald had held a grand total of 21 jobs. During interviews with his current employers, police were told by Ronald's bosses that he was suspected of workplace theft from Texas State Optical, dangerously close to being fired. His car was on the verge of being repossessed. He had defaulted on several bank loans, which had in turn led to the family home being foreclosed on. Although he presented himself as the clean-cut pastor, Ronald's life was a mess of lies and deceit. It was discovered that Ronald O'Brien had taken out life insurance policies on his children in the months preceding the poisoning. One $10,000 policy with two additional $20,000 policies on both children. This was in spite of the advice given by the insurance agencies not to do so. Asked, Denise O'Brien, the mother of Timothy and Ronald's wife, claimed she was completely unaware of any insurance policies
Lindsay, you
on
still
her
here?
children's lives. The final clue came when police learned that Ronald O'Brien had stopped by a chemical.
Yeah, I'm still here. I just
He left
stupid
empty
mic.
handed when he learned the
Had to
smallest
check
amount
there.
purchasable was £5. Despite repeatedly
All right,
protesting his own innocence, O'Brien was now a major suspect. Texas police never did find out just where or when Ronald O'Brien had bought the cyanide that he used for his son. But regardless, on November 5th, 1974, he was arrested for Timothy's murder. Ronald was charged with 1 count of capital murder and 4 counts of attempted
What
murder.
is this?
Given that the other children
story?
were in extreme danger.
Jeez, it sounds like a true crime story.
It is. It's the real life Candyman.
During the trial, a chemist
Damn.
who was familiar with O'Brien claimed that
He killed his
he
own
had
kid
contacted him the
for
previous
insurance
summer
money.
regarding lethal dosage.
Oh, I know. What is up with this? Every fucking true crime story I see involving a family member's death somehow involves a life insurance policy.
Additionally,
Because they're all
Ronald's friends
retarded.
and coworkers also
Takes a
said that
retarded
Ronald
person
was
to kill another
receiving
person.
Timothy's death.
Like shit, I
Some people
remember
showed an unusual interest in
I was
science
watching an episode of Forensic Files.
So can you hit a bed?
Oh yeah.
Those that attended Timothy's funeral told the courts how
And
Ronald just casually talked of taking a
there
long
was a
vacation.
similar story of like this woman who was poisoning her husband with castor beans. Because I think you use it to make resin.
Ricin.
Ricin. So yeah, she poisoned her husband to death so she could collect life insurance. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with people? And that's a horrible thing to do to someone.
You think?
I mean, poisoning has got to be like one of the worst deaths. I mean, that's like slow and agonizing. And the crazy thing is that a lot of these poisons are like odorless and tasteless. Like
Later remarried and her new husband adopted their surviving daughter, Elizabeth. The case and subsequent trial garnered national attention.
All right, I did what I could to promote a little bit of growth in this little burg here.
yeah. Are you down there?
Yeah, I'm about to come back. Just
Okay.
getting bored down here. I
I've
did find a bucket full of lava though.
Oh, cool. I have slowly but surely been adding more to the bridge.
I made one lodging house with 3 beds in it so far. Then I made a little house with 1 bed in it. And then I made an extra bed and I put it into a building that didn't have a bed in it. So hopefully their little village will grow on over towards the bridge.
Right.
But my guy's about to starve to death, so I need to get back up.
Oh yeah.
It was something of a routine for him. Getting up early on a Sunday meant a guilt-free effort.
I love that we now have foxes on the bridge.
I know, it's neat.
Yeah.
Afternoon of online gaming with his friends. After a few hours of gaming, Devin took a quick break to grab a snack, but began to notice something unusual about the household. It was just past 1:30 in the afternoon when Devin started to wonder where his family was. His mother, Susan, lived.
Oh, did you hear about the one true crime story that was that Scream was loosely based off of?
downstairs
No.
from his attic
Oh,
room and knocked on the door
yeah,
to
it's
his
pretty fucked up.
son's master bedroom. There was no answer, but that didn't stop him. Devin opened the door to see his mother lying in bed next to his stepfather, William Liss Sr. A maroon comforter was pulled over their heads. In a soft voice, Devin began to ask if they were planning on getting out of bed anytime soon. Again, there was no response. He walked around to her side of the bed and saw his mother's foot jutting out from underneath the goose-down bed. He tapped on it. Again, no response. As Devin continued to talk, he instinctually pulled down the covers a little. It was her pillow, soaked with blood. For a moment or two, Devin could not compute what he was seeing. Later told detectives that he thought it was just some Halloween prank, albeit one done in extremely bad taste. But as he continued to look, he saw the large wound in his neck, dark clots of blood forming around it. Devin ran screaming from the house, frantically begging neighbors to summon emergency medical services. Upon his arrival, Ottawa County Sheriff Bob Bratton said 53-year-old Lisk, his 46-year-old wife Susan Lisk, as well as her 23-year-old son Derek Griffin, were all found murdered. A preliminary coroner's exam that their deaths were caused either by gunshot or a blunt object. A suspect identified as 24-year-old William Lisk Jr., thought to be the son of the murdered father from his previous marriage, was arrested almost 200 miles away and was initially charged with only one count of murder in the first degree. After receiving a tip that the suspect killer would be hiding out in a log cabin owned by a distant family member, Deputy Michael Balash was ordered to pay the cabin a visit. Upon his arrival, the deputy spotted a white Ford pickup truck, matching the description given of the vehicle Lisk was driving. When he approached the man's residence, he reported that after Lisk Jr. casually walked out of the brown single-story cabin, still smoking a cigarette as he leaned against the porch post. Deputy Balash then pulled in with gun drawn, took Lisk to the ground and held him at gunpoint until backup arrived to assist with handcuffing the suspect. Carroll County Sheriff Dale Williams said that evidence was found on the suspect that also indicated that he was guilty of killing his stepmother and stepbrother. But what knew William Lisk Jr.? It was hard to say it was a surprise. As early as 2002, his father Bill had called law enforcement on more than one occasion because the then 16-year-old had threatened to harm himself. The boy was on house arrest at the time for other offenses. According to police records, Lisk Jr. proceeded to attack the responding officers when they arrived, and later faced charges in juvenile court of assault on a peaceful officer. Then, in October 2004, Lisk Jr. got into a violent altercation with his stepmother and struck her hard into the chest. 2 months later, police charged him with felonious assault and robbery for alleged stepmother Susan with a coffee cup before stealing her car keys. He was found incompetent to stand trial on those charges, which were eventually dropped. Lisk Jr. had at least 3 more encounters with police after he moved to a home for mental health patients. Among those incidents was a physical fight between Lisk Jr.'s father after Bill Lisk drove to the group home to pick him up. Aftermath, police struggled to establish a clear motive for the killings. It was clear from the records that Lisk Jr. had run-ins with law enforcement that included jail time and mental health treatment. But what exactly drove the young man to commit such an act of senseless cruelty and malice to his own parents? In the course of the investigation, it came to light that Susan Lisk had filed a police report against her stepson, claiming that he had assaulted her. The report was filed less than a month before her murder. It is entirely possible that this had been the final straw for Lisk Jr.'s father. His past behavior and drug use had been antisocial to say the least, but William Sr. had fought time and time again to prevent his son becoming trapped in a cycle of addiction and incarceration. However, to assault his own stepmother was without a doubt a bridge too far. In court, Lisk Jr. admitted guilty explaining why this all had to happen, but I think most of all of it had to do with my mental. This junior's defense attorney said it was ridiculous that his client could be declared legally sane, especially when he had poor mental health. He said it's unknown whether List was taking medication that was prescribed for his schizoaffective disorder on the night of the murders, although he had been drinking alcohol. Clearly, he should have not been provided alcohol, something that was a constant problem in his life. Fear of alcohol and his mental illness. This junior's sister, the Pearl, told the court that her family's lives had been changed forever. How something like this could happen. Stuff like this on TV will never happen to your family. Love someone so much and then they take something away from you. How you do it when they love you so much. On March 31st of 2015, William List Jr. was found dead in his cell at Ross Correctional Institution, Chillicothe, Ohio, from self-inflicted injury. He was 29 years old. Back in high school, just after the start of my junior year, me and some buddies got the Halloween spirit pretty heavy. We were obsessed with metal and horror movies.
So we sacrificed this girl.
Creepy places and holding these like
We didn't even know who we
Played-
were sacrificing her to. We just
Yeah,
wanted to do it.
Yeah, and we like played the album backwards, you know, made a blood sacrifice, hail Satan.
Oh, that we killed that girl.
Given that we weren't necessarily believers in the supernatural, we had this
Killed her good.
nature about us when it came to hauntings. At some point, a friend of mine who was several years older than me told me about how he and his friends would do similar things when they were young. His childhood home backed up to a huge farm, and he and his friends would spend their days fishing or hanging out on the farm, so they were quite familiar with it. The owner, apparently a very religious priest or pastor maybe, had owned the farm and a small house on the property. The story went that the owner had been locked up for murder and died in prison, leaving the farm to whomever, and it wasn't kept up. However, upon hearing the news of this man's demise, my friend told me that he and his friends had decided to go into this house. Yes, the windows had been busted out as they managed to unlock a door and just walk in. He described them fooling around and trying to scare one another, but he had decided to walk up the stairs, and upon his reaching the second floor, he saw a coffin in the main room. The way he had explained it to me was that he didn't know what it was immediately and sort of sauntered over to check it out. Had the sudden flash of realization this was an actual coffin in an abandoned house. I suppose he and his friends made a quick retreat from the house. Of course, he told this part of the story much better, peppering in more details about the man who owned the property that gave the story that mythical sort of feel. I remember being frightened by his delivery and sincerity, though it is quite likely he had rehearsed it before for occasions like this. This story had taken place 15 years or so previous to him telling me. I told one of my adventurous cohorts the story, and we thought it would be a good idea to investigate, to see if the guy was actually telling the truth. So one Halloween, we packed our snacks and supplies, and set off to set the record straight. I knew where this person had lived, so we assumed we could simply walk behind his house, find the farm, then find the house. We had a grand plan to bring the whole group out on the weekend, but we were being strung on a lie, or this place was still there. Word trip. Anyhow, after football practice one weekday, he and I drove out to the street my friend lived on. There was definitely a farm behind his and his entire homes. That part he had been telling
Can
the
take
truth
care of
about.
these bamboos
We
down
decided
here.
to go ahead and
Bamboo
yard and
stalks.
onto the farm to see if the house was there. Once we made it through the manicured yard and brush separating the farm, we were knee deep in a field. We saw sort of hacked our way through a bit, and sure enough, as we made it to the edge of the hill, the house was only 100 yards away. We had made it that far, so we decided to go in and investigate. As we approached this house, there was a huge black bird perched on its roof. Once we were within 20 feet of the house, the bird flew away from the house and perched upon a tree adjacent to the house. Being a bit nervous, questioning why the bird had made such an odd move, but thought better of making a about it. Now, this house is a prototypical haunted house. It had that quaint historical look to it, with the broken windows, shadows, and sort of ominous stature one associates with the haunted house. Grave marker in the front yard. So again, we were in as we approached this house. The door was jammed shut, but the window had been completely. So we played rock, paper, scissors for who would climb through first. I had the luxury of going in second, but did so quickly as being on the porch by myself was just as unsettling. The inside of the house had literally not been touched. Besides weather damage, most everything was intact. There were pictures and decorations still up with a bit of furniture remaining. We eventually became comfortable with being inside and began to snoop around. Of course, we were fearful of trekking upstairs, afraid to find something we didn't want to find. Alas, we crept up the stairs to find an empty space. At this point, we became at ease with walking around the house, laughing off the ghost story mystique. As we looked through the main floor again, I noticed that there was a tiny door in there. It was about knee-high. Undauntedly, we flung it open, only to reveal a dark stone stairwell that a person would literally crawl down. Its presence alone was terrifying for some reason, but it had a landing about halfway down, stairs turning a different direction and out of our sight. However, perched on the landing, and partly concealed by the walls to the other part of the stairwell, was a large, rectangular wooden box. A coffin. Now, my friend and I weren't exactly small people, so imagine the sight of us pale-faced, with a cartoonish hair on neck shocked expression, trying to both squeeze out of a window at the same time would have been quite comical. Not to mention the both of us in a dead sprint heading away from the house through waist-high weeds. I still laugh thinking about both of us running like that. Anyhow,
Lindsay, don't waste this many candles on the bridge like that. You only need to put them like far apart, you know?
Black bird
Okay.
fly back from the tree and onto the house. We probably made double time from that point on. In hindsight, the whole thing was a bit odd, most especially the behavior of the bird. My friend and I joked about it possessing some sort of supernatural power, but that it was just to mask how scared we really were.
Shit! Fuck! Alright. Great. Yeah, fuck this controller.
Years ago now, roommates and me had made a spirit invite to a Halloween house party. Here's the invite because one of us worked with a girl house it was. But since it was literally where we could actually get into, we went arguing. The big thing about house parties is the older you get, the harder it is to find a good one. Most people make their big house party mistake early in life and never attempted to have one again. So the idea one day corrupt before we started on that late 20s, early 30s quiet period of violence was wildly appealing. We agreed to meet up in my flat for some free get changed into our various costumes. Fancy dress was a must, according to our mate's colleague. You have never seen such awful Halloween costumes. One lad just bought the wig and badly applied his mom's makeup, claiming to be Frankenfurter from Rocky Horror Picture Show, but without having the stones to rent the suspenders and corset. He just looked like he was in the middle of a bad sex change. Another fella just threw in some old army cadet gear so he could be a soldier or whatever. But it had been a good couple of years since he last put it on, and he was considerably wider around the waist. So what I suppose was meant to be intimidating just ended up looking completely real. The winner, without a doubt, was our mate Danny, who'd actually pulled off a pretty convincing Myers costume. So for those that don't know, the mask used in the film Halloween is actually a Captain Kirk Star Trek mask that the prop guys roughed up a little. Yep, one of the most iconic images in horror comes from a crummy piece of sci-fi myth. Crazy, right? Anyway, Danny had actually made a replica of said mask from his older brother, who was and is something of a horror freak. And all he had to do was borrow a set of his dad's old mechanical, get hold of a plastic butcher's knife, and actually look the real deal. So after we filled our bellies full of supermarket lager, we make our house party. The place the party was at was only like 5 to 10 minute walk from my flat. So we decided to walk around the
Remember back in the
soda
day how
bar
hard it
and
was to make a good looking costume?
I don't know what I was expecting.
Oh yeah.
Maybe a few
I remember the plastic sheet costumes that we had as kids that came in the
Oh yeah.
box and the
Oh yep.
plastic
the more is
mask.
something bass sound
Oh
drifting
yeah.
through the air.
I like on The Simpsons they made a joke about that. They were like, would Radioactive Man be wearing a
But it was
picture
the
of
hardest.
himself on his T-shirt?
Starting in the actual residential area, all
He
of
says,
the other
"No,
houses
mate.
are
Oh,
subdivided,
yeah."
and then just one
Yeah.
house next door wide open, full of
It's
carpet
funny, I
and
remember my
street lights.
brother and I had those
These colored lights were
cheapy
smoke machines
costumes. I had one of like
actually
I
blasting
was
loud
dressed as
stuff
a
from the
clown.
outdoor speakers all through the house.
Norris.
Enjoy it while it lasts, boys. Guarantee you the police are on their way right now. One of us said. Laughing, we piled into the house and started mingling with complete strangers. I won't deny,
She's one of that
these
was
are
probably
things
my
we
earliest
didn't know much
memory of
about, but
trick or
they
treating.
knew how to throw a party.
I
They
wish you had
actually
a
laughed at us
water
when they
bucket.
realized we brought our own beer. The
Yeah.
host taking us into the back garden to show us these buckets full of beer and ice water. We were welcome to drink as
Why?
much as we like.
So I could get
In
back up on the
exchange,
bridge.
we put our beer
Uh.
in their fridge as a kind of communal offering. Yeah, we met a few fellas sneering who invited you look in our direction, but mostly people were lovely, especially when they found out we brought a special kind of tobacco with us. We drank long into the night somehow. The police didn't actually turn up for the first few hours. They must have been busy with the other more criminal stuff, but eventually turn up they did. But honestly, it was all part of the experience. It's not a true house party unless the busybodies show up. They were actually pretty cool about the whole thing too. They didn't shout, they didn't stop, search, or arrest anyone. They just told us they're going to
Jesus
enjoy
Christ,
the
some of
city.
these bamboo stalks get long.
They even laughed when someone in the crowd anonymously shouted, "Are you the male strippers we hired?" This is where the story gets weird. So, throughout the party, our mate Danny had been kind of in character, walking silently and scarily into rooms, moving his head all slow as he looked around, just like Michael Myers. He'd then break into some weird dance, have people laughing, but it's important to know that he seemed to enjoy playing the part. Anyway, we all managed to find each other in the throngs of people outside, despite being absolutely smashed. Only, we're not exactly ready to call it a night. So we decide to walk quite a bit of our way to visit the 24-hour off-license Buy My Booze. So, the whole way, Danny doesn't say a word. It might be worth mentioning that he isn't the most talkative when he's sober, so when he's angry, he pretty much talks. Just does his signature weak laugh when the music happens. So just as we're outside the off-license, queuing by the little curb, I noticed something unusual about Danny's toy butcher. I swear he had a fake one at the start of the night, but right then I noticed the knife in his hand wasn't real. Before the fellow in the offie notices and calls the police thinking it's real, I slowly take the knife out of his hand, having a sort of mini freak out that the bell end would be daft enough to steal a real knife from the house party. Right then, like something out of a movie, My phone starts going in my pocket. I pull it out and on the screen, Danny. Now, I'm still bladdered at this point, so my first thought is that Danny lost his phone or something
Well,
and
that ain't
decided to
Danny,
call my
homie.
number, the last person he called, to let them know where to safely find it. So I answer with something like, yeah, I know. My mate's an idiot. I don't want anything else. But the voice on the other end is Danny.
Danny. It's
Definitely
Danny.
Danny, asking where we'd gone. He passed out in the bathroom of that student's house and had only just been kicked out of. We were an actual bloody freakout, and point the knife at this total bloody stranger and demanded to know who they are. It all hits me at once. The guy had gloves on. Danny didn't. The strange guy had actual boots on. Danny just had black trainers. My mates have no idea what's on. As far as they know, verge of ending one of our closest mates' lives. But when they too realize what's going on, they too start freaking out on the fella, asking him what he was planning on doing with that knife, following us halfway around town like a proper creep. The lad ended up laying in, with no idea what, angry and scared. So I'm sort of glad we didn't catch up to him.
He's like, we probably would have murdered that guy for, about to murder us. There's gonna be a murder for murder type of a deal. You understand?
Halloween is that certain time of year when delves over to ghosts, horror stories, and all kinds of macabre entertainment. But is it the case that such a spooky
While munching on
activity
delicious
reflects the
candy.
darker side of their nature? Here's how 10
Wearing cool
places in the United States deal
costumes.
with crime and antisocial scariest day of the year.
How much bamboo
Police in the New York City borough of Queens activates Operation Halloween, the
Uh,
Zero Tolerance program. Check in on paroled offenders on Halloween, as well as the days before and after. As part of this surveillance program, those who have done acts convicted against children could have their homes checked to ensure that they don't have any X-rated material, which would violate the terms of their parole. Offenders are not allowed to wear masks or costumes. They're also forbidden to participate in any related Halloween activities and are prohibited from opening their doors to trick-or-treaters. There is certainly nothing more frightening than the thought of one of those men opening their door to innocent children. A state patrol source is quoted as saying, there is also a curfew for all offenders from 3 p.m. Halloween to 6 a.m. the following day. Offenders who don't follow these rules could have their parole revoked and be sent back to prison. The city of Orange in California employs similar measures to protect children. It passed an ordinance that offenders must post signs on their doors for knocking there. Police require these offenders to place
They shouldn't even be amongst the
wood chipper
population.
area.
Wood chipper area.
to the site.
Exactly. I hear
The
this whole
tradition
sex
begins when
offender
those
registry,
who
and I'm just
have
like,
picked up
there's
the
a
wrong
simple
sign
solution to this. Just vroom vroom goes the wood
police
chipper.
officers in Orlando
From goes the chainsaw, or any two stroke, really.
Yes,
Any two stroke
exactly.
will do.
Goddamn right it will.
witnesses included two men with gorilla masks, pistol whips, depositing money in
Oh, you want to fuck
the
kids?
day
Oh,
of the
wood
first
chipper go
Halloween
brrrr.
behind a restaurant. Of course, the decision to put on a Halloween mask or a screen disguise to commit a crime is not unique to Orlando alone, but wearing a mask could result in other consequences in the state. For example, in Florida, anyone committing a crime while wearing a mask can face ramped up charges. As well, a Florida law prohibits over the age of 16 from wearing a mask or hood in a public place or during a meeting except on Halloween. Yes, sad to say, this dates all the way back to the Klan and was enacted to prevent members from during their Klan marches. Perhaps even scarier is that this law has been used more than 200 times following its
Damn, now there's
1951
snow
passage.
foxes up here.
It may seem curious
Snow
that police in South
foxes?
Los Angeles say
Yeah,
seen
white
no
ones.
spike in crime on Halloween.
I thought those were
That
wolves.
may be because they
Is
extra
this a
units
wolf?
to help with the safety factor.
I
Oh, the
guess.
wolves turn into dogs.
Radio.
This is a fox.
However, by a safety factor, they mean the tendency of
I
trick-or-treaters
mean, if
to
they're
distract between movements from crime.
small, because
However,
foxes
a
are small,
national
while wolves
investigation at
will
the
probably be
77
should be
Street
bigger.
Division did admit to concerns about Halloween sites and crime. In fact, in 2011, that division had 34 instances of crime on Halloween, 10 of those being burglaries. That captain told the radio station that that number was extraordinarily high. Georgetown in Washington reported that incidences of burglary tend to be common on Halloween or on Halloween weekend in Georgetown compared to other regular. That said, however, theft that has been the most prevalent crime to occur on Halloween in Georgia, more than double the incidence of reported crime of robbery. And when it comes to crimes committed on Halloween weekend, the occurrence of theft becomes even greater, nearly 4 times as frequent as the second most reported crime of theft from autos. It seems that the spooky season are willing to commit petty crime in the nation's capital. A North Korean news outlet reported that crimes occurring on Halloween had remained steady since 2007, when a spat of larcenies from motor vehicles and bicycles reported on the Charlotte campus. Campus Police Lieutenant Josh Huffman remarked that the campus also does see a slight increase in vandalism and alcohol-related offenses on Halloween, but for the most part of the day, crime on campus. However, it is also worth remembering a lesser-known law that is in Carolina, General Statute 1421.7, that prohibits anyone to signs in public. Although crime occurring on Halloween dropped 8% from 2010 to 2011, theft, vandalism, and simple assault have remained the most frequently occurring crimes in Tempe, Arizona on Halloween.
Hey,
In fact, in
Tempe.
2011, theft accounted for 20.7% of crime in the city, according to the East Valley Tribune. In 2010, simple assault list accounting for 19.1% of all crime. Of course, alcohol-related incidents are also common, particularly in the city's Mill Street area near the university campus. Fights that occur at these campuses charges such as simple assault. Halloween parties can generate a lot of opinions, Lieutenant Jeffrey Glover of the Tempe Police Department said. Calls for service, so more officers are responding to calls at that time of hour. Also, you have the thinking that goes on. Sometimes people don't make the best decisions. No, Halloween fell on a Saturday in 2000. It may be cold weather that prevented crowd numbers from reaching ordinary for the holiday in Blacksburg. Since it was cold and rainy on Sunday nights, there wasn't a lot of people hanging out outside, says Sergeant Nathan Odell of the Blacksburg Police. One of the things you'll see when it's cold is that between the peak hours, which are between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m., people aren't usually outside. That actually helps with crime itself. In fact, in the city that year, there were 12 arrests made on it, but almost 100 calls received by dispatch. Of those, most were related to noise or simply nervous people reporting on otherwise normal behavior. On the Virginia Tech campus, 6 arrests were made related to alcohol and drug offenses. However, many other events on campus that result in higher number of arrests and citations. For example, a football game occurring this Halloween that year led to arrest numbers more than 6 times that than for the holiday. 39 taken into custody, and most for alcohol-related offenses. They take a different, friendlier approach to discouraging crime in the month of October in the Southern California town of Lompoc. This approach involves Halloween flock flamingo lawn ornaments appearing in people's front yards, according to the Lompoc record. Yes, that means birdie lawn decked out for Halloween. The event supports the Lompoc Valley Police activity, provides programming for area youth, with the idea of helping them stay out of trouble. People can request an anonymous flocking at a charge of $25 or ask for removal for a small fee. They can also purchase insurance to protect them from a flocking. All raised money goes to Lompoc's Police Activities League organization, founded in 1998, provides athletic, educational, and recreational activities, build bonds between teams, law enforcement that certain kinds of offenses are more frequent around Halloween, but it is also the case that our own fears and perceptions of danger increase around the spooky season. Halloween night 2002, 21-year-old Chris Jenkins, a University student, went to celebrate the spookiest year down at the Lone Tree Bar and Grill with his girlfriend, Ashley Rice, and 3 other friends. Shortly after midnight, he separated from his friends and ejected from the bar. According to reports later given to police, a drink was accidentally spilled on his pants, and the security supervisor assumed that Chris was so intoxicated that he urinated himself. After Chris was removed, the security guard in question was given instructions not to let him back inside. Unfortunately for Chris, since his Native American Halloween costume had no pockets, he had asked Ashley to keep his wallet, keys, and cell phone in her purse for him, and his coat was left inside the bar on what turned out to be a chilly 20-degree night. Since he was not the designated driver, Chris was unable to get a ride home and did not contact his friends inside the bar. He was last seen headed away from the bar on foot, but did not return to his residence and was eventually reported missing. On February 27th the following year, Chris Jenkins' bloated, decaying corpse was found floating beneath a bridge on the Mississippi River. He was still dressed in his Halloween costume and had gotten wedged in the branches of a large tree located next to the upper St. Anthony Falls Dam. The medical examiner found no signs of foul play on Chris's body, so the official cause of death is drowning. Despite the police ruling it a death by misadventure, his family launched their own independent investigation and discovered a number of odd discrepancies. The Jenkins family hired a detective, Chuck Loesch, to further investigate their son's disappearance. When Loesch questioned staff at the Lone Tree Bar and Grill, they maintained that Chris left the bar on his own, and the venue's owner eventually issued a gag order instructing employees not to speak to anyone without an attorney. Loesch also contacted the Federal Reserve Bank, who happened to be the owners of families that had a good view of the Hennepin Avenue Bridge. The bridge was on the route it was likeliest to have taken, but when the bank checked the surveillance footage from earlier morning hours of the 1st, there was no sign of him. Loesch's investigation also led him to multiple witnesses independently recalled a fight that had occurred in front of a local pizza place. Though it was unclear if the victim was Chris, a gang of around 9 or 10 people had violently attacked another outside of the restaurant. Mike Casey, an off-duty police officer, was present in the area on the night of Jenkins' disappearance. He was moonlighting as a security guard for the nearby Hennepin Center for the Arts and was introduced to Jenkins by his girlfriend, Ashley Rice. Ashley happened to work at the Lone Tree Bar and Grill and was familiar well enough that she had borrowed pieces of his uniform to complete her cliched sexy cop costume. There are rumors that Casey had in fact masterminded Jenkins' removal from home in order to get to Ashley, given that he actually gave her a ride home later that night when her shift finished. The Minneapolis Police Department never formally questioned Casey, but stated that he's a married man with children. We don't want to break up a family, an incredible statement indeed. The Jenkins family went as far as hiring 2 separate groups of bloodhound trackers to trace Chris's scent from the Lone Tree Bar across the street to an underground parking garage. The scent trail led to parking stalls that one of the bar's bouncers was reportedly parked in on Halloween night. A bloodhound produced a mild hit for Chris's scent on this person's vehicle. Droplets of blood residue, a piece of red string, red feather fragments which possibly belonged to the headband of Jenkins' costume were also found in the garage. Jenkins' blood alcohol was 0.12%, so he could not have been particularly drunk, but coroners noted that traces of THC were found in Chris's system. However, since substance which is produced by the body naturally, this did not necessarily mean drugged. Forensic pathologist Dr. Michael Baden took issue with Jenkins' body being found with his arms crossed in front of him. Drowning victims who accidentally fall into water are almost always found face down with their arms outwards over their sides and their clothing disheveled. Yet Jenkins' shirt was tucked into his drawstring pants and oversized slip-on moccasins were still on his feet. This led to speculation that Chris was already dead when he was placed in the river. Hydrologists who studied the
Oh,
Mississippi
hey,
River
Lindsay.
were highly skeptical that Chris's
Hey,
body
Jesse.
could have been in the water for as long as 4 months without ever being seen. The river did not freeze over until January 2003. What's more, the area beneath the 3rd Avenue Bridge was searched in the weeks following his disappearance. No sign of him. A daytime thawing occurred on February 27th, the day Chris was found, so he possibly floated from another location before his body got wedged in the trees. Jenkins' family found it extremely unusual that there was no bruising on his body. Their son was an enthusiastic lacrosse player, a goalie in fact, who often came home from practice with huge purple and yellow patches on his legs and forearms. Present, his parents believed he may have been alive for a couple of days, allowing enough time for his bruises to heal. 3 years later, in 2006, the Jenkins family met with Minnie and Dolan, who had decided to reopen the investigation based on the newly attained evidence. Chris's death was eventually reclassified as a homicide, and Chief Dolan held a press conference to issue a formal apology to Jenkins' family. Years later, Dolan would state that he estimated Jenkins' death was 50% chance of homicide, 30% chance of accidental death, and 20% chance of ending his own life. Once the case of Jenkins' death was reopened,
Cops are like, we got no clue.
We don't know.
We don't know. Your guess is as good as ours. We're not very good.
Like, gee, yeah.
It's like it took the parents to decide to have people questioning this thing. We
It's
didn't
like
ask no questions.
It's like we're just gonna pull a Uvalde.
Yep.
In July 2007, the Hennepin County District Attorney's Office announced that they had been approached about filing
Just say,
charges
hey, that's
against the
fucked up, and go
suspect
take a nap.
for Chris's murder, but declined to do so. The suspect in question was one Jeremy Alford, who was serving a life sentence for the man by the name of Douglas Miller. Alford admitted to being
Ooh, a Miller.
a Lone Tree Bar and Grill around the time of 2002. Chris's case also had been connected to the smiley face killer, as his death took place around the same time that many college-age men in the U.S. were discovered dead in bodies of water after a night of drinking. But unlike many of the other cited cases, no smiley face graffiti has ever been discovered in relation to Chris's death.
Now that we make travel so expensive, we have this hotel to ourselves. You get here.
Hiya. They compared hundreds of travel sites to find a great deal on my flight, car, and hotel.
Hiya. Search one and done.
Sound like Sideshow Bob. Of course, it's Kelsey Grammer.
My name is Caleb, and I live just outside of Charleston here in West Virginia. Halloween used to be my favorite time of the year. Everything about the spooky season just filled me with a kind of childlike excitement. Like I honestly preferred it to Christmas by a whole lot, and as soon as the months ticked over from September to October, it kicked off a whole 31 days of celebratory spookiness for me. I even got a job in a Halloween that was open all year round, just so I could get some of that spooky holiday feeling during the
Hi,
spring and
Mr.
summer.
You think this is a fox?
Not since one Halloween
Yeah.
brought one of the most traumatic experiences of my entire life with it.
Oh, you know what? Yeah,
That thing
their
was
body
literally
shape and their
one of
movement
my
is the
favorite
same as the
Halloween fun
orange
attractions up
ones
here in Appalachia.
or the red ones.
A haunt, as they become known, or Halloween
Wow,
spirits
we're in the
every
snow
year
biome
from
now.
September to October. After the success of more well-known haunts like Halloween Horror Nights and the Netherworld Haunted House, similar attractions popped up all over the country. Some were a little more fast and loose, whereas some, as I found out, are downright dangerous. I've never actually been to one of those things. A friend of mine suggested visiting one. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't extremely curious. Erica, my best friend for as long as I can remember, said she'd heard about a haunt over near the Big Ugly Wildlife Park. There wasn't much info available about it online, but there were a few reviews of the place on Reddit, some of which were
Yeah, you know
pretty
what? I think you're alright. Those have got to be
horror-themed.
foxes because I tried giving them
One of
rotten
which
flesh
said
and
been to a bunch once, and
for
that the
some
one
reason
near
it
Big
wouldn't give me
Ugly
the
was
option
probably
for
the
them
most
to feed
immersive
them.
experience they'd ever been subjected to. Another was from a guy who said that he'd lasted hours on end in other haunts up and down the country, who laughed more than he'd jumped for the most part. But their visit to the Big Ugly had him tapping out before even an hour had elapsed. I told Erica
Is
that
bamboo
it
going on
might
this
be the
dirt?
best idea to go to the haunt if it was
Yeah.
too much for
Okay.
even hardened horror fans.
Plant a couple of
She
my.
thought that they were probably just talking up the attraction after being given free entry or something. Like what happens with Instagram or gorehounds
Oh,
who
there's a
not see
baby
the
over
truth.
here. That's so
So,
cute.
somewhat reluctantly, I agreed to go
Little
along with
baby
them.
fox.
Only, unlike some of the more mainstream Halloween haunt attractions, this particular haunt didn't just let you walk up by a picture in the manor. As far as we knew, it didn't even have a name. Some just referred to it as the haunt south of Charleston, others as the scariest place in West Virginia. But the most common reference to it seemed to be the Big Ugly. So that's what we started calling it too. So as you can imagine, there was no website, no Google info tab, nothing like that. All there was this weird email address that you had to message in order to date and time when you were permitted to visit. We got the email address from one of the Reddit reviews. It was something cryptic looking like 819v9l underscore 33 at protonrocker.onion. I was over at Erica's place when we sent over an email saying, get ourselves a time slot. A reply came in within minutes. We rise from the ocean, with our names burned under our heads. Our command and control come from the wind one. But how many crowns do we wear? Erica read the reply aloud. Fusion. Just what in God's name such a weird reply could have meant, and what it was referring to. She copied and pasted the reply into a Google search bar, but all she got was hits on poetry and Shakespeare. Without crowns or dragons or anything like that. She had no idea what the email was talking about, but something about it seemed oddly familiar to me, and for some reason, an answer came to mind. I told her to reply with just the word 10. She was all like, is that a guess? How do you know that? But I insisted. It had to be 10. She fired off a reply, and again, the response came back in minutes. Right answer. Erica was astounded, and by that point, I realized how I knew the answer. You see, my grandpa was a preacher out in rural West Virginia, one of the fire and brimstone kinds that screamed at his congregation from his pulpit every Sunday. He knew the Bible off by heart, but there was one section of it that he was particularly obsessed with, and that was the book of Revelations. He always used to bark the same verse whenever he talked about the Day of Judgment. Something about a great beast rising out of boiling waters, or another like a leopard, bear with the mouth of a lion. Sounds pretty dumb now, but when I was a kid, it used to scare the life out of me, and I never forgot the part about it wearing 10 crowns on its horn. We thought the correct answer to the cryptic question would be enough to get us an appointment with the Big Ugly, but instead of getting our time slot, we only got another weird puzzle. Why? Go to where the lonely Dutchman did his final dance, and paint the welcoming. Now it was my turn to be like,
And then take off your
what in
pants.
God's name does this mean? They wanted us to go all the way to the nether and get some painting done. Really were up the creek. But this time, it was Erica who had one of
Go
those
check
light
on the
bulb
kiddo.
moments.
Okay.
You see, she's really into true crime stuff, so like
Plant
serial
this tree
killers, mass
sapling.
murders, all kinds of detective stuff, and missing 411 stories. They're just her jam. She said the moment she heard the word Dutchman and Final Dance, she knew immediately who it was referring to. That person being a dude named Harry F. Powers. Born Harmdrent in Groningen, Holland, Harry Powers baited his victims through Lonely Hearts ads, claiming he was looking for love, but ended up murdering them for their money. He was executed by hanging in Moundsville, West Virginia, hence the part about his final dance, which apparently referred to the death spasms that occur when somebody dies that way. Moundsville is up in the very north of West
Jesus.
Virginia, a 4-hour round trip from Charleston. So to save us the time of driving all the way there and back, we took a gamble on just getting a picture of the Welcome to Moundsville sign from Google Images and sending a copy of it to the Big Ugly email address. It worked. We got a reply that just said 2100 October 30th, which we deduced was them telling us to go looking for the place at around 9 p.m. on the 30th of October, only a few days away from the time we got in touch. We were on. Got to the day in question, and we set off in the late afternoon. It's just less than an hour drive from Charleston out to the big ugly wobbly.
Shit.
But we figured we better give ourselves a few hours to actually find the place, given that we hadn't been given an actual location, only to search the area around Mudlick Hollow. I was pretty apprehensive about the whole thing on the drive out there, having heard some pretty grim stories about people's experiences at these guerrilla-style haunts. But Erica told me I was being a big baby, that they wouldn't have gotten such glowing reviews if they weren't legit, and more importantly, didn't keep people safe. We were on foot around Mudlick for maybe like 40 minutes or so before we saw a trail of smoke rising into the air.
I'm gonna go pee.
Folks aren't allowed to camp anywhere in the Big Ugly, so we figured that the smoke trail had to be the haunt. And if it wasn't, we could at least rule out the location as being the place we needed to be. But after we hiked up and down steep hills and finally came across a piece of fairly flat land set between two inclines, all we saw was a trio of wooden teepee things, and not a single living soul around to greet us. We weren't even sure it was what we were looking for, but still we started clambering down this fairly steep slope in the direction of the wooden structures, keeping our eye out for anyone who might look like they were in charge of the haunt. It was deathly quiet as we wandered up the trees, and I started to get seriously uneasy as the sun was just starting to dip onto the western horizon. It would be dark soon, and it wouldn't be easy to find our way back to Erica's car. We had like no food on us at all, with only these cheap flashlights to light our way. Right as I'm about to raise this point to Erica and suggest that we just get out of there before anything bad could happen, we heard a voice from the slopes above us. Girl's lost. We looked up to see this rough-looking dude
Hi,
peering
Clementine.
out at us from
Hi,
behind a tree,
Clementine.
a black bandana covering his
What
face.
are you doing, Jennifer? You're
I knew
so
things were
sweet.
about to get weird. Saw the face covering. No one who's up to anything wholesome ever covers their face up, like ever. Uh, we're just looking for the big ugly haunt, Erica replied, and I heard it in her voice that she was nervous too. You heard of it? Haunt, the guy replied. Don't know what you're talking about. Right when he said that, I heard something behind me. I was so sure that I saw something moving behind one of the trees. I started giving Erica this look as if to say, like, let's shoot. And she nods, and the whole thing had been a bad idea. Now she was firmly aware of that too. Erica thanked the man anyway and told him we'd be on our way. But he called back that he had a better idea. And it's then that he produced a crossbow, like out of nowhere, and pointed the thing at us. His better idea, as he put it, was for us to lie flat on our faces in the dirt. But as he says that, a bunch of other guys start appearing from behind the trees and walking down the slopes towards us. Run, and we'll catch you, one of the other guys said. Hide, and we'll find you. Green, I'll cut your tongues out, or I'll fry them up in their skillet. Apparently, we hadn't found the haunt. We'd found something far, far worse. For what seemed like hours, those masked up guys subjected us to the most terrifying, traumatic experiences of our entire
It's like somebody's about
lives.
to get butt fucked.
They stripped us, tied us to the trees,
See?
slapped us, fired crossbow bolts at us, and threatened us with things I don't think I really want to repeat here. This
Yep.
Jason Voorhees used a bow and arrow. Just saying. I still couldn't get over that scene. I'm sorry.
We swore we wouldn't tell anyone that we were out there.
See, this is why I would not be in this situation, because I would have shot them all by now.
Yep.
Really nice crossbow.
Bam.
This is to the modern age.
Look at the modern age. Click, click, motherfucker.
Yeah, click, clack.
Click, clack.
Everybody stand back.
Click, clack, everyone stand back.
I don't think I cried like that since I was a little girl.
See, that's why they have to have women read some of these.
Thought about what a silly little girl I've been to even risk trying to find some.
I mean, that's
in the middle of nowhere.
I miss doing the script
Used
readings.
to carry on digging, screaming at the guys if they were going to kill us.
Man, I would love to do audiobook readings. If I could get paid to do audiobook readings, I would so do that.
Brave, dumb, or defiant. She turned her tear-streaked face up to those psychos and just straight up told them no. But they just laughed, hooting and hollering before one of them asked us we were thinking coming out this far into the woods. I can't remember what exactly was exchanged, but Eric had said something
Are
about
you
how they wouldn't
building
get
a
away
joint?
with China. That killing us would be the biggest mistake
I
of their
just
lives.
had I was just
Then one of the guys was like,
hitting one on my infused pre-roll.
we are gonna get away with this. Not a mistake.
Like I said, it's just crazy buying weed at a corner
I said
store.
that last part for sure because I immediately stopped digging and looked up.
How times have changed.
Like a warm feeling.
Because remember the whole marijuana's bad?
The guy with the crossbow said. Goodbye.
And now they're working on making mushrooms legal.
We just sat there in the dirt.
Now you can buy magic mushrooms online. I mean, shit, I see ads all the time on Twitter.
One of the guys came along and threw our clothes, then offered us some hot coffee from a flask he had, along with a few cigarettes.
Oh, great. Cat has to be licking her butt in front of my face. Thanks, Yasmin.
It dawned on us during the car ride back home that they hadn't done anything serious, physically harmless. Aside from the cold, a few slaps and the hair pulling, they barely touched us. They didn't actually strip us naked at all. The whole thing had been a psychological game, albeit one that had scared the life out of us. They didn't even ask us for any money at the end of it. They just let us go. We talked about going to police or writing up a warning on Reddit about the hunk, but we ended up doing neither. It was our own fault for looking for something like that, or even considering it to be a good idea or remotely fun time.
Plus, I kind of enjoyed the sodomy.
Jesus Christ, boy.
Gotten away with mentally torturing, but nothing to scare us. Maybe we were just super naive or whatever, but fans, they didn't come to us. We went to them. We went looking for something truly terrifying, and by God, did we find it.
We should do that for people.
No.
Except at the end we charge them. Like you're supposed to. This is America. But like, were you not scared? Did you not sign up for this? Thank you. Thank you. No.
Thank you.
Yes, there might have been some sodomy. Okay? But,
I mean, sometimes your ass needs
things
a good
happen.
exercising.
That's even aside from the
Believe me, his wife's dead.
But maybe I'm looking back through rose-tinted glasses to a degree because I do remember one Halloween that was most definitely not all fun and games. In fact, what happened that night was probably one of the most terrifying things that's ever happened to me, even if it did take me a little while to realize ever.
Okay, we got a little more charcoal.
Halloween of 2003. We're on the verge of being too old to trick or treat anymore. Thing considering most of our voices broken at the time. Us turning up at people's houses was less cute kids begging for sweets and more like moody teenagers sorting people out of their Haribo mint into the egging. People were generally pretty sound about it, and only
Oh, we got boats in this chest too, eh?
egg in anger. But there were many occasions where a homeowner would take a peek through the living room curtains before just refusing to get the door. And it's not like we could egg everyone. We only had a pack of 6 and had to use them sparingly. Fun fact, a lot of places around ours just refuse to sell teenage boys eggs during the Halloween season.
That's true.
As one bloke said to me, "You look like the type to take these home to Spanish omelet, do you, lad?" This point, well made. Point being, there came a point during the evening when we were pretty dismayed at the pathetically low amount of chocolate we'd managed to get on, which is what directly led 2 of us to make a huge error of judgment. So later on in the evening, maybe at about 9ish, we're in this fancier neighborhood near the river, knocking on house after house and generally getting the knockback from the owners, until we come to this one house, where an older guy actually answers the door with a smile. We give it the old trick-or-treat greeting, to which he responds by laughing warmly and giving us a little clap, which was unusual, but not entirely unwelcome. He starts telling us how not a single set of trick-or-treaters had knocked at his house all evening, and since he finds Halloween a great deal of fun, it had left him pretty dismayed. We get into a casual conversation about our costumes, who we were supposed to be and all that, and although I don't think he managed to pick up on a single reference, he was very complimentary. He then goes on to tell us that since it's getting late in the evening and he was unlikely to get anyone else calling at his house, that we were welcome to as much chocolate and sweets as we wanted. He told us that he'd stocked up on like a shed load of stuff, and he was going to get many house calls than he ended up getting, and since he was off to bed soon, he'd just help ourselves. Otherwise, all the chocolate would just end up sitting in his cupboards for a year.
Chocolate, all right.
It's year-old sweets come next Halloween. We basically hit the jackpot and think we could just rinse the old fellow of his sweets and up for the paltry amount we'd collected over what had been an unusually fruitless trick-or-treating session. Only, he said there was one small problem. Since he was getting on in years and didn't get out much, his oldest grown-up son
Like,
had
the
come
only
back to
problem
drop
is
off all
we
the
must
sweets
play a
along with his
game.
usual weekly shopping. Then, without having to
Very
follow
naughty
through,
game.
his son had put all the
We can
sweets
rip
in the
off his
top
job.
cupboard of his back pantry, one that was way too high for him to reach without doing his vacuum. If a couple of us were willing to reach the cupboards and take a few tins of
I'm
sweets for
stuck
the
behind a
process,
bamboo.
the sweets were ours. All of them. Now I know what you're thinking. Who in God's name is daft enough to just wander into a complete stranger's house in the middle of the night? Apparently we were. And I'll explain why. Firstly, we were in the middle. Us were big lads, hardly in a position not to defend ourselves. Secondly, this fellow seemed pretty old and infirm, hardly a big threat to us, especially since the 2 lads who volunteered to go inside to help him outnumbered him 2 to 1. And thirdly, the fact that one of us had managed to pilfer a bit of peach schnapps out of his parents' booze stash, which we promptly shared as soon as we were able, had seriously impaired our judgment. So pretty much as soon as the old bloke laid out the terms, 2 of us, Sam and Corky, volunteered to go inside and help the fellow get his soup, so we could get our sweets. They went inside. The old fellow shuts the door behind him after saying something about keeping the cold out, and we wait outside in the street, buzzing about having hit the chocolate jackpot. Like I mentioned, we were all pretty tipsy from having shared that bottle of booze, so we're just sitting on the stone wall outside the bloke's house, chatting up and waiting. A few minutes go by. Sam and Corky haven't appeared yet, but I think we're just in too high spirits to really notice. A few more minutes go by, and we start getting a little bit impatient. Why are we taking so long? It had gotten colder and colder as the night went on, and by that point it was actually starting to drizzle, and none of us fancied getting soaked on the walk back home. So one of us gets their phone out and starts trying to ring Sam and Corky on their mobiles, to which there was no response. We actually started cursing them out now, speculating that they were stashing some of those sweets away in their costumes or something so they don't have to share with the rest of us. The lad who tried to ring them does so again, shaking his head and getting annoyed as the rain started to get a bit heavier. Then, right at that moment, we hear a bang of something smashing against the wooden gate at the side of the old fellow's house. It was loud enough to make us all a jump, so we stand and turn around to see what could have made the noise. That's when I see Sam climbing over the wooden gate at the side of the house, like scrambling over it as fast as he could, looking like he'd seen a sodding ghost or something. We're all like, "What's going on, mate?" Watching him clambering over the wooden fencing near the back gate, before basically throwing himself over the other side and hitting the concrete driveway with a thud. God, the pure fear in his eyes when he started running down the driveway at us, shouting for us to run. We all start backing off, like getting ready to leg it, when Sam stops, turning back towards the house and saying something like, "God, Corky's still in there. Still bloody in there." Everyone starts asking him what just went on for him to come running out like that, but he doesn't respond. He just looks up towards the second floor of the house with a gasp. I turn to try to see what he's looking at, and watch as one of the top windows of the house opens up. It was one of those kinds that opens by, like, rotating from the bottom, like it didn't open like a door, but like a hatch, if that makes any sense. We can't really see what's behind it thanks to the darkness inside the room, but out of like nowhere, we just see Corky emerging from the window, climbing out backwards while gripping onto the ledge. He's trying to edge out, Tomb Raider style, so he can drop feet first into a section of flower beds that were very fortunately placed underneath the window. I say very fortunately because I'm not messing. It must have been a 15-foot drop from the second floor window, like at least 15 feet. Then as we're watching him do this, there's like a flash of movement in the room above Corky, who then screams this proper, horrible, blood-curdling scream before crashing into the flower beds beneath him. He fell so awkwardly, too, like the first thought was that he had to have broken something having fallen that distance in such a way. So I start rushing toward him to help him up and get him moving, but to my surprise, he just bounces back up out of the flower bed and starts legging it down the driveway towards us. That same horrible look of fear on his face that Sam had. Then, that was that. We just bailed, sprinting as fast as we could down this long, dark road that led towards the river, not stopping until we reached the promenade, which was lit up in this ominous, pumpkin orange streetlight glow. Pretty apt for Halloween, right? Not that it had occurred to me until months after. Only when we were certain we were a safe distance away from the bloke's house did we stop to catch our breath. But it didn't take long for those of us that had waited outside to demand to know what had happened. Only then did we see the blood pouring out of Corky's head. From a cut so deep, we could actually see this pale bit of tissue in the orange light, which turned out to be one of his actual bones. The old fella had stabbed at his hand as he'd been hanging from the window frame, and that's what caused him to scream and drop. I remember Sam just sitting down on the concrete near the railings, with his head in his hands, trying to fight back tears. I couldn't quite tell, but it was Corky that spoke up first. "Fella pulled a knife on us. Got us into the back pantry and pulled a freaking knife on us," he said, hands on his knees, still panting. "Do like his phone. It was a taser, lad. He had a bloody taser, and my auntie had one that looked exactly like it. I know it anywhere." Sam interrupted. We were all just in shock and listened as they went on to describe how the nice old fellow we thought we were dealing with turned out not to be so nice or so old at all. Corky told us as soon as he had gotten them into the back pantry, he'd risen up from behind, all hunched over, and started to move a bit more limberly, which is right when Corky said he'd started to get the creeps, realizing that something wasn't right
The
about the bloke.
Corky.
The
Time I
old
hear
bloke
Corky,
pointed
I
at the
think of
cupboard where the creeps
that
were, told Sam and
Life
Corky
Goes
to
On
help
show.
themselves, then just sort of disappeared after telling them that he'd be back in a minute. The cupboard was apparently so high up that Sam had to give Corky a boost up to actually open it, and when they did actually open it, there was nothing inside at all. No soup, no sweets, no nothing. Then the next thing they knew, the fella was blocking the exit pantry, holding a knife and what was, according to Sam, definitely a taser, and was ordering each of them to go upstairs. But that's not all. Apparently, when the fella turned up again, he was bollock naked, with only his shoes and socks on. We didn't get all the grim details out of either of them for a few months, but apparently the fella wasn't suffering from any dysfunction, if you catch my drift. They said they'd listened to him at first, heading towards the staircase before they attempted to escape, with Sam heading out the back door, into the yard, and over the fence. The Corky was sort of trapped on the stairs with the bloke blocking his escape, so as I mentioned,
He was gonna butt fuck
he had
him.
to run upstairs, find a front-facing window, and just...
This is a scary ass Halloween story. Like some old psycho trying to butt fuck everybody, promise him candy. That's when all the parents come by and Freddy Krueger your ass.
He wanted to give him a good buggering.
Like, hey, you like gasoline? You like being duct taped in your basement and covered in gasoline?
Oh, sounds so kinky.
Here, hold on. Somebody glue the fedora to his head. This is gonna be funny.
I remember the lad was about to phone the police, just stopping dead, thinking about it for a second.
Damn, that is a demanding kitty.
Thinking of booze versus the word of one sweet old man who's a threat to anyone at all. It'd be an open and shut case for the police, or at least that's what he got into our heads. I'm sure there's people who might read knowing there was having evidence in our favor, or I don't know, something to prove we weren't lying. But I suppose we'll never really know, since we didn't act on it. Yeah. We stayed away from the neighborhood for years. Eventually managed to get it to enact some kind of revenge, but
We burned his house down.
a young couple lived
And they died. They were dead.
being long gone. We didn't get any closure at all. But closure is overrated. A lot to be said for the power of just ending, you know? But yeah, anyway.
Damn, it feels like I've melted.
So I'll wrap it up. Story of the scariest thing that ever happened to me or anyone I know during Halloween. Honestly, probably the most disturbing thing to happen to me in my entire life.
Yeah, you almost got bicycle shopped. You get that reference, right?
Not really, but I thought
Different
it sounded
strokes.
funny. Oh,
Bicycle shop.
Dude, shit, that episode.
He's gonna try to rape Gary Coleman.
Fuck. No, was it
Gary?
Gary Coleman or his buddy? I
Raped by
thought
an angel. Both of them. You want
it
both
was.
of them.
Yeah, he wanted both of them. He like baited his buddy with ice cream. Dude, so fucked up. What are you doing? Is that you?
Yep.
What are you
Get up, get up. That's what I was doing.
You jerk.
Let's get this fucking bridge finished, Lindsay.
Yes,
We're in a good
Jesse, let's
spot right now.
do this. Let's do this.
The only thing is we don't have the bucket anymore to get down and up easy. Because, like, I wanted the lava. Wait a minute. I could go get a cauldron and put the lava in a cauldron.
Smart thinking.
Like most kids, going to that house after they've been told to buzz off year after year, but we grew to kind of relish the confrontation in a way. Like, it's not like the mom who used to answer the exactly where it was each year. Different stuff. We just got a kick out of seeing her get increasingly irate as the years went by. And in particular, she gets really, really angry with us knocking.
Took quite a hit, didn't you there, Jesse? Yeah. Ooh, I like the bedding on this one. I like the color. Nice red color.
You see, we were heavy on the street side.
Oh yeah, what am I doing? I've got torches.
Bamboo.
Oh yeah, getting bamboo.
Yeah, don't put down too many torches. Like, there's way too many torches. Like, half as many. Only put them where you need them.
Are these
Because
too
we're just
many, or
trying.
is this spaced out? Right. Okay.
Like, this is okay, but, like, over here, this is too many. You know what I mean?
Okay. Right.
Because it's like,
I
you could
gotcha.
see. Like, just get a dark part when you're building a new space, or a new
Mhm.
part of the bridge. Let it get
Mhm.
dark. And just put it far enough away to light up everything. Far enough away to light up everything.
Fair enough.
I was like, this is just I don't know how this bridge is going to turn out, or what we're going to do with it, but it's not like a fancy bridge like near the castle, you know?
Right.
The castle one is like opulent,
I guess I
what is it,
was thinking.
opulence?
I guess I was thinking
That's the word?
the more illuminated the bridge is, the less monsters show up.
Yeah, it only has to be like this far apart, or a little bit more even. You'll see the shadows fall.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen where the shadows fall. Usually I'm
I'm
just
gonna
like,
go check
okay,
the chicken
it's
machine.
like,
Actually,
okay,
I'm
it's a
moving
little too
stuff
dark.
into the chests over again. That's what I've been doing.
I've been just trying to cut down as much bamboo and, just craft more planks. Which reminds me, how much? Yeah, I don't nearly have enough. Got plenty of torches for now. I just need to pick up some more bamboo. Yeah, it might be a good idea to go back down towards the chicken machine. Usually the bamboo grow pretty quick over there.
I run back and start begging the stop, and he points the gun right at me. At which point I literally pee my pants.
I literally pee my pants. Don't tell people that, stupid.
No kidding. Why
You
would
look
you
like
tell
an
people?
idiot.
Why would you tell
I
people you pee your
just feel like,
pants?
look, I was just like not even gonna stop, so I just pissed all over myself and kept going. Pissed all over.
No, please don't. We're sorry. We're really sorry.
It's like only like that's a feminist thing to do. Oh,
Is
I'll piss my
it?
pants. Maybe then the fucking bad guy won't want to try to kill me or rape me. So I'm gonna piss my pants. Yeah, that's gonna work. Uh-huh.
I should waste you right here and now. And all this other stuff. That's my young friend basically bawling. It was horrifying. Actually horrifying. Scarier than any horror movie. Scarier than any super costume or Halloween decoration. Sick,
Okay,
horrifying,
so
possibly
eight more,
terrifying.
eight more
I mean, I
pieces of
really did think
chicken
that I was about to straight up kill my friend in front of me.
have popped in the
But
chest.
didn't
That's
take long
good.
until two. One guy does something to the pistol, cocks it back, throws a
Ow.
bullet to my friend's face again. I'm screaming, don't kill him, over and over. Then he pulls the trigger. But there's no bang. There's just a click. Even the click was enough to send my friend into absolute spasm, terror and wailing. I didn't know anything about guns at the time, and I really did think he'd done whatever you do to prep the thing to fire. I think I was just too terrified to see or realize that what the guy had done, what he must have done thinking about in retrospect, is eject the clip, clear the chamber, then dry fire the pistol face, making it look like freedom, but actually not doing so at all.
It is pretty funny.
So once we were getting broken, once we were too scared to do it, stand or lie there, bawling
Of
into our
course
hands,
you'd find
Lee
it.
says something about and walks off up the street.
Yeah, what's the lesson there? Exactly. Precisely. Can we be specific? What is the lesson? The pissing yourself lesson? Is that the lesson?
Like, why? Just no, why? I can't. I just can't.
Precisely.
Precisely. Like, I'm just gonna go ahead and pee all over myself just because I can.
kids who were angering this guy or deliberately targeting them for not being the help spirit. But I don't think we deserve that. No one does. I mean, this lone
Oh, you
guy
deserved it.
suspected of tweeting
He deserved it.
in the middle of the street.
Look, it was a mock execution. You didn't get executed. Quit fucking whining.
Really told his parents
Be a
everything
bitch.
that happened. Needless, cops got involved, and the whole
Needless
thing
to
got
say.
way messy for a while. Catching fire. And we got visits from the cops too to warn us about playing pranks like that.
He's like, look, some
Well,
people will fucking kill
this is
you,
like
kid.
30 years
He's like,
ago.
yeah, I am aware of that now. He's like, now I
A detailed
understand.
picture of the laws that were broken in there. Technically, we were trespassing on property, breaking a bunch of other nothing, and my friend had no clue.
I can understand in the moment of fear where you would probably shit yourself.
But since he did trauma work
Maybe piss yourself.
thing, he managed to pick up charges. And for a while,
Yo, this Pineapple Express is pretty damn good.
financially, so from what I remember, they lawyered up the national sentence. Although I do know the guy was banned from owning firearms in my home state, which I suppose was a win for us in some respects. But the lasting effects of that night stayed for a long time. I've had a severe fear of firearms ever since. Like I can watch
I
movies with
run
guns
China.
myself, but
I Winnie the
What?
Pooh.
something about it just isn't
What the heck?
some reason.
Is that who you were dressed as when you teabagged me?
Yeah.
Fucking Winnie the
Yeah,
Pooh
my guy's
teabag.
gonna like starve to death. I don't even want to walk back to the chicken thing. It's so far away.
Calling me more than
Like
once
it's far
because
away.
it assumes I get all nervous because I have something in my car that I shouldn't have. I'm sure you guys can't blame me, right? That night was one of the most traumatic of my entire life. Perhaps the most traumatic. And I'm sure you won't be surprised to hear that it was the last time I went trick-or-treating. Like, sure, my parents banned me from ever going again, but even if they didn't, I never wanted to be out on Halloween night. Ever. Again. I hate Halloween. I'm sorry. I know that makes me sound like a proper buzzkill, but I have to be honest. Halloween is without a doubt my least favorite night of the year. And I really hate how it's gone from just one night of it to like an entire month of dumb and spooky fun. But I promise it's not just me being a killjoy. For me, it stems from a deeply personal experience with people who didn't just see ghosts and ghouls as some harmless form of autumn entertainment. Let me explain. I was born in Yorkshire, here in the UK, but my parents are from Libya in North Africa. I'm sure I don't have to explain much about the recent situation in Libya, as it's been in the news an awful lot over the past 9 years or so. But I think there's a lot about Libyan and Arab culture in general that a lot of people don't know about, especially when it comes to things that have pre-Islamic origins, since the religion has pretty much come to dominate any news or discussion when it comes to the Arab world. One of these things is the concept of jinn. Jinn is a term used to describe
Oh,
spirits
genies.
or
Genies and
supernatural
bomb and shit.
creatures
Yep,
that
that's
exist
Arabs to me.
Gee.
responsible for
Huh?
misfortune, possession, and diseases.
There they are.
The word comes from the root word jinn, which means to adapt. The difference
Jinns
between
are elemental
good
creatures that
and
existed
evil
before
and
time.
can sometimes be
They're pretty
conflict.
cool and they're made of
Jimmy.
In
fire.
pre-Islamic literature, jinn can be summoned and bound to a sorcerer who can then manipulate their power to their own advantage. Jinn are assumed to be able to appear in shapes of various animals such as scorpions, cats, owls, or even donkeys. Dogs are another animal associated with jinn, especially black dogs, which explains why a lot of Muslims fear of dogs. Jinn are also commonly associated with the wind, often appearing in mists or sandstorms as shadowy ghosts with no individual structure. Now, having grown up in the UK, I don't really believe in any of that stuff. I studied medicine at uni,
But this,
studied
but
rational
this one
chemistry,
Arab guy
and wrote
tried to
mental
cut my
illness and
hands off.
biochemical
Totally unrelated. It just I don't know what was wrong with him.
To my parents, or some of my other extended family who legit believe that certain illnesses or mental disorders are caused by being possessed by jinn or tormented by shaitan, the word we use for demons or devils. So
Ooh,
a few
now
years
we
ago,
got
my mom started to suffer from a deep,
2
almost
stacks,
human depression.
164 and 110 of
Well, we
the
get her an appointment with
cheeky
a
on.
psychologist or therapist
Get a
who
while the
would
hot.
start doing all kinds of ancient rituals on her to remove the jinn from her body. In short, my aunts had someone perform a bloody Islamic exorcism on my mom, and having to witness it was honestly one of the worst chapters of our life, which, coincidentally enough, also happened to occur during the month of October.
Makes sense.
And I remember like it was
Mm-hmm.
Your
yesterday.
mom knew how to do
I
Halloween,
remember
bro.
driving back from my aunt's finding that
Just like
first thing
fuck
on
you,
following
Jesse.
me.
You
I
Jesse.
didn't check the
I've
entire
heard that a
time because
lot.
I
Fuck
knew
you,
that I would
Jesse.
probably
Fuck you,
see some
Jesse.
shit on
Or
her.
hey, fuck you.
I remember the look my mom gave
Hey,
me when I
fuck you.
suggested that
Fuck
That's what I
I
call the
you.
realization. Fuck
maybe
you.
wasn't the most effective form of
When you
treatment.
realize what I just
I
said
invited my mom
and
to
how it
our
affects
actual
you
house.
personally.
I mean, some of the time when practical things who, medically speaking, didn't know their butts from their elbows, but you don't speak to your elders like that.
Sure you
Not in my culture. They scouted me,
do. You gotta tell
told me
people
I was
how it
straying
is.
from Islam, and that I had to basically get my head together and stop thinking like an English girl, even though that's exactly what I was.
Why are all these
And I feel
female
like I should
roles
make it clear that I love my
narrated by
heritage and I
men?
love my religion.
I
But
don't
that
Fucking,
doesn't
it
mean
kills my
I
know.
suspended
forget about
disbelief every
myself.
time. It's like
For real,
I'm a
like,
frightened little
People.
girl.
But
It's like,
now,
no, you're
some
not.
aspects of my
You're a dude,
culture
bro.
really annoy me.
dude, brah.
Misogyny is one thing. All those old bearded wankers telling us girls what we can and
Probably an
cannot do,
Oh,
AI.
those
or being
old
told
bearded
to fend for
wankers.
themselves. But the anti-science thing is just on another level, and it baffles me.
Yo, it's
On the
crazy
one
how
hand,
some of the
I admire
AI
some
voices
of the
are
most
sounding pretty
sophisticated
good.
societies on the face of the earth.
Like some of them AI
But
voices that
somehow I
that
just went
mimic
completely
other celeb
downhill.
voices.
I
Oh yeah,
digress.
deepfakes.
Uh-huh,
One
the
evening,
deep yeah.
pretty much my
That's
whole
it's a
family
little
gathered in my
frightening how
parents' house when
accurate
a sheik
they're starting
arranged
to
to perform the
sound.
exorcism. From what I gathered, the whole
Guys, like
process was
it's
divided into
like
three stages,
we're gonna
and
be
it
living
would
in the
take place
world of
over a
Running
week
Man before we know
of
it.
a few days.
Like shit,
The
that's
first
fucking
stage
scary.
involved removing all forms of distraction from the living quarters of the possessed person. The sheik, with the help of my aunts, removed anything musical from my mom's room, so all the CDs, the stereo, and my mom's flute, which is like a little Arabic guitar or mandolin type thing, which she always loved to play for me and my sisters when we were kids. They then took away all of her jewelry and stuff. Basically, anything pretty had to be purged from their room, which obviously my mom found really upsetting since she took a lot of comfort in the things that reminded her of home. The sheik then told my mom and the rest of my
The
family everything
chic?
that was about to happen was the will of Allah, and that he was merely there as a kind of go-between, a mediator of sorts. The second stage, and perhaps the most disturbing for me, was when the sheik tried to actually communicate with the possessing spirit directly. Something came over my mom as he started to do this. At the end of the day, she believed in the process too, and she played right into his hands, saying some really horrible, perturbing stuff about being full of hate and loving the process of slowly killing the woman the thing was possessing. My aunt howled when they heard her talk like that. My sisters cried, and my dad had to leave the room to keep himself from showing the women of the family that he was about to burst into tears himself. When my
Jesus, it's
aunt started screaming, so
sunset
did my mom. The
again.
cacophony of wailing and crying coming from that room that evening was horrendous, and for months I used to hear it in my nightmares. The sheik demanded to know the most inappropriate things from my mom, the kind of thing a person is never supposed to ask another unless they're actually really, really intimate with them. It was absolutely disgusting, and in those moments I hated that man. I think I still do. The third stage took place the following day. The sheik came and cleaned the room down with the help of my aunts. Then they used a mixture of honey and water to wash my mom down with, and a kind of purification ritual that would cleanse her body and soul of any sin. She was utterly exhausted by that point. I'm also certain she hadn't eaten a thing in about 3 days and had barely drank any water. She looked terrible, and I was so scared she was going to die as a result of the stress and deprivation. Then, after the sheik put his white-gloved hand on her head and recited a few verses from the Quran, it was all over. He packed up his things as my aunts thanked him, then he left. My mom was fixed. Only she wasn't fixed. Not at all. She's never really gotten better, and for a long time I think that exorcism bollocks only made her worse. Yeah, religion helped her. Praying and believing helped her to get a little bit better, but not anything that old wanker did to her ever made her remotely better. I suppose that's why I hate Halloween so much. I had to spend the rest of October listening to stories about demons and spirits, seeing people make light out of a subject that had given my family and I so much pain and torment. Because as I said, for some people, ghosts and ghouls and goblins are just something make-believe that bring a bit of light entertainment once a year, or from my weirdo boyfriend all year round. But for some people, they're very, very real.
The boogeyman is real, I tell you.
My name is Rosa. I live up near Edinburgh in Scotland, and this is the true story of the scariest thing that's ever happened to me on Halloween. I'm going back a few years, but on Halloween night, the Cinema Society at our uni decided to put on an outdoor showing of that movie, Alien. I'd not seen it before, but a few of my pals said it was good, and since we were too old for trick-or-treating, but too young to go out drinking, that would be a way to have a good time without spending too much money. So we had an alright time watching the film and all of that. It wasn't as good as my pals had made it out, but it was still pretty enjoyable. Only the whole time, this guy in the same row as me keeps looking in my direction. You know, like when you can see the shape of someone's face in your peripheral vision when they're staring at you. Yeah, that. I gave him a few looks as if to say, "What are you looking at?" But that didn't put him off. He kept staring for like the entire time the film was going on. He seemed a wee bit older than me, with dark hair and quite a plain face, and he had a t-shirt with a little character wearing a blue and yellow jumpsuit type thing that was giving a thumbs up. I'm pretty sure it was from a video game, but I'm not sure which one. Anyway, when the film was over and me and my friends were walking back towards the bus stop, this car pulls up next to us really fast before slamming on the brakes. Then the same fellow jumps out of the car, the one with the video game t-shirt, and tries to actually drag me inside. I absolutely raged and started scratching and biting him, while my mates went mental too, scratching, punching him until he gave up, jumping in his car and driving off. We tried to take pictures of the number plates and all that, but they were too blurry to make anything out, so we had nothing to tell the police apart from a rough, physical description. I don't think anything happened as a result of my complaint, like the police never got back in touch with me. As scary as this whole thing was, I don't think it compares to the fact that the weirdo who tried to actually kidnap me that night is still out there. It's probably only a matter of time before he tries something like that again. Only the next time, the girl might not be so lucky.
You wake up and a brand new day's begun. You turn your shower on and it doesn't run. You gotta call 844-501 when the water doesn't flow. That's terrible.
I think for any American teenager, starting high school has to be one of the most stressful, daunting experiences of their entire education. But for me, it was particularly rough. You see, I was a real late bloomer, still very much a squeaker by the time I got to be a freshman. While the boys my age were getting growth spurts and sprouting facial hair, I could easily have still passed for like 11 or 12. I mean, I got caught up eventually, don't get me wrong, but there are pictures of me from back then that my current roommate has seen, and he jokes that I had the body of an anorexic bikini model. I'd like to argue to the contrary, but honestly, that's not far off. So unfortunately, I was an obvious target for bullying seniors, the worst of which was this big slab of meat with red hair named Josh. Josh used to push me into lockers on a daily basis like, "Are you sure you're old enough to be here, short stuff?" and I was in absolutely no position to be able to defend myself. So this goes on for like a month, and each time I get sicker and sicker of how he's treating me. It's not like I was a total pushover either. Despite my small stature, I'd managed to deter any potential middle school bullies by being something of a pint-sized brawler. Even if you don't quite win a fight, you can still inflict a fair amount of damage, and after that, suddenly they don't want the smoke anymore. So it was honestly only a matter of time before I snapped at Josh. Sure, he was bigger than me, but I was about perfectly positioned to nail one good punch to the balls, and after that, there was little chance he would lay hands on me again. Anyway, it's getting closer and closer to Halloween, and some of the bullying is getting pretty intense, and I said, each time something happens, I get more and more furious. Up until the point where, on the morning of Halloween, me and my friends are talking about going trick-or-treating that evening, swapping costume ideas and stuff, when Josh appears, like, out of nowhere and starts verbally pounding on us about how we're such a bunch of nerds. I think it was how he was trying to show me up in front of my friends that really did it. I just couldn't stand the thought of losing face in front of them, so I clapped back with like, yeah, but your mom loves it when I dress up for her. Josh just stops dead, like this blank expression on his face. My buddies are all laughing like, got him, and I'm half expecting Josh to start trying to pummel on me, but he doesn't move. He just stares off into the near distance for like a full minute while I look back at him in confusion. Then, without a word in reply, Josh just storms off without so much as looking at us. But before he disappears around the corner, he full-on throws a right hook into a locker so hard he put a dent in the thing. Like boom, punches it so loud a teacher comes out from her class, screaming and asking what was that. It felt kind of good knowing I'd gotten him so mad, even if I probably would end up suffering for it. But just how much I'd suffer for it, I had absolutely no idea. So cut to like an hour or two later, we're all having lunch, sitting around the tables just minding our own business. One by one, seniors start coming up to our table like, did you really say that stuff to Josh about his mom? When I say yes, they're all like, wow, dude, just wow. Walking away, shaking their heads and laughing. This happens like a bunch of times too, and at first I think they're just impressed that I flamed the bully so hard, but there's something else there too. Something that kind of piqued my curiosity. So, in the end, when this one senior kid asks what I'd said, I stopped and was like, why is this such a big deal? The guy had it coming. Yeah, but you brought up his mom, the kid replied, like it wasn't what kids always bring up against each other when they're trading insults. So what? Your mama jokes are like old news by now. The kid then looks at me like I just told him I thought the earth was flat. Dude, Josh's mom died over summer break. Sudden cancer diagnosis or something. Brutal. It's hard to even sum up the mix of emotions I felt in that moment. Like I felt like a douche. Bully or no bully, that must be one of the worst things that can ever happen to a person, and to remind him of it made me feel terrible. Then, having not known, that just made me feel so out of the loop. Like an outsider or something. Like I had no place being there, which was already bad enough considering my physique. But what really overwhelmed me was the fear I felt, knowing I had made him so unbelievably furious. The locker punch suddenly made all the sense in the world, and I imagined the kind of revenge I'd personally want if someone made fun of my dead mom like that. Suddenly a few crotch punches didn't seem like such an effective deterrent. Josh would be wanting to tear me apart. I managed to duck him for the rest of the day. For a while, I was actually debating whether or not I should actually just bite the bullet and apologize to him. A little empathy might have been good for all involved, and it's not like I would be doing so just to save my own skin, like I genuinely felt bad about having said what I said. But I guess I was just too cowardly to actually seek him out, and doing so seemed like a dumb move on my part when it would just be easier to ninja around school and bail when the final bell rang, which is exactly what I did. Then just headed home in the hopes that a little trick-or-treating fun would be exactly what I needed to take my mind off the whole thing. Besides, it was a Friday, and whatever was going to happen over the mom insult fiasco was at least going to have to wait until Monday. I'd gotten myself what was essentially a stay of execution. But like I said, that night was Halloween, and me and a few buddies had planned on going trick-or-treating together. It was a good time. I mean, anything involving free candy always makes for a good time, right? The night was going smoothly, right up until we stop at a crosswalk where this car is pulling up. The car stops, and we step out into the street as we start to walk in front of it. Then, right as we're on a level heading with it, one of my buddies is like, "Don't look, dude," under his breath, nudging me and pointing towards the car.
Damn, it's the last of that
And
sword.
naturally, I look. Big mistake. Because who sat in the driver's seat of that car cruising around on Halloween night with his buddies? Of all the people on the face of Earth that I really, really didn't want to run into that evening, it had to be them sitting in their car at the crosswalk. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It was the slab of meat, Josh. And right then, as I'm perfectly positioned in front of his car, we lock eyes with one another. Obviously, I'm wearing a costume, but no mask. So although it takes him a minute of being like, "Why does this little runt seem familiar to me?" he does actually recognize who I am. Now, I knew he was going to be mad, but I didn't expect him to be this mad. Because as soon as it hits him that it's me walking in front of the car, he guns his engine and just lurches forward, actually trying to straight up run me and my friends over. We manage to run out of the way just in time, and he heads up the street while onlookers are like, "Oh God, did you see that? Those poor kids almost got hit," and stuff, while we watch from the sidewalk as he does a very illegal U-turn before coming right back at us.
Jesus.
We just start running down the sidewalk, trying our very best to escape, but the dude was in his car,
Yeah.
so we stood absolutely no chance of getting away from him. Josh just guns it past us, cutting off our route of escape, then jumps out of the car to give chase. He was a big dude, but Jesus Christ was he fast. But needless to say, he catches up to me in like no time at all and just tackles me down onto the sidewalk. But as you can probably guess, Josh then proceeds to beat the goo out of me, with me shouting, I'm sorry, I didn't know," the whole time. Like he's just raining blows down on me, kicking me while I'm balled up on the sidewalk. When I hear something I still feel kind of conflicted about. He's grunting and cursing at me for a while, but then I hear something else. He's like whimpering or something as he's hitting me. Then his voice starts to break while he's calling me all kinds of names, and I come to realize that he's actually crying. It was weird. I could have at least tried to get up and make a run for it, but I didn't. I just shut up and let him wail on me for a while because honestly, I felt like I kind of deserved it. I know that probably sounds really dumb. He was a bully. He's probably still a bully now, but yeah, there it is. I just felt really, really sorry for the guy. No one deserves to lose their mom like that. No one. He only stops beating on me when he's actually full-on ugly crying, then he heads back to his car and just drives off into the night. My trick-or-treating partners had long since ran off, leaving me alone and bloodied on the sidewalk, trying and failing a few times to find my feet. I mean, I didn't blame them. Hearing that car engine revving behind us was one of the scariest experiences of our lives, but yeah, I was all alone at that point. So like I said, it took me a while to be able to stand up enough to start my walk home. But not until I gathered up some of the candy that had spilled out of my sack during the beatdown, which was going to be badly needed for some soul soothing that night. I snuck in, dodged my parents, and told them the next morning that my bruises were just down to us play fighting and trying the kind of stuff that you don't try at home was all about. Mom was mad, but it meant I didn't have to tell them something that I was deeply ashamed of. Yeah, maybe it was like an unprovoked thing. Just Josh being the monster that he was. I'd have to tell them the truth, but given the circumstances, it'd probably come out that I had insulted this kid's dead mom, in which case, I wouldn't have a leg to stand on. But there it is. It was the scariest thing to happen to me for that Halloween and really any Halloween to come after. And the bullying didn't stop, but then again, when does it ever? this isn't just my scariest trick-or-treating story. This is the story of the scariest thing that has ever happened to me in my entire life. It's not some dumb story about ghosties or ghoulies or anything supernatural like that. It's something very real and very tangible that left me seriously messed up for a long, long time. My parents arranged counseling sessions for me to help deal with it, and
Well, that's just this
let's say
kind of story
those
we
did
wanted.
help a little, but what happened on Halloween night has stayed
So
with
that's
me
just
for
the
my
kind
whole
of story
life,
we wanted.
and every single year, without fail, I think about it a little. Like a lot of suburban neighborhoods,
Would you like the tea, little man?
decorations have become something of an art. I remember when decorations were fun to just walk in and get a few things pinned to a front door. But now it's a whole different ballgame. With lots of orange-colored decor, the occasional roof being covered in a spiderweb type thing. Things have gotten pretty intense too. Like last year, I saw someone actually install green lawn to make a wave type thing that had a skeletal hand sticking out of it. It had been that way for a few years. So now my story begs the question. Maybe a friend of mine wandering around our
Well, just wandering around. Nothing to do because it's Halloween, but we're not getting candy. We're just fucking with people and trying to cause a weird story to happen. We're exposition.
how much effort they put into it. And if they were so into Halloween that they go to such lengths to decorate their home, there was a decent chance that they'd be incredibly generous giving out candy.
True that.
So me and my buddies started walking up their pathway, all slow, just admiring all the decor as we went. Things got progressively spookier as we went, but nothing could compare to the
Spookier.
scene we saw as we got close to the front door, and that buddy of mine spied through the front window of the house. Inside, the entire front room had been turned into a pure vision of hell. This family was indeed the most dedicated set of Halloween decorators we'd ever come across. It appeared that they set up an actual sort of murder scene. The whole room was trashed, with ornaments strewn over the room, china plates smashed to smithereens with pieces laying all over the
We
carpet.
just murdered somebody for Halloween. We just thought it'd be easier.
Splashed all over the carpet, handprints on the walls, and in the middle of the room,
I call it that. What do they call it? A geek squad?
Geek
Guy came
squad.
right over. He came right over. Then we just murdered him. Now we got Halloween right here. Everybody come on in, take a picture. No, not you, officer.
Like I've always been something of a scary movie fan.
Get your goddamn hands off me.
To look at it for very long, so I moved up to the front door and began ringing the doorbell. I rang once, then twice, but no one answered. And all the while, my buddy's just front window, white as a sheet. I tried a third time, banging on the door extra loud, just in case the doorbell happened to be broken or something. And still, my buddy is just gawking through the front window. I remember him saying something like, "God, it just looks so real." Before I finally walk over and start trying to drag him away from the window before he vomited or something.
Before he vomited or something. Okay.
Yeah, or something.
What?
Something like
Okay,
that.
what was he doing that wasn't vomiting?
Only right as I'm doing so, I happen to look through the window.
Like, was he gagging on a dick or something? Like.
Oh.
In walked a man who looked like he'd been crying. That's a whole
Exactly.
lot too.
He even cried. He got choked.
We're only peeking in from the edge of the window, so he didn't see us right away. We watched as he walks over to the mannequin thing.
I mean, you asked him.
He reaches out to touch the face of the thing, and that's when I see how he's got these rubber gloves on too, the kind you use for walking.
Ooh. Oh
He
my.
didn't want to get corn syrup blood or whatever it was on his hands, and
I get it, man. Like,
get it, man.
I mean, that's real dedication to ruin your own upholstery, all in the name of Halloween decorations. That's when it hits me. We're not looking at Halloween decorations. The body lying on the carpet isn't a man.
Those aren't Halloween decorations.
It's real blood.
Oh my God, it's real blood.
We're not looking at a decorative setup. We're looking at an actual murder scene.
Dun dun dun.
like I said, it was easier.
Dude, loud enough for the guy inside to hear.
Dude,
The
look at
camera
all the
spins towards the
blood,
window,
dude.
these big tear-stained eyes just focusing on the little spot we're peering in from. And the sad look in his eyes turns to one of pure shock and anger. We lock eyes for a moment, and I feel my heart rate go into overdrive, 1,000 terrified thoughts flashing my mind all at once. Then the man is up on his feet, storming at the TV room and towards what I could only guess was the front door. Me and my buddy just sprint back down the path, running as fast as we can as we hear the front door open up behind us. I look back briefly to see the man, clothes soaked in blood, chasing us out into the dark street. He was bigger than us, faster than us, and had absolutely no intention of letting us get away to report what we'd seen. I can't even describe the kind of fear that I felt, knowing it was only a matter of seconds before he caught up with us. And when he did, we'd probably suffer the same fate as whoever it was lying on the carpet back in his house. But as luck would have it, the streets were still pretty busy with trick-or-treaters at that hour, and he must have realized that chasing
Carrie's
a
a
pair of
cat.
kids still
Yo,
covered in
Carrie's a
blood
cat.
wouldn't arouse way too much suspicion. Even if it
Oh,
was
mine likes to
Halloween,
bite me.
or might mistake the real blood for fakery.
I'll just be petting her, and then she'll just grab my arm and give it a little shake. I'm like, really? You think you're a
All the
dog?
way back to my parents' house where we begged them to call the police. At first, my parents figured that our imaginations had just gotten the better of us and dismissed our claims that we'd seen an actual murder scene as pure fantasy. In the end, my dad insisted on seeing the scene for himself before calling the cops out. And even if the idea of going back there sent me into fits of terror, he wouldn't take no for an answer. I had horrible visions of the bloodied man just sticking a shotgun through his front door and blowing my dad away so there'd be no witnesses. In the whole walk around the murder house, I was absolutely terrified. But as we got closer, we started to see a bunch of blue flashing lights. It was only then that Dad actually took me seriously. And as we edged around a corner and saw a bunch of cop cars sitting outside the murder house, he realized that I'd been telling the truth. I figured someone who saw him chasing us briefly had the wherewithal to call the police before us, and I thank God that they did, because I don't know if I'd even be writing this if we'd actually been able to walk back up that pathway and back toward
Time to
the
heat
house.
up some food.
It was all over the papers for the next few days. How this guy had stabbed his wife to death, and rumors went round that he'd found out that she was cheating or something. But I never really got if it was confirmed or not, so only God knows what actually caused him to snap and murder her. Like I said, I had to have a great deal of therapy throughout my teenage years to help me get over what I saw that night, and for a long, long time, I saw that body in my nightmares. And the worst of them, me and my buddy would be looking through the window, and the body would rise up into a sitting position before the woman screamed to us to help her, blood pouring from her cut-up mouth as she did so. In some others, the guy would catch us, drag us back into the house, then lay us on the carpet next to the body before taking it to us one at a time. It took a while, but I got past it. Yet Halloween remains a time of year when I can't quite keep those memories out of my head. A time of year when others pretend to be haunted by ghosts and whatnot, whereas I'm actually haunted by the sight of that poor woman, lying on the carpet, covered in blood.
What's more interesting than seeing dead bodies is seeing people that you think are going to die and then they don't. It's just like, damn, you survived that shit?
We've just gotten done watching that Rob Zombie remake of Halloween at a local movie theater, having been snuck into a showing of it by my older sister's boyfriend, even though we were way too young to be in there. It's not a brilliant movie, I guess.
Well, that's being generous. It's not a brilliant movie. No shit.
Yeah, no shit. You know, I appreciate
Was going to be walking the streets in their spookiest costumes.
it.
Streets that were decked out in decorations so lavish that it'd make even the wealthiest
Can't
theme
really
park
make a
blush.
movie to save his life. I
Parents
mean, he
on Saturday seemed
tries.
to turn the whole thing
I don't
into
know what's the
something of
deal
a
with that.
competition, which made for a very, very
I've
spectacular
heard the
night.
Devil's Rejects is actually
Needless
pretty
to say,
decent.
we were
Oh,
pumped.
there.
We all make
That's
our way
it.
back to our
I've only
various
seen
parents'
House of a
homes.
And the
Thousand
continuity
Corpses.
between them doesn't make any sense because they just add family members whenever they need them.
Undead shuffle around the neighborhood.
Well, is
We
Devil's
eventually
Rejects,
gain
is that
some
supposed to
lights
be
by
a
the way.
House of
I
a
think it's
Thousand
fair to
Corpses
describe
sequel?
the kind of youthful excitement that possessed us
Certainly
Yeah.
seems like it, because you got
Yeah.
Spalding and,
And since our costumes were tip-top, we absolutely cleaned up
Baby,
and
whatever her name is, and then,
next weekly call dad gave us a few extra
was it
handfuls
Rufus,
because we're just
is it
so
Rufus
excited
T.
to be
Firefly? I'm
trick-or-treating.
trying to remember,
At one point,
Bill
Otis.
Mosley.
one of my
Otis,
friends hid
okay.
just out of view from the door of the house that we knocked on.
Funny,
Mom
Rufus
and
T.
dad took
Firefly
a
and
hand to
Captain
the door,
Spaulding were,
smiling and wishing us an
Groucho
enthusiastic
Marx
happy
characters.
Halloween after we gave them our best trick-or-treat.
That's why I named them that.
Then,
Mm-hmm.
just as
I
our
thought that was
mother gave
funny.
us a handful of fun-sized candy bars, my friend jumps out at them from around the corner, wearing his awesome-looking werewolf mask and makes the loudest
Yeah,
howling
Captain
noise you've
Spaulding
ever
is
wished
from
to hear
Animal
from a
Crackers, and
14-year-old
then
kid
Rufus
whose
T. Firefly is
voice
Duck
hadn't
Soup.
quite dropped yet. The dad of the couple is
Probably two of
actually
my
still
favorite
to this
Marx Brothers
day,
movies.
backing off from the doorway with a girlish wow-sounding scream. The mom freezes for a second, all wide-eyed in shock before she just bursts out laughing at her husband's reaction. The dad's all like, "Kid, scared the life out of me, man." But kind of starts cracking up too, which then just makes the mom laugh even more. Everyone is laughing to themselves at this point. It's a super wholesome moment, and it's something I'll remember fondly for the rest of my life. And thanks to the efforts of our werewolf buddy, we each got an extra handful of fun-sized bars in our candy sack. It was a win-win scenario.
Huh?
So a little while later, we're all walking around still, our candy sacks absolutely stuffed with goodies that are
I don't
probably
know.
going to last until December if we ration them right. And if we keep the stashes well hidden from the fingers of our older siblings. We're not entirely bored yet, but conversations have started wandering way beyond the load of candy now. That's when someone brings up a particularly scary story. I don't mean story. I mean like legit terrifying. Buddy starts telling me the urban legend of the evil that's so sick of trick-or-treaters knocking on her house on Halloween, gave them all poisoned candy, killing a bunch of kids as a result. Scary enough, considering what we were doing, but totally not true, right? Wrong. Another of my buddies is all like, "Nah, dude, that's a true story," and tells us how that stuff actually happened, like back in the 80s or something. Apparently, and I did look this up myself later on to confirm it, this poor kid gets given a poisoned pixie stick while on his trick-or-treating rounds. He eats the candy inside, totally inside are actually laced with cyanide. Yep, cyanide. Like one of the deadliest poisons known.
Cyanide.
To end his own life in World War II. Then boom, the kid froths at the mouth, dies. No urban legend at all. That stuff legit happened for real. Then our buddy goes on to tell us that it wasn't some evil
Let me tell you,
wizard
my
who poisoned
dudes, it did happen. Like, legit for real, yo.
like
Yeah.
he took out righteous vengeance on his kid, murdered him, then tried to claim one. Sick, right? Seriously
That's the
disturbing
Candyman.
story, and obviously
It's
we're all
Candyman.
absolutely
Candyman
terrified by the
can.
prospect of it.
He's an ugly son
So
of a
we're
bitch
walking
too.
along, actually wondering aloud
The
to
cop
each other,
actually,
how
before the kid
everyone
died, he
got into
promised
this weird
the
and
father, the
strange
murderer, in
groove.
the hospital,
There
"I will
was some
find
obvious
who killed your little
ladies
boy."
that night, but one showed up.
Like,
Just
Wow.
maybe.
Imagine that, and then finding out, oh, you're the
it was
one.
him. It was
You're
fucking
you,
him.
him all
Piece of shit.
along.
Piece of garbage.
Spooky
Yeah.
prospect, I'm sure you'll agree, but a dumb one nonetheless. No one would actually
What
risk
happened? I
trying to
didn't even
poison
hear
your
what
kid,
happened to that
which
fucker.
one actually says aloud at one point.
Oh, he died in the
Then
90s
less
in
than
prison,
20
I
minutes
believe.
later, decided to dip into our
Oh,
candy
did he
sack
get?
again,
I hope he got the general
reseating
population
himself under
treatment.
the lights.
I don't know what
We're
he
all
got
chowing down when
exactly, but he
suddenly
wasn't the type
my
of
buddy
person you
Patrick
want to fuck
starts
with. He
telling
was a
us how
crazy person.
he doesn't feel so good. He hadn't eaten any candy in
Well,
months,
you got to be a
so his
crazy
force
person to
was
kill your own
likely
child.
could have resulted
Obviously.
from that.
Mm-hmm.
We're asking him if he's okay.
Obviously, yeah, exactly.
I enjoy my child
Nearby
company.
house or something.
I think he's pretty
Yeah,
funny.
But he can barely
yeah,
get
your
some
kid's
of other kids
hilarious.
that tell us that he feels dizzy and wants to go home. He then walks over to the curb and almost collapses down onto the grass. violently cough as he does so.
I gotta
That's
make
when
more.
he
Oh
started
my
to
god,
feel.
seriously? Now I gotta make
I
more
remember being
swords.
all like,
Fuck.
come on, man, stop faking it, dude. This isn't funny. Stop it. God. Deep down, I could tell
This
he
is
was
why I
faking it.
prefer cobblestone, because less
I
wood,
can't
but
feel my tongue.
don't have a
Except
cobblestone
that
farm.
my heart just stopped in my chest. All I could think about was the candy poisoning story. How we've been unlucky enough to actually run into someone evil enough to give us candy. Toxic, maybe even deadly. God, dude, it's poison candy. I remember saying out loud. It was incredibly stupid because
Uh,
not only did the three of us who were okay start to lose our minds out of fright, but Tyler started seriously panicking too, which obviously made his symptoms worse. Then, unbelievably, I actually watched as Tyler's face started to go all red and swell up, like his head was on its way to exploding right in front of us. One of us had ran off to get some help from a nearby house by then, though, banging on the front door and screaming for help as the rest of us watched Tyler hold his stomach and begin retching. We told him that he'd be
Can you
okay
clean his
and we'd give
eye?
him some help.
He's got a little gunk in his eye.
Honestly, I thought I was going to watch one of my best friends die that night. Murdered at the
Him
hands
too.
of some mystery poisoner. I imagine this mass funeral is literally watching my friend's head blow up right before my very eyes. And then Tyler passed out. He was just that, unconscious, but I thought he was dead. And I was holding back, whimpering in tears by the time a pair of grown-ups ran out from the house nearby, before running back inside to call 911. It was a terrible scene after that. A big crowd gathered to watch, even more showing up and gawking at the morbid that showed up and stretched Tyler into the back of it. We couldn't go with him to the hospital, not realizing that the paramedics would find a way to contact Tyler's mom and dad once they had his name, which she had obviously given them. They devastated at the idea of having to call around at their houses to tell them the horrible, horrible news that their son had died in front of us. It was horrendous, truly horrifying, and one of the most memorable nights of my life. Suddenly got so much more memorable, but for all the wrong reasons. We headed over to Tyler's parents' house, but no one was home. We thought we'd been spared the job of breaking the awful news to them, but in actual fact, they had already gotten the call that Tyler was at the hospital and had headed over to be with them. I told my parents what happened when I got home. Through ugly tears, I described the dizziness, the coughing, the wheezing, and the puking. My mom, who used to be an EMT back when she was in college, gave me this weird, knowing look, then had the doctor get in touch with Tyler's parents while I went up to my room and cried myself to sleep. I was shaken awake a few hours later by my dad, who had some news for me. Some good news. Tyler wasn't dead, and neither was poison the reason why he had the terrible episode on the curb that night. Indeed, Tyler had an allergy, specifically to gelatin, something which is found in a lot of candies, cakes, ice creams, and yogurt. Tyler knew not to eat anything like that and had to agree to go through his candy haul with his parents later that
An
evening so
allergy to
they could
gelatin?
weed out anything that
Hey,
might give
Mr.
him a
Grinch.
reaction. But what he didn't know, what I didn't know,
You're the mean
what
one,
many of
Mr.
you there might not
Grinch.
know, that some cereals contain gelatin. Yes, cereals. God knows how or why that might be the case, but it is. So as it turns out, Tyler sifted through his candy and found some chocolate cereal bar type thing and assumed that he could eat it. Fun fact, Tyler also checked the label himself to see if the thing contained any gelatin, but didn't realize that some products use different types for gelatin. Things like hydrolyzed animal protein, collagen hydrolysase, or collagen. Obviously, 14-year-old Tyler was not a nutritional scientist and had no idea that these terms were pure semantics and that he was eating gelatin. But still, Tyler could have gone into anaphylactic shock. His throat could have closed over and he could have suffocated. wrong. He was never in any real danger of this happening because only rarely does an allergic reaction to gelatin do that. Very rarely. Not like nut allergies, which can actually straight up kill you. Tyler just got taken to the hospital, given some antihistamines, and was kept overnight so the doctors could monitor his condition. So, in the end, everything was okay. No one died, and there was no mass poisoning in our town that year, but still, what happened that night was one of the most horrible events of my entire childhood, and I'm pretty sure you can all understand why.
I'm pretty sure you can all understand why this wasn't easy for me.
He's like, this other kid died, but it was terrible for me. You
You
know,
gotta
because
love it.
I didn't go to like 3 houses at the end of the block to get my fucking extra candy. Because this other kid went and fucking got killed by some child molester.
Jesus.
Being an immigrant, it's definitely helpful
That shit ain't
meeting
coming
our
off.
workers and seeing other students who look like me.
Here, go to him.
Record snowfall expected overnight. Tomorrow morning's commute is going to be a mess.
If you love hearing that forecast, then now is the time to get a boss from Goff. We're fully stocked with new snowplows.
Get a boss.
Because when winter brings chaos, Boss is there to back
You don't
you
trust
up.
me enough to do that.
Schedule an installation with us
I'm just
today,
covered in
and you'll
hair.
be praying for snow. Goff's has the
He
largest
exploded
selection of
on
snow
me.
removal equipment.
That's what she
Visit
said.
us today.
Shut up, Lindsay.
I love running. Not like
I love running, just not for my life. Which is what happened this time I went trick-or-treating and we went to the wrong house. And it turned out that it was a bad person's house. Have you ever seen Saw? It was like that, but with children. My buddy Joel had to use a wheelchair.
Saw, but with
For
children.
years.
What?
For years, my friend Joel had to use a wheelchair. Oh, that's gay. Can you fix it? Yeah. I don't know. You know things.
You
Know
know
how to do
things.
stuff.
You know do stuff and things.
I can.
You're smart. I'm not.
Plug it in, plug
Look
it
at
in.
it.
Isn't that a commercial? What was that
Yes,
for?
it is. It was for air
The
freshener that you
clapper.
plug. No, it wasn't the
Oh,
clapper. It was
oh,
plug-in. That's what it was called. It's like a It was like
alright.
a little air freshener thing you plugged into the
So
wall.
what was the clapper? I fell down?
Clap on, clap off, clap
What
on,
was it?
clap
Oh,
off, the
Life Alert.
clapper.
What am I thinking of? Would that, oh, I
Yeah,
fell down
life
and I can't
alert.
get up
I've
again.
fallen and I can't get up.
That's it.
So many memes came from that fucking commercial.
Yeah. Alright, let's see if that works.
But no, yeah. Great, now I've got the clapper
Okay, fuck this guy. Let's
fucking
find a different one.
now I've got the clapper jingle stuck in my head.
Scary Christmas stories. Alright.
And then you got Chia, the Chia pet.
My son looks at me like I'm an asshole so many times in my life. Yeah. Scary Christmas stories. My son asked for something that cost $500.
Wait a minute, a scary Christmas story?
Yeah. He asked for something that I could not buy. He asked for world peace and happiness. I said, good fucking luck with that. I have one wish, just one wish. You remember that shit with Steve Martin? It turned out really dirty by the end. By the
So it's
time he
one of
had
his
just
stand-up
3
bits, wasn't
wishes.
it?
That was a Christmas Saturday Night Live thing.
Oh, right. It's so weird that he was a host. All along I thought he was a part of the cast when I was a kid, but didn't realize, like, oh yeah, he was just a frequent host on the show. His stand-up was off the wall funny.
He was like, I was watching Netflix and I need some entertainment.
Ooh. There we go. Son of a bitch fell off the side.
Who is this about? Fed? It's like, I wanted to do something Christmassy, so I went on the dark web.
That sounds like a very Fed thing to do.
Yep.
I swear, every time Fed mentions like a name of something, I'm just like, okay, what kind of rabbit hole is this, and should I be scared? How scared should I be?
Is that loud enough? You hear that? Is that loud enough?
Oh, I can barely hear it.
Almost immediately after I plugged the computer, another text came that said, I hope your doors are locked.
Oh, somebody text me that. I'd be like,
What?
I hope your doors are locked. I would text
Ah,
back, nah, I'm
fuck
wide
around.
open.
Nope, wide open.
I'm
Come
wide
at me,
open,
bro.
son.
Fuck around and find out. Clickety clack. Clickety clack. You better stay off my back. Or are you gonna get blown in the back, Jack?
Somebody text me that, just send him back a picture of fucking ammunition.
Yeah. Text him a picture of your gun. Like, come at me, bro. Like, oh, I'm ready. Jesus Christ, I have one sword left. One. I'm gonna have to make more.
Oh shit. Yeah, wherever. They might see Hillary Clinton cut some kid's face off. It's out there.
Jesus. Jesus,
Full of
Jesse.
passive reason. Right as I said that, someone showed up and said hello.
Good Lord, boy. Oh my God.
It's like we're monitoring you. Stop saying that.
Yeah, we're watching you. The shadow knows. The shadow people know.
I would say the average, like 5'7" and maybe 100 pounds. He had party black hair, glasses, and was probably in his mid-40s, buying some fairly normal stuff and not related. The whole interaction was till the very end when I did something I now wish to say. I ended our transaction by saying in my bubbly voice, "Thank you, sir, and have a happy holiday." He stopped and turned his head, followed nervously and semi-confused. "Have a happy holiday?" He stormed back to my register and screamed at the top of his lungs, "It's Mary." I backed away in a slow.
Oh, they said, I thought you looked like a Jew.
"I'm sorry."
I thought you looked like
You could have been a Jew.
I could tell he was by his recent action.
It could have been happy.
To the store.
Chillax,
Chillax,
homeboy.
oh boy.
Who actually came to the said that there was someone
Fuck
outside
me.
talking about the
I know the holidays are tough, but shit. You douche.
this guy was or again, it was like I had
Back.
to call his home or something. Well, luckily for me, my worked at the same store.
Once again,
Having most of my mom's Christmas Eve party at the end of the night.
didn't know you were a female until now because you have a male reading it.
First time.
Totally fucks with the whole story. How do you just fucking get? You're an AI voice. Just get a female AI voice. One that doesn't sound like Siri.
No, that doesn't sound like Siri.
Siri
Or she
doesn't
can't
sound
pronounce
right at
certain
all.
words properly. And she can't read the whole
You're a
chat.
bithole.
Hmm.
My boyfriend told the man to back away and leave us alone. The crazy man actually tried to jump past my boyfriend to get into the car to punch me.
Do have a few more swords.
My
Okay,
boyfriend
cool.
slammed got into the
She
car
say
and
squancher?
drove off.
Squanter?
We decided on the drive not to call 911 because we didn't want to bother them on Christmas Eve. Wanted to forget the event. On December 26th, our store
Fuck it, I'm taking these.
so we could call the police if the guy ever came back into the store. The store, and almost a year later, I've never seen.
Damn, hungry already.
I can say
Damn.
that I will never say hi again.
It's a long bridge.
Yes, it is. Just to think, like, wait until the other side of the bridge pops up into view. That's gonna be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Secret Santa is a game played in a classroom.
Is Secret Santa a game? It's really more of an obligation.
That's
It depends what it feels like to
wait,
people, really.
Secret Santa's a gift exchange. Oh, it's a full moon.
Just no matter who you're buying for, just get a bottle of liquor.
9 times out of 10, you just find out cute things like big angry guy has a secret passion for growing flowers, general stuff like that. We always look forward to secret, almost family-like, all encouraged to spend as much time as possible together. The tidbits of gossip are always playful and fun. This is not this time around. I was the unfortunate soul who was gifted upon by the weird eye guy. Let's call him Squid. Squid was a guy with no an ingenious worker at the craft store, so they told me. I don't know two things about anything that's tech, spreadsheets, email, and Amazon. All of that. A little background real quick. I'm a secret collector of these weird big toys called Funko Pops.
Funko Pops are gay.
Type either, but
Yeah.
I have this unhealthy obsession with that show, and for what started out as a joke, a lot of Jon Snow toy.
No one with an unhealthy obsession knows they have an unhealthy obsession.
I'm not gonna lie, I have a few Funko Pops, but because there's really no other toys for
The Night King, Littlefinger, Tyrion, Dany, Ned, Stannis,
out there.
I had them all. However, there was one character that I could find, and that was a specific version of Tyrion. The one where he's in the back, scar across his face. You know, like in season 2 Blackwater episode. Point is, not everyone gets the whole collection thing, and Funkos are, well, different than what everyone else is expecting. Nobody in work knew that way. On my way home, between finding the Secret Santas and the Daily Exchange, I ran into Squid at a hospital. It looked like he was expecting to see me there. Or maybe that was just because he was that way. Either way, I didn't expect to see him. Me being an idiot, I looked back as I cleared the door and asked him back with him. He got really nervous and got the
Me
ground.
being an idiot, I
I
mean
wasn't
eye
sure what to
contact
do,
with this
so
fucking
instead I
twat.
just I would talk to him next time I saw him and make up an excuse. I wouldn't bring this up, but the thing is, it was after the day we exchanged. Turns out he got me a Funko doll I was looking for. My boy Tyrion with a battle scar, specifically the one I never told anyone at work I wanted. How he knew just felt my head explode. Everyone had a good laugh. He looked so nervous, almost pale when he gave it to me. When I asked him how he knew that it was just a guess, ran into each other at the store by chance. When I got home, I put the doll in the corner of the room. It just seemed so creepy to me that specifically that one doll. I couldn't even add it to the collection. I almost threw it away, but instead I just forgot about it. But it continued to ask me about it, specifically what I thought of set it up yet. I kept telling him I did it, getting more annoyed about it. He's been watching me more and more these days. I was thinking about complaining to HR, but it was like this home show. Uncomfortable, but accepted regardless as per the nature of the work. So one day he asked me if I would just lie and say, I stood the thing up in my poor Squid looked beyond skeptical and beyond that even more annoyed, like he could just see through it. Turns out, Squid can tell when I lie. Either way, it was getting unbearable. So I get home and the first take it out of the bag and throw it. As I do, I notice the seal in the box was torn off. Well, sort of. That wouldn't bother me so much. Try to hide the fact. Big deal. Maybe someone trying to take it out of the box. Cherished it. I don't know. Either way, I took it out and at it closely. Part of me wanted to know if the note inside. There was nothing but the usual stuff. I noticed two things. One was that the doll was full. Like I said earlier, I've been collecting for quite some time, so I should know. The other was that the head. I take a closer look. The back actually wraps around the entire head. I prod at it for a second. That it's actually a seam from when it was open. The head came apart very easily. It did. The small thing fell out of it. It looked like a plug or something, but then I realized the plug was all glass, so it was part. I take a closer look. See this tiny red light. This is a camera. Some kind of DIY, like it was homemade. As I make it to throw it, the light shuts off. I found him out. I wrapped it in 3 plastic bags, then put it into a box. The thought of having it in my hand turned, but I needed to show it to HR. When I showed up to work the next day, Squid was gone. Turns out he left a call saying that he was quitting, effective immediately. Turns out he wiped his entire hard drive before he took off sometime the prior. The word got out that spy on me, and everyone was pretty cool about it. Mostly on account of them saying things like, I knew it. I mean, let's face it, we all did. So here's the part that really matters. It turns out that the main when it comes to work. You just don't know who is watching. The traumatizing events of the story happened to me several years ago. This is the first time I'm sharing my story publicly in hopes it may help others to read it. At the time, I was a mother of a 4-year-old daughter. Her name is Juniper, and she had a life. The day of these events at work, so I decided to do some Christmas shopping at the mall. On the way in, Juniper saw Santa sitting jumping because I assumed she associated Santa with presents. We decided to get into line, though it was long. We could get a picture and tell Santa what she wanted for Christmas. When it was finally Juniper sitting on his lap, I immediately felt uncomfortable. I didn't like the way he was staring at her. His eyes were big, though he had been on something. She sat there for a moment, told the man what she wanted as I watched, filled with anxiety. After about 2 minutes, he got her off his lap and winked goodbye to her and said Merry Christmas. Happy this ordeal was over, we did the little shopping we had to do, pressed on through the day. While I was browsing around, I looked up and thought I noticed the mall Santa sitting outside the store we were in. Not taking any chances, I grabbed Juniper and walked out of the other entrance of the store. After a little while longer shopping, we decided to get to the food court of the mall. I kept my eyes peeled because I just had mother's intuition something wasn't right. We were finishing our food. Literally, as we were about to get up, the mall Santa came over to our table. He walked right up to Juniper and said in a jolly Santa-like voice, "Hey there, Juniper. Remember to be good so Santa can get lots of presents." She was so excited. All around. It's easy to say what I just stood still. I thought freaking out my dad. But I grabbed her hand and told her it was time to go. She said goodbye to Santa and left. That night at home, I told my story. He was angry, but agreed with my course of action. The next day, I woke up. My husband was already gone to work for the day. I happened to look outside and saw a strange blue car that I had never known inside my house. It didn't really bother me. It was just peculiar. At about 11 a.m., still in the exact same spot. I made the choice to go out to my mailbox in front of my home and then spot. The car was empty, except for the passenger seat. There was a Santa hat on the seat. I tried not to jump to any conclusions, but it was just starting to make too much sense in my head. I ran inside and called my husband. He said I was grasping at straws, but decided to come home anyway. I was okay. A couple of minutes later, my worst fear was realized. I looked out the window, saw the man in his car, the mall Santa, and he was taking it to my house with his cell phone. Once he saw me, he drove away, and he drove away so fast I couldn't get the license plate number. Minutes later, my husband came to explain what I saw. We called the authorities, but there really wasn't anything. I felt angry with myself that I looked at the car all morning and the license plate number. My husband stayed home from the day just in case. At about noon, we walked around the house and outside of Jennifer's window. Footprints in the snow. Left. That night, I couldn't sleep.
Footprints
I
in
thought
the
about
snow.
Snow.
what had happened.
The
My husband
The
snow.
story's
and
pretty
I all
creepy.
decided to have a campfire
Yeah.
so she could be with us all night. Shortly after midnight, my sound of a car pulling up. It was the mall Santa car from the day before, and he was approaching the house with a giant bag in his hand. I called the police as my husband stopped him through the window. The lights were off, so the mall Santa could see us through the window. He made his way all the way to Juniper's window. He started to tap on the window, almost as if though he was up. My husband stood on the tackled them all Santa. My husband yelled for the cops, and the cops detained them. He didn't have any weapons. His car did have duct tape and rope.
Eee.
It gives me nightmares today, thinking of that horrible situation, what could have happened. Christmas miracle is that safe. My daughter didn't have to experience any of the intense
Wow.
over those couple of days. If you as a parent thinks about the safety of, please follow them. If I would have just left the mall when I felt uneasy, I could have possibly avoided this entire series of events.
Sometimes you just gotta shoot Santa off your roof. What?
Okay,
Alright, I'm getting in bed. It's too
me
dark.
good thing I was right by one.
It was December some many years ago. I somehow found myself doing shoots for random kids Santa things. For the most part, I just passed. It wasn't exactly the most exciting thing. Without going into too much detail, I'll just say that when it came to an end, I think I was more excited for that than I was my own high school graduation. There's a lot of reasons. Things like screaming children, ironic teenagers, that's what the setup, you name it. But I think the biggest thing was the fact that I humiliating. At least the people were nice. There was this super hot lady who was always nice to me. Not that I had a chance or anything, but it was a big reason why I didn't just walk away. The guy they had, who was a funny dude, he played the role very well. The children, or at least the one trying, just ate his act right up. In a lot of ways, I kind of admired the man. One break,
Aw,
I was
cute
making
little
smoke with him in the back, and
fox. Cute little white
one
fox.
time I asked him what he liked. He looked me square in the eyes with this intense stare, which, mind you, he was still dressed as Santa, so it was somewhere
He
between
squeaked.
serious
Like,
and
oof.
also hard not just to shrug off. Drugs, he said flatly. Then he held the look just long enough to make it extreme. Finally, he burst into laughter. It was hard not to laugh with the guy I had once. So one day, he pulls a no call, no show. I get in, and everyone. Usually nobody cared all that much. I'd go home, but seeing as it was Christmas in a few days, this was profit was at its height. Messing with this, not to be taken lightly. 10 minutes into me showing up, and they decided I wasn't that old, however, bad at the time. I put up an argument, but in the end, it would get fired. I tried to convince myself that impressing the hot earlier would make it worthwhile, but when that first kid crawled on my lap and told me that she wanted to play too, I realized that yes, about 3 hours, a strange man sitting forward. He looked older, like his skin was leathery. It looked like he's been in a few fights too. He was looking right at me. I'm not talking about a bypassing glance either, no. This guy was giving me the stink eye. I tried to ignore him, figuring he'd just go away after a while. The guy just stayed right there. He wouldn't stop staring at me. I wanted to point this guy out to my coworker, call security, but then I started to let the possible questions snowball. What if he realized what he did, just walk away to another location, let's say the parking lot, or maybe the backseat of my car? By this point in time, nobody does what he does unless they're in it for the long haul. Break time comes and I dog like walk away from sight. As I do, I thought that he would follow me. As soon as I hit the corner, I run for it. Realizing this giving me a second, I run straight into the public bathroom to my left and hide myself in one of the stalls. It's about a minute before the door open and the creepy dude runs into the bathroom, slightly out of breath. I hold my breath, terrified that if I didn't, the bells on the Santa suit would give me away. Thing is, it's pretty hard to hide when you're dressed like Father Christmas. You see, you got these red pants and black boots. They're a dead giveaway, especially when you're hiding in a stall where you can see the out straight away and kicked the door open. He grabbed me by the collar and shoved me against the 30s, early 40s. He demanded me to give I owed him. Here's the thing. I'd never seen this guy before, not once in my entire life. Why would I owe him money? Did I borrow money from someone? No, that couldn't be talking about. I tell him. I'm sufficiently freaked out at this point. What did I get myself into? I mean, to an outsider, I'm sure it looks silly. A goon intimidating the bathroom. This guy rips my mask right off my face and throws it in the sink. Then he raises his fist to punch me. And before he lets his fist fly, he takes a step back, letting go of me. Looks more afraid than I do at this point. He demands that I stay right there as he pulls out a flip phone and calls him. He's pretty low-key about saying, and I'm just standing there completely numb. Just a minute felt like hours to me, back and forth in the bathroom as I stand there in my beardless Santa outfit. Finally, the guy flips his phone shut and smiles at me. I see he's got teeth missing. Never forget what he said. It was the part's confusing. And sorry, bud. Wrong Santa. Merry Christmas. On he went. I was pretty confused, to say the least.
Hey, you understand? Did something fucked up.
Uh-huh.
That Santa shit, but apparently not all. My boss kept reprimanding too nervous and not being cheerful.
Oh, it's snowing as I'm collecting bamboo.
Better than me.
Now I'm getting more dirt.
The one they were after. It all made perfect sense. Why he was so animated.
I'm trying to be careful not to hit the fox.
The whole works. All things considered, he was very nice. I was almost the one who got the cold. I don't know if they ever caught up. They did. I for one hope that the lodge was full. I'd see what they'd do if the could get. I used to work at a 24-hour during my first year of college. Right?
Oh, it's a little baby fox. Cute.
Still a petite girl.
Aw. They look like little white teddy bears.
Getting open for Christmas. So I switched around, scheduled to come in,
Squeak.
and stuff on Christmas Eve, and be home in the morning to open presents and sleep. Somewhere around midnight, a homeless man came in. He was slightly overweight, tall. His clothes kind of fit in an awkward way that's hard to describe. Like he wore the same things every day and put zero thought. The way his shirt was tucked in, the way his belt bunched his pants. But his pants were a bit too short and showed too much ankle. His beard was patched. And you might wonder why such a thorough description of him, because he stayed in the dining 2 hours with the the counter. Almost every time I checked, he was staring at me. He would come back to the counter twice or more to order additional small items. After the second time I caught him staring again, he gave me a creepy smile while he still had food in his mouth. I'm bad at hiding my face expressions, and I'm sure I wrinkled up in a disgusting face and turned away to go to the back. I told the one guy on our skeleton crew that night, which was me on the front. It was a pretty dead night, so
Hey,
where we were
hello?
stationed, so he switched with me. After a bit in the back, it was customer areas for a jump day before morning rush started. My coworker said that go out there and
Scarecrow.
said, while he wiped down the
Hello?
tables and
What's up,
Who is
man?
before he got quick. I started in the men's bathroom since the only
What's up?
table.
Who is
But
this?
just to be sure,
Oh, how you know?
first and called out to anyone inside that it was time for
We
What?
played with each other like 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago.
so it wasn't that bad. Then I did the same knock, started cleaning the woman's bathroom.
Lindsay, get this shit out of the party. card.
Which is exactly why I never have an open party.
And blocked.
Mhm. Stupid kids. Except your kid. Your kid's cool.
Yeah, my kid's playing a war
Yeah.
game holding a cat.
That's awesome. Playing a war game.
It's
Is
not.
he
It's
is
not.
he
It's not a.
is he conquering
It's
the
not. It's
world?
not a James Bond thing.
Yeah. I got a little more wood. Ah, no, no, oh.
I don't see Lindsay. I don't see Lindsay. 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 Where'd you go? I do believe so. I'm rather high up in the air. It's rather abrupt when one hits the ground from here.
My planks. I lost my planks.
So go back. Or just, where are you? Come to the end of the bridge. I got a bucket of water. You can just take the water down up.
Okay. Can't believe that happened. I'm just trying to figure out the coordinates of when I fell, where I
It
fell.
doesn't matter. Come to the edge of the bridge. Come to the end of the bridge.
Okay.
I'll put a bucket of water at the end, and you just go down the water and back up it. Go get your shit.
I've never done that before.
It's easy.
Okay. Oh, duh, of course. It would be at the edge of the bridge. Oh, there's a bed back here. Shit. Okay.
No. Wait. Go run to the end of the bridge. I put a bed at the end of the
Oh, you
bridge
did?
for you.
Okay, cool. Alright. It's crazy we're getting snow on the bridge now.
Oh, how does it? I still don't know what to do with normal snow except to use it for decoration.
So, I think that's pretty. I mean, you'd think
Alright,
that
keep
you
coming
could.
to the end of the bridge.
I'm going. I'm coming.
Now you fell directly off the end of the bridge.
Uh-huh.
Alright, I'm gonna put the water a little bit back, like over here then.
Ah, okay.
So don't wash your shit away. Hold circle.
Oh, this is cool. Oh, this
You could do
helps
the
me
same
out.
thing with lava.
Really? How?
No, Lindsay, no.
I was just like,
Do
oh,
not jump into lava.
no, no. That is very clever.
going? You haven't even finished your coffee. I just left and didn't even respond. This woman, my grandmother,
Is that it? All my stuff?
still have
Think
no
so.
idea why.
Yeah.
Find out several weeks that after
My grandmother never tried to stab me.
my grandmother
You know
I
why?
would hope.
Because she was normal. What is this fox doing? Stop jumping around. Trying to harvest this shit. Happy little bastard.
Like, who is he referring to?
Your
I haven't
mama.
seen or spoken. My dad did try to reach out and explain to her why we left, why we won't be coming back. But she doesn't believe he was telling her the truth when he describes the event back to her. The worst
You're
part about
alive.
all of this is that
You're alive, boy.
remember the most.
Oh, yay. Alright.
Now
Got my
back up to water.
This happened too. All I always think about it. Every Christmas Eve we spend the evening
Why,
at my
because of this?
grandparents' house where we have a
Yeah.
feast and swap presents. All the people we won't be Christmas morning. It was a merry and festive evening, and spirits were high, if not home. Pulling into our driveway, felt something was off. The corner of our house decoration lights were haphazardly free of the roof, and something else we could quite pinpoint right away. Luckily, the kids were all in our car ride, so driveway, the motor off and ticking as it starts to cool. Thought, because he would never. He's a stickler for turn. I shook my head no.
You think you could make use the snow to make like igloos or something?
There are igloos.
Oh, there are. Hmm.
Yeah, you can search them.
Wonder if there are any Eskimos. That'd be funny. Human Squidward dressed as Eskimo.
He has a concealed carry at the front door. Still locked, so about the time I started talking, the house seemed suspicious. They of course said that we should die, but I knew telling my husband that as he was already starting inside and flicking our lights. It was nerve-wracking to see
Fuck
the
is
door
that?
still in light onto the lawn. I cracked my window just a bit so I
Fuck
could
is
hear
that?
sooner if something.
The fuck is this? The fuck is that?
Cops pulled up. I let them know my
The
husband was
fuck are you?
inside and what
Ah.
the open car doors alerted them and woke the
Villager
kids so
thing.
they come back to the front.
I think they could use a bucket of lava from above.
Oh, did you find a pillager outpost?
Yeah, right to the upper left there.
Oh, you're gonna go kill them? Gonna go light their plate outpost on
We're really
fire?
far away from them right now, though.
Oh.
What is this?
Yeah, get a flint and steel. Like, hey,
I gotta fight a
motherfuckers.
bunch of them when I do that, though, because there's a chest upstairs I gotta steal, and I like to steal all their banners.
It's like,
I
hey,
gotta
fuck
cut all their
faces.
banners down and chase
Disco
them with it.
Inferno.
So you can't just like go and burn the place down right away, then you don't get anything for it.
Yep. Oh,
I
hi.
would like to just
Oh,
pour a
I
bucket
think,
of lava through the roof.
Jesse, I think we got a wolf over here.
Does it look like the dogs? Cause that,
It looks like a dog. It's certainly bigger than a fox. I'm looking at him right now, right behind you. Hi. Let's see. Do we have any
yes, that
rotten
is a
flesh
wolf
close
that
by?
could be turned into a dog.
Okay, let's see if we can.
So if
I
you
need
want
some
a
rotten
dog, go
flesh.
find a bone in one of the cases.
Yeah.
Oh, puppy. You get some rotten meat.
Feed him some rotten flesh.
3?
Mm.
was a short story approximately 3 to 4 years ago. I used to work for a charitable company that would distribute presents during the holiday time. For the most part, I love this job. I paid decently well.
Lindsay, can you bring me the flint and steel as long as you're going in there?
One specific Christmas
I'm about to go. I'm just gonna go roasty toasty these motherfuckers real quick.
I usually work
Get them off the map. You know what I'm saying?
since it was our last stop.
Roasty
I told
toasty.
him I would
It
call
looks
him.
cold
He
outside,
to his wife and left for the holiday.
so I gotta help them.
It was about
That's how I
5
really
p.m.,
look at it.
so
Help
it
them.
was getting pretty
I'm
dark as I
helping.
made my way to Ian's house. I arrived and went up to the door with the big token presents all wrapped and ready, distributed as they pleased.
Hi, puppy.
A man wore pajama pants, tight sleeveless shirt. The guy was overweight, clearly did not take care of himself. He looked like he hadn't shaved or showered in weeks. I said to him in my still voice, "Hi, I'm Jamie, and I'm going to drop off the presents." He stared at me and smiled with his yellow, unbrushed teeth.
See, where is it?
He looked red and said, "Wow, you sure are pretty." Which freaked me out a little bit. I just awkwardly smiled and said, "Thanks." He then said, "Honey, I have a lot of trouble with my back, and I can't lift these presents. Living room for me." Like a fool, I complied. It wasn't an uncommon request to bring presents in the home for those receiving. I walked in, and the man. I walked slowly in the black house. What I noticed in the few seconds of being in this house was that there were no signs of Christmas decorations or anything that even looked remotely festive. I turned around to ask him where I was going, and he was hunched over and staring at me like I was basically salivating. He started to approach me and put his arms out like he was going for an embrace or a hug. More creeped out than I've ever been in my entire life. I decided the answer: run away. I dropped the presents there and ran to the door.
I was wondering why you couldn't hear me. Um, did you grab the flint and steel, or do you still need it? Because I don't see any in the chests.
I was on the wrong block in the wrong house. The guy wasn't expecting presents. We played along to get. I had no idea where
Jesse.
we were, and thankful nothing else happened.
Okay, he must have
Running
taken
through
his
it
headset
now in
off.
my head makes me wonder how I was able to. Before he grabbed me or made a move towards the door.
I don't
Hi.
fucking know
I
because it's a
was,
story.
I was sitting here asking a question. I'm like, oh, he took his headset off, didn't he?
Yep. I was taking a piss.
Anywho, I've checked all these chests and there's no flint and steel. Did you grab
Oh,
it or?
I took one.
Okay.
There's another one in there. But
Okay.
I took the one that already got stirred. You see, I'm gonna go bum rush these assholes. But
Good luck.
oh yeah, it'll be fine.
It'll be
But
fine.
did you find a bone?
No, I haven't.
Just don't take the water away because I'm gonna need it to get back up.
Copy that. I wasn't planning on using the water anyway. Wow, there's no bones in here? There's gotta be at least one bone in here.
So do me a favor, go to the end of the bridge and watch this thing burn. I want to see if you can see it from there.
Okay, okay.
Then we'll light this shit up.
Sweet.
No, I'm not gonna burn down the bridge.
He's burning down the outpost, the pillager outpost.
Yeah, bad
It's
guy's
gonna be
house.
awesome. It's gonna be fucking lit, man.
I'm gonna attack it. Light.
Oh, I think I see it. I think. It's to the left, isn't it, from the bridge? Okay, I need to put my controller in a spot which won't push me forward, because just one push, and I'll go over the bridge. Alright, I think I see it. I see a structure to
Alright,
the
the
left.
nighttime bad guys are appearing. Wow, there's a lot of them.
Be careful.
A lot
Can't
of the
believe I have to
frozen
say
archer
this. Me,
guys.
the woman, has to say to the man, be careful.
Oh,
I
that's
shut
fine.
off all my lights
You know how to
and
get
got into
around them?
bed and no light coming through my blind. So I got up and walked over
This
to
is
the window and
they give zero fucks.
Time
They
to
just go
burn
out
it
there and he's like,
down.
I'm just gonna burn this shit down.
and I closed the frame.
And I'm over here like, be careful, don't burn yourself in the process.
Bacon and
No, I took everything out of my inventory. If I kill myself, it's
I
fine.
slid into the other half.
Mm.
That's part of the fucking joke here. You got nothing to lose except for flint and steel.
The light turned out.
I wonder if that
That's
means
gotta be
there's a
able to get in.
wonder if that means there's a village close by.
Doorway at the house.
Yeah,
Cause if you
damn
attack that
village, nothing.
outpost, another
Oh, I
village
know
might
where
get
that light
raided.
source is.
Playing tricks on me. The lights went off for
The thing is, I ain't
Mm.
got no food on me, so I'm going slow. These motherfuckers might kill me before I get there.
anything, but it was
Uh-oh.
just pitch blackness. Then a burst of light, and there she was again. Old moon was standing
Come on,
in
Jesse,
the
you're the
window,
best
staring back at me.
around. Nothing's gonna
I
ever
felt a
keep you
little
down.
fear in the room. I tried to wake him, but he got cold. I slept on the floor in his
Let's see if
all
that
night
does
trying to
anything.
compute what
I do see a light. I do see a light in the distance. You talk about to the
I
left
do
of here,
see a
right?
light in the distance beginning to
Yeah.
spread.
we would always look
Not seeing any fires.
never did.
I'm not either. I see light, but I don't see any fire.
Has since been sold. But since it's been sold, the owners have sold it 3 times. So I wonder if I'm not the only one.
Fire.
One thing is for sure. That is a Christmas present.
Should be on fire. I set 2 posts on fire.
I can't believe you managed to sneak in there and light it on fire
I should.
before.
I'm gonna waste the other flint and steel. Try again.
Okay.
They're doing it daytime though, not nighttime.
Hello. It has been a great day to spend with my
I
family.
didn't know it was gonna be nighttime so quick.
I really just enjoyed
Yeah.
the day.
Sometimes I have to tell you
My
that,
whole
like,
family and I,
A lot.
and most of my family in
yeah,
the
a
living
lot.
room to wait for me to exchange.
Yeah, 'cause it's like the second
What's
that
When we get
what's
there,
the
yeah,
ice block for?
you have to move the second it's morning
out in the
basically.
kitchen
Alright,
with
there we
Bitchute
go.
and cousin Teresa. Mom was washing dishes, so I suddenly noticed that
What's the ice
I
block
didn't really
for?
get a box. Figured it was some kind of
Ice
shield
block?
from the trip.
Yeah, there's a nice. Yeah, I don't know if you put that there by accident or if that just
Oh
formed
shit.
there.
That was my water.
It froze? Oh my
That's not good.
god! Oh shit, that is not good. I didn't even think it could get cold enough to where your water
Oh,
could
it
get
started flowing
frozen.
again. Well, that's good.
Um, wow.
Alright. Wait
Okay.
till morning.
They told us to
Alright.
go sit inside.
Then I'm gonna burn it down.
And burn it all down.
Everything stayed was until the police showed up with a smell.
Is that a spruce
Since I was starting to
sapling?
get restless as
Looks
well,
like a little
I
mini
began
Christmas tree.
wondering what was the hold.
Yeah.
My parents knew something, but they did a really great job in the living room. After a couple of minutes, I started to approach my house. It wasn't alone. There were 3 more men there. Confused and terrified, we tried to remain calm. What happened next was I of a Christmas meal. The flashing lights appeared outside of the house. The officers were able to fled. While somehow not bringing family inside, I spoke with the cop outside and gave my statement. Well, it turns out my cousin had broken up with her boyfriend several months before Christmas.
Alright. Now to watch from the distance to see if I get to see this place go
Oh
up in
shit.
flames.
Abort.
Abort plan.
Yo, hit that water so it starts flowing again.
Oh, no.
Yeah, just break it.
Luckily, nobody. Not actually sure what I got into for this. The rest of the night went.
Fuck, this shit's trying to freeze on the way down.
Feeling for the rest. And try to finish the plan.
Just stay there, because you might have to keep breaking it.
Of course.
I'm on my way up.
Okay.
If it freezes, hit it immediately, because I'll be falling.
Obviously.
Being the father of two small children, family, because the a.m. for Santa's presents. At about 10 p.m., I got into bed with my wife and started to fall asleep. Shortly after this, I jumped out of bed and ran down the stairs. My angry little prince was running all plugged out on Christmas Eve, 11 p.m. with
I
two
don't know
small
why that
children.
was funny watching the Grinch just
Without
like
even thinking,
leap up on the side of the
I
bridge.
didn't want heavy black beard. He was wearing a red jacket, white sweatpants. Face was filthy. Said in a slow and haunting voice, "Oh, Chris, drink back get warm." I slammed the door and "If you don't leave right now, I'll call." Quiet for a moment. I yelled one more time, wake my kids.
Good, I gotta get. Oh, no, 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 no,
Then started to bang on my
don't
door.
get sucked in there.
Wife then ran down the
Guess
stairs
when rain
to,
starts to
I
slow
might
down.
add, is the third left bell.
This one what?
Asked what was
Guess
going
when
on.
snow starts to
I
slow
told her to
down.
call
What's
the
it supposed
police
to?
and
One.
the kids were all right.
Yes.
I don't
Dad
know.
must have heard me on the phone because
4
he
p.m.
stopped knocking.
tomorrow.
I could muffled through the door
Wait, what?
say,
4 and
It's supposed to
tomorrow.
snow?
to all.
Supposed to snow tomorrow?
Oh, it stopped
And
raining.
then he laughed as he walked away. After feeling a slight
When do you usually get snow up there? It's usually around this
Very
time, right?
random.
police showed up.
Why?
A cop showed up several
First
minutes
snow.
later, and I explained the situation to him.
Snow.
Yeah, I
He
know.
said the
She's asking
police
when do
know
we
that
usually get
calls are
snow. I
sent
said
to
it's very
reports like
random.
this
It's
in
first
America.
snow.
I agreed with
Mm.
my wife. The police
Sometimes
officer
it
showed up
comes a little
with the
early,
suitcase he left
sometimes it
behind
comes
him.
a little late.
The man was trying to. The office slept. The cop immediately said, "Don't worry, Santa Claus," over and over again. The situation was never really explained to me. Apparently, he was just a homeless man who was wandering around. The cop said that he may have something. Either way, I never sleep quite right at Christmas anymore.
Ah, there it is. Do not target. Engage.
Engage.
I'm not gonna go up.
Alright. Love you, kiddo.
About 10 years ago, I was
Night, kiddo.
unable to find immediate work and got pretty desperate around Christmas. So I took on the iconic role of Santa Claus at my local mall. But since Christmas is
Oh, this
probably
shit
my favorite
burning over
holiday,
here.
I never
I don't see it.
character.
Can't
And
see it
well,
from here.
thanks to my love of pizza and beer,
How disappointing.
all it took was the
I was
one of
hoping
those
for a
lucky
bird's eye
like
view of,
beer and
was
sweet
hoping for,
Santa.
oh, sorry,
And I was making
like the
myself feel
window
festive
view
just by looking in the mirror. I had to voice down the beard.
of a
And
pillager
to be
outpost
honest,
going up in
I was pretty
flames.
proud of how
'Cause that
Christmas
was
went.
epic the last time.
Outside of the holiday season,
Oh, it's
I
going
always
up.
had an assistant for a shipping company. Not exactly
It
the most
worked. It's
exciting
going
job
up.
in the world, but so when the annual opportunity to don the red suit and make some kids smile comes around, I jump at the chance. However, during that time,
Looks
one of the
pretty
lessons
far.
learned was that you can never, ever promise the kids anything. There will be some
Yeah,
children
it
that
is.
ask for unrealistic gifts for Christmas. Some are just impossible to procure, like, I want a dragon, a horse,
It's alright. It will be disappearing
but
shortly.
sometimes they'll ask for items that are a little more sensible, just way out of their plans. So I learned to give them my best. Santa will try his very best for you before moving the topic of Christmas last year was about play Santa, but it was rough for other reasons too. I developed quite the working relationship with some of the mall employees, both short and long term. So it was quite emotional when I'd be hanging up the Santa hat to spend more time with my family. Anyway, Friday, December 22nd, was my last shift before the switch over to the new clause, and the mall was away. expected. I mean, it always gets pretty hectic closer you get to Christmas, but even I like it. In all the years I've been playing the role, this final day of festivity, toughest one to date, as I knew after that day I'd be moving on from. I know this seems kind of suspect. Most people feel liberated when they leave a job like that. But at the risk of sounding sort of sappy, I had Christmases growing up, so I felt like a lot of the festive spirit was me making up for lost time. They say that time flies when you're having fun. That last day flew by quicker than I could have expected. One minute it was lunch, the next the sun had set, fast approaching the time I had to wrap everything up. But just as I was beginning to, why hello there, little, and where are your parents? Voice on, giving and a smile. She didn't say a word. Arms held aloft. I looked around for her parents, obviously accompanied. Just as I got. And what might your name be, young lady? Mine? Polly. Well, I never. What an adorable. Ivy is one of my favorite Christmas songs. What is your name, Polly? Donkey. It's Donkey. I nodded to the nearby Donkey broadcast that where her parents would no doubt they'd be extreme. But all the while this was happening, and what is it that Santa can get you for Polly? Again, she didn't answer. Looked off into the distance, then looked up at me with all I want for Christmas. Christmas. I can be your friend, Polly. Santa Claus will always be your friend. You're a little girl who's trouble finding herself friends. By the arm, like that's her. Shoppers. I could follow, but if I started asking around, about 4 feet tall, long brown hair, person had any idea about that to actually wait brought up. When I told him that she ran or they started
Oh, we got more snow foxes. Okay.
parents don't even know the after a thorough studying of the CCTV. I suppose I should have been a buzz with all the other stuff. So one morning after a I didn't know what I was fine. Nothing, if I'm being honest. Absolutely horrified. Please for returning.
more swords? We're gonna have to make more swords, damn. Oh, we got golden axes, damn. Okay. That's cool. Didn't even know you can make those.
What?
Golden axes.
Oh yeah, but you don't want to.
Yeah.
The waste of gold.
Oh yeah.
Oh fuck! Now there's polar bears up here.
And the last time you ran, I attacked you. That's
What?
good. I said last time you ran into polar bears didn't work out.
Oh yeah, they get pissy real quick.
Yeah. I remember I was running past some polar bears. I'm like, but keep my distance because I heard.
Yeah, just keep being Coca-Cola pandas and
Just
just
keep being.
chill.
Yeah. Just I'm just admiring you from afar. I can get anywhere near you. Don't worry. Yeah, you could be that cool Coca-Cola bear we see in the commercials. You know.
Real life is much more disturbing. This is the story of Joanne. Joanna Claire born on the 19th of David and Teresa.
Hi, Yazzie.
Graduating with a degree in architecture. Architecture from the
Do not bite me.
in December 2000.
Ow! Don't. Fucking jackass. You're such a brat. Don't do that.
Settled in nearby Bristol.
Oh, hi, baby. Hmm?
October of 2000.
I should throw this out.
Leland returns home to find her new apartment. Shortly after, her mobile phone rang. But he also found that her purse. Loaded on that cat. Doing it like a careful. Shortly after 5:30. Duke's parents. A police investigation. Probably
Hi, Yazzie. What are you doing?
getting it around 8. Yeats was seen on CC. Phone records show that she Becca Scott to arrange a meeting on from a branch of Tesco Express at around 8. Also bought 2 several other nearby licensed self-improvement on the 21st of this.
Oh, I got the little red foxes over here.
Made a public an intercept conference broadcast live on Father David commented on Odysee. leaving all these things away somewhere. For a future with trauma.
Okay, put that out. Excuse me. That sounded nice.
On the 27th. He subsequently won. In 2011, filmed on location in BBC television. Crime Watch. No business. A Gloucestershire involved in the production of the films was all a suitcase. 20th of January. Girlfriend in the flat next. But authorities shortly after a televised parents conducted around Geek's flat. Investigators also friend where topic started on October 2011 at case was that Tabak had strangled force to kill her. He was around a foot for her. It suffered more than or so it runs during the court heard that the death would have been however no explanation. Evidence was presented body swabs taken from the samples found behind the all fibers suggest covered. Prosecution also Jeffries for the murder during the police that in the days following death posed and the dates of refuse collections in the Clifton. In his defense, held his hands over him.
I want to see if there's any village glow, then I'll get in bed.
No worries, take your time. I'm not in any rush. It's not like I'm in a dangerous spot.
He told the court that after October, Joanna Yeats murdered by a 10-2 for life. Field referred to carnal element. I worked in a toy shop. As you can imagine, Christmas was a pretty intense time for all of us. Chips. It was impossible to get that. Like 80% of the staff had come from some kind of performance. They were toys, up with kids, and above all, it was the best time of the year. At Christmas time, especially if all this staff heard about them. Now our store was to the point where casual uniforms as little helpers or other various things written big. This of course led to some like that. Staff member who would actually questions were normally I always had one ready. So that's the backstory out of it. One weekday I was on my own. Other staff members restocked after the act. A boy comes in on about 9 or 10, smiles briefly at me, starts walking around. I gave him a couple of minutes. Wants to play with the new. I don't need your help. Flatly. It was mildly, but hey. Unfortunately, I don't. I figured it'll dad or someone pay. So I start showing him stuff that would be suitable. I show him a few things, like this big massage slip, one big slipper that both feet into it. Not the kind of thing I've been, but a fairly cool. So he asks how much it is. I tell him it's like $20 or whatever. Expensive, bud? Yeah. Keeping that, didn't he not? So I show him some other frowning, filling up with some kind of temper tantrum. Starts telling me again. It's and doesn't. I just calmly step away for free and politely leave him to it. Voice. A couple more minutes go. Door is so quiet. It's only me and the
fucking zombie? Wow, a zombie was stuck in like a... He was stuck inside the stairs of the bridge, and then when he came out, he's now burning in the sun. That's funny.
What was it that set the bridge on fire?
Yep.
Oh.
Wow, I jumped over a hole. What kind of horse is that?
Oh, great. I don't really want to hear about this shit again. I've seen hard copy. I'm good.
I've seen hard cut.
Watch me show my balls to stream.
Happy Halloween, my friends. Stick around to the end of the stories to hear a special treat from my good friend. Book of 5 short horror stories this Halloween. If you fancy his style, you can pre-order his book using the Amazon link below. a side door that could be accessed from the basement so I could come and go as I pleased without bothering the other roommates. We were all pretty close, but it was nice to feel. At the time, Bruce and I were Halloween and the fall season in general. Being adults and having full-time jobs, it wasn't really ideal for us to go out and attend Halloween. Also, Halloween fell on a Tuesday this year, so instead we decided to just watch some horror movies in my basement bedroom and just hang out and relax. After we watched a couple of movies, we started to get a little bored. It was about 11 p.m. and we were in for the night, knowing we had to work in the walk and call it a night. There's something about the air, like when you go on a vacation to Florida and the night breeze just feels different. That's how it is on Halloween. Nostalgic and not euphoric feeling. Starting to walk in the quiet and somewhat desolate neighborhood, we approached the park. Now we walk through this park all the time during the day, probably at least 50 times at this point. It was a little park right in the middle of the neighborhood. The park had a main entrance, as
You
usual,
awake, Lindsay?
and a back
Uh-huh.
entrance from the street we lived on. The back entrance was covered with a lot of trees and a very small wooded area. 30
Oh, hi,
yards
little
in length,
fox.
ball fields, a ball court. We walked into the back entrance where all the trees were black, but there was a low orange hue barely making its way through the trees. As we walked through the wooded area, we stopped abruptly, standing at the end of the path. The figure was completely so dark we couldn't be sure what it was. I called out, "Hey!" Figure, but no response. Turned around, but Bruce said we should check it out, which was unlike him because I was braver of us too. As we got closer, standing there, Bill had both of his hands on him. His head was down facing the ground. Trying not to freak out, we decided to slowly back up and make the house without further confrontation. Before we even moved, we heard a noise to us coming from both sides. Trying to focus our eyes in the darkness, we saw two towards us in the woods. The other guy just standing
Oh, shit.
four
Oh, God, that burns your throat. Ooh.
feeling I felt inside me during this point. It's like the
Damn.
sinking pit in my
Jeez.
stomach when
I
a
have a
hot
harder
potato
time with vape pens than
bites
I
on
do with
100 times
smoking
worse.
weed.
Fighting his fight, turned and sprinted full speed out of that park.
Seems
Onto our
my
street,
lungs are
racing back.
made of
They were following
steel
us.
when it
We
comes
made
to
it to our house and locked the doors
pot
behind us.
smoke.
While sitting in the basement, lights off, and we were trying to look out the basement windows to see if we followed us or possibly saw the house we went into. So scared we didn't know what to do. Real danger. Was it someone just playing a prank? After about half an hour or so, we decided that they most likely didn't follow us. It was probably okay to go to sleep, especially considering we both had work in the morning. At about 2:30 in the
Mm-mm-mm.
morning, Bruce woke up. He thought he heard something outside his bedroom window. I went to his room and
Oh my
checked
God,
the window
Yasmin,
and
you
I
look
could
like a
see a
bear
pumpkin
rug.
laying in our backyard. Concerning because we didn't have any pumpkins outside our house. We didn't set any up for decorations or anything like that. Second time tonight, we were terrified and decided to go into the living room. While in the living room, we had the house lights off and began front windows. Within the first minute of looking, there they were, men standing in the middle of the road just staring at our house. We thought about calling the police, but we didn't know them. There are three guys not standing on our property who may or may not have thrown a pumpkin in our backyard. We just sat in the living room for about 10 minutes trying to think of something to do. Sure, the front door was locked
Oh,
and the
Salty's
baseball bat
on.
in the kitchen nook. We looked out the window again and the three men were gone. Nothing but the illumination, street lights. For the rest of the night, we stayed in the living room watching Sports Center until we eventually dozed off. Morning finally came. As we got ready for work, we just agreed it was probably just a Halloween prank and we should move on and forget about it. However, when I got to my car, there was a note on my windshield that said,
Wow, Rumble's
"Happy
browser layout is
Halloween,"
nice.
with a smiling face sticker on it. What I read next gave me the same feeling I had just had a few hours before when I thought we were in real danger. At the bottom of the paper it said, "P.S. Good thing you lock your doors." What would these people have done if the doors were unlocked? Bruce and I both decided to call in from work and stay home that day. Nothing else of note happened regarding this incident, but it's just a reminder that it doesn't matter how quiet and nice a neighborhood
God damn, he's almost got 35K
Halloween,
watching on Rumble.
anything
Crazy.
happen.
Who?
Salty Cracker.
Oh.
As we slowly enter the fall season, I'd like to share a story with you that happened to me a few years ago. I have mentioned this story to some of my close personal friends and family, many of which don't believe me, and that's fine. They probably think I'm just joking around or trying to scare them, but I know I experienced something that night, and I wish I had a better explanation for it. At the time these events took place, I lived on a quiet street a little outside the city, but not quite into the suburbs. My street had a big rundown house at the very end of the block that was across from an unused parking lot and an out-of-business bar. The person who inhabited the house before it became dilapidated was Mrs. Morgan. Morgan was an old curmudgeon in every sense of the word. Every time my friends and I would walk by the house, she would yell at us and make some insanely random comment like we were trampling her garden or using her garbage to play hide and seek or some other incoherent nonsense that wasn't true. Even though my friends and I did get into some adolescence trouble around the neighborhood, we never did anything to Mrs. Morgan. Our parents always told us that we should try and be nice. I mean, she was a widow and had no children, so it must have been a pretty lonely life. Rewind about 3 years ago, and Mrs. Morgan unfortunately passes away, and the house becomes abandoned and, I believe, eventually condemned. At least there were signs on the boarded up windows and doors, but I never got close enough to read what they said. Needless to say, it became an eyesore for the community and quiet and uneventful street. My girlfriend at the time only lived blocks, and I would usually walk to and from her house when we hung out. Literally a 4-minute walk tops, so it was easy. I would pass Mrs. Morgan's abandoned house and the empty parking lot of the out-of-business bar every time I walked to and from her house. Now, fast forward to a few years ago, last walk, it was about 3 p.m. on Halloween night. I guess technically November 1st. I was walking home from my house. I was supposed to be home way earlier in the night, but we both fell asleep watching scary movies. Uh, as I made it to my street and started my walk past Mrs. Morgan's house, I stopped for a minute to make sure it wasn't a skunk because for some odd reason that's the first thing that popped in my mind when I heard the noise. I slowed down a little bit and looked at the house as I proceeded cautiously. That's when I noticed the front door that was usually boarded up and had a sign posted on it that was now open. I tried to rationalize why the door was now open, saying to myself it was probably the wind, but then again, it was a beautiful calm night. I then paused in front of the house and looked directly at the front door. I saw her, Morgan, right there, staring back at me. Then it was her. But how? She had passed away and the house was clearly unlivable for anyone else. At this point, I was so scared that I just shouted something out. I don't even remember if it was words or just noises. The figure stepped onto the front porch and continued to stare at me. I broke my stare and just started running back to my house, turning back every now and then to see if she was still staring at me or perhaps following me. I made it back to my house probably 30 seconds later, opened the side door and went down my room, sleep for the rest of the night. Sure if I was overtired or just had scary things in my subconscious with it being Halloween and blood all night. But I know I saw Mrs. Morgan standing there only a couple. Whether it was a true paranormal encounter or something that my mind made me think I saw, I will never know for sure. But hey, they always say that
And now they get close, it's on fire.
setting something now I actually believe it.
What?
I like to go see what's in the chest before the whole thing burns down. But
Did you sack the place?
no, I didn't. I'm just burning it.
I thought it was worth sharing. Something that I experienced when I was a kid, probably between the ages of 10 and 14. Our Halloween tradition was that my parents and I would meet up with my godparents and their son and go trick-or-treating around their neighborhood. It's been a tradition with my older as well. So it's fair to say this tradition started even before I was born. Anyway, we follow the same route every year. The highlights being stopping at the local funeral home that was only mine. The funeral home had a big
Oh,
party in their parking
of
lot
course they fucking were.
They provided cotton candy, candy apples,
What?
donuts, strawberries, popcorn,
Oh,
sweets, and
it's
sometimes more, all free.
in regards to what happened
One of
in
the ways
Maine.
which every kid did.
I have
In
no
addition
idea
to
what
Certain.
happened to me.
It was a mass shooting, and it's basically just as you would have predicted.
Go fast?
Oh, like that they followed the guy that caused it. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, like
oh,
they knew beforehand and all that
yeah,
shit.
yeah, yep.
What was he? Yeah, but like, what was he saying though? Like, I'm gonna go blow up something and shit.
Pretty much, I guess this guy, has a history of mental episodes and shit like that.
Oh,
Mhm.
this is the
And
idea. Like I
they've
say,
been
I've
they've
said a
been
lot of fucked up shit online, but I would never go and shoot a bunch of
no
people. That's
kidding, for
crazy.
real.
It's fucking insanity.
Gee, it's almost like, you're not using the red flag laws, or red flag laws don't work. I'm just saying, but
Probably
whatever.
that didn't work.
It's just you have
Well, this
certain
building is
people.
seriously burning down. I'd like to get to that chest before that happens. Why don't you
Oh.
guys go in there and firefight your building, huh? That'd be helpful to me. That'd help Jesse. Ah, I did. If somehow I make it out of here alive, you're gonna need to drop me a water bucket.
Okay.
Oh shit! Ow! Oh, that was rough.
Is the water? I take it the water bucket's in one of the chests.
Nope, you killed her.
All
There
right.
we
Outside my house. What to do? More scared that this person was going to approach my house. I woke up my dad, who was snoring so loud I was surprised the neighbors weren't awake. I told him there was someone outside, and he immediately opened the front door in the street. No sound at all. See, I told him what I thought I saw, and he said it was a bad dream or my imagination. I turned the TV on in the living room for a while because I think he could tell I was unsettled and was having trouble trying to fall back to sleep. Here today writing this and honestly tell you what happened. I saw something that wasn't there. Or I don't know, have nightmares. I don't know how to explain what I saw. It was a long time ago and adult who takes his own treatment. Time around fall, I always think about this experience and try to come to a logical conclusion to explain what happened. I still can't figure it out, probably never will.
I'd really like to get to that top floor before the entire building burns.
Start this story by saying I have a story with a few people up to this point. I trusted a few close friends who I thought believed me, but that's about it. I can remember the events of this specific vividly. My parents own a camp on a local lake about 25 minutes from my hometown.
Damn, that meme
What?
is hardcore.
What?
My friends and I would
Oh, there's this meme that Salty's just sharing. It's basically Matthew Perry and George Floyd, what looks like they're up in heaven, and in the friend spawn it says, "We'll be here for you." Ooh, I love me some spicy memes. Love me some spicy memes. Just mwah, chef's kiss.
My parents thought I would be at that Halloween party in Houston at a friend's house. Arrived at the camp pretty late, 9 or 10 p.m.
Yeah, Maine police were alerted weeks ago about shooters' threats. Funny how that's it's not like that's never really happened before. It's the first time it's ever happened, guys. Like we didn't know. We were never told.
After about an hour or so of sleeping, I woke up suddenly to what seemed to be a loud blast. Like a gunshot.
Damn, 2 swords already eaten through. Shit.
I remember it being so loud that I couldn't even
I have to make more. Great. Okay.
I looked up at the couch and my boyfriend was somehow still. I got up and looked out the back door window, which had a view of the lake. I saw something that looked like a light, or a ball of light over the lake.
I only hear lava.
Moving light into trying to figure out what it was. Flashlight glistening water. Without really thinking, I slipped on my flip-flops and I went outside and approached the shore, still staring at the light, squinting my eyes, trying to make out what it was. Colored light, maybe 75 feet out into the lake, and what seemed to be floating a couple of feet off the top of the water. After about 2 minutes, staring and squinting, color changed to a bright purple, and several white specks of light came out of the purple all around the glowing ocean. I started to freak out as to what forced to my knees by the loud blasting noise I heard earlier.
Jesus.
I started to plug my ears and turned back to the house to grab my boyfriend. I saw a huge flash, and the next thing I remember was waking up in the veranda chair in my neighbor's yard the next morning.
I was covered in semen.
That I wore
Hey, it's good for the skin.
That's what. Yeah, we've been telling women that for years.
Yeah.
They keep believing.
Very nutritious too. Good for the skin.
Yep, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Slick dick is good for your asshole for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That would explain why my boyfriend never woke up. However,
Dressing like a
Dick,
whore
it's
is
what's for
good for your
dinner.
mental state.
I don't believe in the paranormal.
For real.
I didn't believe in the extraterrestrial. This didn't
That's
feel
how I
like
gotta
that.
put it.
It felt real. I can still see the images. I know many of you may not
Gotta
believe
turn
in
it into
my
punch
story.
bowl.
That's fine. But I feel like
Turn
I
to
have
a
to share
punch
the
bowl.
experience
The
I
turd
had
in the
that night.
punch bowl.
I'm no
So he
longer
doesn't
with
go
them.
Oh,
along with.
turd in the punch bowl. I use it. I like to use it all the time. Don't be a turd in a punch bowl.
Vince, I don't think he really believed my story either. Needless to say, I spend less time at the camp and am reminded of this night every year around this time. Halloween decorations.
You ever been to a summer camp? I've been to a Boy Scout camp.
I've never been to a summer camp.
That was fun. I went to Curtis S. Reed Scout Reservation. It was very good.
That's
I went
cool.
with my brother.
Yeah, I mean, I was in Girl Scouts. I never went to camp. I guess I just never really wanted. I guess I just wanted to stay home.
Girl Scouts never did as much as Boy Scouts.
No, like, okay, let me tell you what the Girl Scouts did. They did a lot of girly shit. It's true. Like, we did I remember doing a lot of arts and crafts when I was in Girl Scouts.
Anyway, on this particular
For first time I'd ever been horseback riding was Girl Scouts. Had to go
Yeah, I had
horseback riding.
a horseback riding merit badge.
Yep. I think
Equestrian.
they call it the horse lovers patch. When I was
See,
in
in
Girl
ours they call it the
Scouts.
equestrian.
Mhm. I also got a patch for I forgot what it was called. It was like it had something to do with civics, basically. That was
Fix my
another.
Honda Civic.
No, not that. Like basically public service. That's
Yeah,
what.
hooking up the Scoutmaster and fixing the
Mm-hmm.
Honda Civic.
Yep. My Girl Scout troop also took a lot of trips to the water park. First time I ever used a glue gun was in Girl Scouts. I remember I got hot glue on my skin one time. That was not pleasant feeling at all. That shit hurts like hell. One thing my troop also liked to do around Christmas time was sing Christmas carols at the local nursing home. And then, of course, there was the cookie sales. More foxes on the bridge. Look at that little baby! Aww. I like how is their tail like gray? What color is that? I like the tips of their tails. That's cool.
Yeah, punch the polar bear
Gun
so that it
sales.
chases me.
What is this? Gun
Or the
sales spiked
pillagers.
200% in Maine after tragic mass
Ugh.
shooting. Yeah! Guns and ammo sales go brrrr.
I punched the polar bear so it would chase me and come fight them with
Why
me.
would you punch a polar bear?
To bring an angry polar bear into the pillager thing.
Oh, I
Ugh.
like the way you think, boy.
Yeah, it was smart.
It's smart. I'm smart. That's what I call hardcore.
Fuck. Why is every one of these written from a female point of view?
I don't know.
So like someone I said, "Do you want to hang out?" And I was like, "I'm afraid I'm gonna run away." Is that really how women are these days?
I can't explain it. I don't even understand my own kind. Holy shit. Getting
Fuck is
closer,
this?
ever so closer to the 2000
I
mark.
got smithing templates.
Smithington plates? What is that?
I don't know, but get to the end of the bridge, please. I'm gonna need you for my evac.
Oh, right.
Fuck this place. And I'm out.
Ah, whoa. Alright.
Alright, so you poured the water?
Yep. We're at the
That was
corner.
cool from here.
Now I gotta pee.
Can you see it burning?
Wait, let me see. Where is it? No, it doesn't look like it's on fire where I'm at.
Scare us as we walk by.
Alright, stay by that water in case
Okay.
it freezes. Yeah, almost to my ass. You crapped him. Otherwise, you wouldn't say that. Alright, about to come up.
Okay.
Make sure that shit don't freeze.
Obviously.
Yes. I don't know what I got, but it's neat. Never seen it before.
Never got. I don't know what I got, but it looks cool.
Yeah.
I haven't exact. As long as if it doesn't curse us.
Nah. Why, you see it burning?
No, I'm listening to Salty.
Uh, Alright, give me the bucket and I'll give you something I don't understand.
Okay. Ah, shit. X triangle. Ooh, what's this?
Ah.
Smithing template. Mmm.
Oh, what's yours say? This one says something. This one says Century Armor Trim applies to armor, ingots, and crystals.
Hmm.
What's yours say? It'll
Century
come on the
armor
end of the box.
trim. Yeah, applies to armor, ingredients, ingots, and crystals.
Also got 3 more banners. Whoa.
Lols. Not exactly it. Century armor trim. So is that? Oh, so is that something you would use at the smithing table? You can add them to ingots and crystals.
Upgrade it. Fix the door handle.
All I can see is definitely burning now.
Is that to the left there?
It's all fucked up.
It's all fucked up.
Alright, I'm gonna go to sleep because my guy's
Yeah.
injured. Not the successful fucking up of the
The Grinch is
intelligence.
injured. Successful.
So
The
the ship
successful
got some
fucking up.
templates. Make sure to put that template in the chest, Lindsay.
I did. I put in the same chest as the other one.
Yeah, too
I
loud
just
those two. I
fucked
don't know how.
them up. Damn pillagers.
Hey, fuck them.
Oh, fuck those assholes. They're like China. China is asshole.
Alright, back to building this goddamn bridge.
Yep. I've added a few more planks to the bridge. Slowly but surely, we're almost at the 2,000 mark on the first set of numbers.
I know, isn't that crazy?
I know, right? It's like I said, I'm gonna cry tears of joy when the other side of the bridge comes into view.
Yeah. Oh, we see the castle.
Yep. Holy shit, is the
Yo, 16 years old, up deep within the woods. It was probably about 200 yards or so from the main. The cave sat a cliff about 30 feet. Big opening and cliff. About 20 feet or so. Floor one time. Crystal daisy.
Oh, damn. I almost overflowed my cup.
Reality. Doing things. Stories. Piano and read. Four.
Ow.
All my belongings for the night and started my hike to the. I wanted to wait until about minutes left the street. My house would probably take me about 45 minutes. I know for some people, it's crazy to walk that far, but for me, it was to be outside in the crisp fall air, especially. Shortly after 10, I started to close in on my destination. As I approached the large, I could make out a low orange the wall of the cave. I turned my lights off and slowly approached. I immediately felt disappointment. It was not somebody coming out. There were four women, probably late 20s, 30s, all holding a circle. Hundreds of candles lit, illuminating the entire thing. Outside the cave, wall. A growl comes from the table. Not like a growl from a dog, but different. Whisper. I saw him moving from the before I knew it. Look, head back and look through the bush. Deep, blue, dark dark. All four women in perfect point with me. Flash. They all began to run at me. I turned and ran as fast as I could. As they made their way towards the main road, all screaming and laughing. I started to laugh. As it was closing in on the main road, from me, her teeth were yellow, her eyes were big and black, and she had the most haunting smile I've ever seen. I turned and ran as fast as I could.
I turned, I busted that bitch in the face as hard as I could. And she went down and started to fucking cry because she was a woman. And I was like, oh my god, I'm sorry. And she was like, I was just kidding. And I was like, I didn't look that way to me, honey. And she's like, I was like, Jesus Christ. That's how the story would realistically go, just so you all know. Like, I knocked her in the teeth. And she's like, you hurt my face.
Hey, equality, yo.
I thought you. I'm sorry. I thought you was a witch. I know this ain't Scooby Doo, but it was in the middle of the woods in a cave with candles, so you know.
Eventually, I'm gonna need to get more food.
Yeah, I'm bringing the chickens back over here. Just
Oh,
stay
that's
down
good.
that end.
Ooh, let's see. Is there a fern?
This guy better have good statue too on his honor, but he want to speak to the other. The front left
He's
headlight
like, I'm
was
gonna
on.
hit this guy
The
for
front
no
right
reason.
headlight was on.
Does this really how people drive?
Josh joins the sea of cars and suddenly honk, honk, honk. Jumps on his brakes and here, back, press it, and needed. Turn signal flashes yellow, but Josh decides to let it and merge the thing in front. Josh, man, and what his reaction ended it. Josh could feel the rage coming. Slides back into his original, slides into his right pivot. Civic stalls and lets Josh. An hour later, Josh off the diner, fried. Said he was proud of how he acted. He was perfectly calm during the thing. His heart probably sticks a whole bone in his mouth, sucks the sauce off of it, and wait. The bone makes a loud porcelain. Other patrons are staring, but Josh doesn't care about them. Enjoying himself, licking barbecue sauce on the belching on each other. While sucking on one of the bones, a loud horn out. No. And in one quick second, the bone slides down his throat, where his next breath freezes in place. Second, Josh, silent stillness, trying to breathe in harder and harder, while he's packing the bone in his throat more and more. Suddenly, his trachea clenches shut. Josh starts to bang loudly and tighter, but angrily now. Josh, feeling Thanks for listening. In the story at the end, there's more to this book than
You can order a book about a man choking on chicken bones.
You're choking chicken, and I just think he was telling about how you choking your chicken. He was choking on that chicken nugget.
My job is out of the ordinary. I tend to have my goal, making sure I deliver the good pie, keeping up with family life, and sharing laughable stories with my friends over a game of poker. Little did I know that soon enough, all that would take a backseat to the most petrifying experience of my life. I was
Petrifying.
hauling a
Not
load
just
from
scary,
Houston,
petrifying.
Texas, to Boston, Massachusetts. This trip was long and tedious, and I had been on the road for a few days when I arrived at one of those big 24-hour truck stops.
This guy sounds like he's either retarded or he can't read aloud. He doesn't know how to read a noun.
Boy, he's trying.
I don't know.
I don't know how to read. I can only read one word at a time at a certain tone.
A certain tone and speed. I sound like Kermit if I try to read aloud. I don't know why.
Depending on the outfit. I have an anxiety disorder, and additionally, I have issues picking up social cues. So sometimes I
I have
misunderstand things,
difficulty
or
picking up social
paranoid about
cues too.
things
So you're
Usually it's
autistic.
disgust and anger at me. You know how that goes.
Uh-huh.
You look at me all the time.
Oh, yeah.
About 4 years ago now.
He's screaming, fuck you.
We hired a new manager.
Oh, don't move.
He was a foot or so taller than me, skinny, with dark eyes, and
Oh,
usually
thank
wore
you.
dark glasses.
Oh, food,
He
food,
wasn't
food. So much
physically
food.
imposing, but still made me
Oh,
nervous.
yay. Grazie.
There are reasons new nails put me
Perfect. I don't have to worry about that. Now I can just concentrate on the,
after a few days.
on the bamboo. That's a big
Wanting
stock.
to work the counter, he would stand so close behind me that I could feel the cloth of his shirt brush my neck. Looking over my shoulder. Again, I worked here before he did, for a year, so it bugged me. If I was stuck in the drive-through area instead, he would stand in such a way that I was blocked in and couldn't get past him. And every time I bent over, if I looked up, I could tell that he was staring right at me. At first, I figured I was just imagining it.
This is
He
another
wasn't
fucking
purposely
male reading from a
blocking me in.
female
It
perspective.
would
What
be
the fuck
just
is this shit?
Oh, for
again,
fuck's
I assume.
sakes. What, are
Really
they
annoying.
too afraid to hire women or something to do
No, because it's all
narrations?
AI
Like,
voice.
they have female AI voices. It's forever. I mean, there are other female AI voices other than Siri. Oh, and there's a binary. Male, female AI. Achoo! Ooh. Ole.
Hey,
Hey,
I'm not sure why you're here.
me
You
neither.
can't sleep. Ivy,
Nope.
stress,
This is
or
boring.
maybe you
Just tell
just
a
want to
fucking
hear some
story.
true scary.
Ooh, it sounds spooper.
It was the Halloween of 2010. I was only 10 at the time. I was on the cusp of being too old for trick-or-treating, so I aimed to make the most of that night. My costume was of a cowboy. I'd learned from experience that the more detailed the costume, the more candy you get. I was going to hit every house that I could. I expected to get so much that I even brought one of those big black garbage bags to hold the candy in. I was going to make it a night to remember. Was, but not for the reasons I'd hoped. I went alone because there were no other kids of my age going trick-or-treating. I knocked on each door and faced the same kind of questions.
Why do people act like kids don't go trick-or-treating after they hit like 10?
Oh, how cute.
Yeah, shit.
Kids go trick-or-treating until like they're
I
in
was
their
trick I
mid
was
to
trick
late teens.
I was trick or treating in high school for fuck's sakes.
Fuck yeah, dude, you go trick-or-treating until you're so tall they're like, well, how old are
Yeah,
you?
exactly. When they start questioning your age, that's when you're just like, ah.
Thinking about heading home when I saw this house at the end of the street. It was a house that had no Halloween, not even a pumpkin on
I
the
remember
wall.
one year
The lights were on, so I
my
thought
friend's
to give my
mom
luck
drove
one
us
last
around
time.
neighborhood to
I
neighborhood.
walked
We
to the
went
house
trick or
and knocked
treating. It was
on the
so much
door.
fun.
No one
Back when I was in high,
Yeah,
my
it's like
jun,
let kids be fucking kids.
it's like my junior year. It was either my sophomore or junior year of high school.
I once thought to run away, but his
Kids just
Yeah,
be
footsteps were
exactly.
kids.
so close
Yeah,
that I didn't
exactly.
dare move.
I mean,
A
if
drink
when you're in high school,
Enjoy
you're
life,
still,
had to
have
come.
good
The
memories.
door
You know,
creaked
any of
yeah,
that?
hell
Is all that
yeah.
okay with
followed by a
people?
head
Like I said, it just makes me sad
It
that,
was a man, probably of my father's
like,
age.
I
He
can't
stared me
recall the
down
last time
and
I've
said,
actually had a
"What do you want?"
trick-or-treater come to my house.
Trick or treat? Huh. Wait here. I was shocked not to receive.
It's like apparently people are taking their kids to like other events and stuff like that. They're not going trick-or-treating around the neighborhood anymore. I'm like, what the fuck?
Ridiculous.
God, I remember when I was a kid, it's like my parents were okay with, you know, my friends and I going out trick-or-treating till, you know, late at night.
Yellow in coloration, with unknown
Yeah.
language written on it. But still, it was the biggest collection of my night, so I smiled. Here you go. Thank. The man didn't wait for my reply. Feeling a little weirded by his behavior, I waited on the porch for a few more
You know, it
seconds.
just makes me
I
sad
looked to
because
my
it's like I
left,
like
and the man
passing
was
out
standing
candy.
near the window, staring into my eyes. I felt so scared seeing him watch me like this. It was
The
as if
past
he
few times
desperately
I've
wants me
bought
to leave.
Halloween
Because
candy,
if I
haven't
don't
gotten
leave, I might have to do something bad to me.
anyone at the
But I
doorstep.
still didn't move. He opened the window enough for me to hear his voice and said, "Go home. My kid will be back any minute. Go, now." Feeling a sudden jerk in my body, I started to run. I came back to my street and was panting in fear. Kids were still trick-or-treating. I sat down on the bench on the sidewalk to take a break. I was sweating in fear. A few moments later, when I finally calmed down, I shrugged off the
Great,
encounter
now
as
the
if it
bamboo's
frightened
not
me.
growing as
I
fast.
took out one Snicker and started chomping on it. I needed some energy badly. Once I was done, I got
It's
up
kind of
and threw
concerning.
the
I hope it's
wrapper
not
in the
because of
dumpster
the,
in the corner when I saw that man
Snow.
again.
the,
He was
yeah, the
standing on the other
climate.
side of the road. His eyes were big, searching for me. Among all the running kids, he was close to me. I didn't want to get hit by
Ooh,
him, so I quickly
some
turned my
nice
back to him
sized
and
bamboo
grabbed my
stock
candy
down
bag from
here.
the bench. I started walking to my house, which was at the end of the street. Each time I looked back, I could see the man still searching for me. When I left the crowd of kids, I heard running footsteps behind me. I looked back in horror, and the man was coming towards me at full speed. Oh
We
no,
need to
he
get more
found
dirt.
me. I started
Oh
running
yeah.
too. I looked back the second time, and the man yelled, "Stop! I won't stop!" but I was in no plan to stop. I would have reached my house if two kids riding a bike didn't come out from the left side of the road. They made me trip and went past me. I fell on the floor. I cut my jaw and got bruises on my knee. I quickly turned around to see that standing right next to me. He crouched down over my face and snatched the garbage bag from my hand. He emptied the bag on my face, with a big chocolate bar hitting me last on the face. He took the chocolate bar he gave me and said, "This is for my son. You can't have it." Then he took out a Snicker and threw it at me.
The
"Happy
fuck?
Halloween." He gave one last smile and walked
Somebody.
away, leaving
The
me
fuck
Weird.
is that
scarred
shit?
for
Someone
life.
has a temper
I
problem.
didn't come out the next day. Not even
Someone
when I
needs a
trick or treated.
Snickers.
We saw it all in the news.
He's like,
And
my
later
son only eats
told my
Butterfingers.
parents.
Ah.
The man who chased
Ooh,
me
and
with the
Butterfingers are the
candy turned out to
bomb.
be the murderer of his
It's
little
like one of the
son.
top.
He
That's
fed his
like,
son poisoned
I'd
candy
have to say it's
just
got to
for
be S tier
Halloween.
Halloween candy.
The news showed the half-eaten candy lying on the kitchen floor where the cops found the
I have
poor
to do
kid's
that. I'm gonna have to
body.
do a tiered list
That
on Halloween
was my last
candy.
trick-or-treating.
Is that it? Is that last of my? Oh my god, really? Damn, this thing goes through swords like no other.
I didn't know you were going to be a dinosaur this year.
Do you like my costume?
Are you kidding? I love your costume. Say thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Robin.
You're most welcome. Now, let me get some candy for you.
Oh, fuck.
What
The water
happened
wasn't all the
there?
way down yet.
Oh no! Shit.
It's alright. My shit's done there.
I'm going to give you the big bars because I love your Halloween costume the most. Don't give them too much candy.
No, I want the candies, Mom.
Dude, why is everything gotta be stupid?
Because I don't know. I wish I could explain it. I can't. It's like when I try to analyze stupidity, I almost end up with brain damage.
These are the faceless. I grew up in rural Iowa, the kind of place where it's just cornfields for miles and miles around. It was a pretty unexciting place to grow up. It'll always be home to me, and I'll always have a fair amount of affection for it. Home is where the heart is and all that bullcrap.
All that bull
From the
crap.
earliest age, I can
All that bull
remember I
crap.
couldn't wait to leave. Halloween has always been my favorite holiday. Unlike the kids who trick or treat over in Cedar Rapids or Waterloo, where they had actual neighborhoods to harvest whole sacks of candy from, we have to walk like a mile and a half just to get to the next house. So, aside from the one year when our mom drove us over to Dyersville so we could actually get a taste of how those city kids live, trick or treating just wasn't an option for us. A little backstory here. The last year, we were allowed to go trick or treating. Our immediate neighbor to the east, who was 3 miles away, basically told us to go to hell because we were getting way too big to be playing kids' games. This guy had begrudgingly given us a few apples some years. We always sort of resented him for it. That year, when he told us where to go, it made us downright hate him. I mean, for the entirety of the next year, my brother and I would scowl whenever my dad passed his house. To us, he'd ruined the one good thing we got to do around Halloween each year. I know we were just dumb kids, but kids can also be cruel and stubborn on occasion, and I guess we were just that kind of kid. So the next year, my mom decides to take us over to Living History Farms over in Urbandale. Living History Farms is this place near Des Moines that bills itself as an interactive outdoor museum teaching people about Midwestern rural life experiences.
Obviously, we weren't thrilled about the visit. It was learning about some of the
Can you stop the stream already?
how Halloween. However, there was one particular at my brother's, and that was the stories of
Oh, Sleazy's live.
pulling up cabbages and shrubs out of the garden. Wagons were pushed into kids were feeling ambitious. Toys cars up on top.
The fuck?
But the most common mischief or barnyard gates. I remember the teacher later, and I just looked at oh the neighbors that year. We sneaked off down to the neighbors. Did exactly that. Took his front heat off the point where we saw a section of his white picket cornfield across the highway.
It's
They
not.
had put some
You can't
actual work
steal a
into it.
fence. You rip out a
Dismantling it piece
fence.
by piece so the cabbages
That's
could make
vandalism.
noise and wake the guy. I mean, it sucked we never got to hang around to see his reaction. But I guess imagining him going outside in the morning and going insane with rage was enough to keep us amused. So one year, we showed up at his house in the middle of
Fuck
the
this
night
guy.
and saw something we never expected to see in a million. This neighbor
Police.
guy obviously hated Halloween and never, ever put up any decorations or anything. But that year, we turned up to see this Grim Reaper figure on his porch. It wasn't just some dumb looking scarecrow type thing either. It seemed like the guy had put in a lot of work getting hold of an actual mannequin or something, along with all this spooky looking black robe stuff to dress it in. Since he was a farmer, he didn't have much trouble getting hold of the old rusty side leaning up against it. It was kind of intimidating, and he had obviously only put it there to try to scare us off. But we weren't about.
At L'Oreal Group, 100% of our industrial water will be recycled by 2030.
Uh-huh.
I'm not drinking that.
Neither am I. Oh, they make us drink poop water now? That's what Bill Gates wants for
No
us.
chemicals from like
Oh.
they'll be like, look, I know this came from the nuclear plant, but you should probably
Just
drink
gonna
it.
drink it.
Helps the
Yeah, no.
environment and stuff.
But just as we start to discover
Uh-huh. I've heard something about population control. Just saying.
or rather, I noticed the absence of something. It was so subtle that it actually took me a minute to realize what I wasn't looking at.
Hey, they
At
made
some
us
point, as we were
drink
taking down
fluoride
his
in the
fence,
water. Now they want
the
to make
Grim
us
Reaper
drink
started
irradiated
getting
water.
convinced up and disappeared. I stopped what I was doing, looking around the front yard, trying to spot where the heck it could have gone. I whispered to my brother, "The Reaper is gone. Did you see it move?" At first, he looked at me like I was crazy, but then he too started getting pretty freaked out. We were crouched down, tools in hand, in the dead silence of the night, realizing that we'd been a little bit overconfident in our yearly pranks. We didn't quite realize what was happening at the time, only that things were about to go horribly wrong for us. "Let's get the heck out of here," my brother whispered, and we immediately got up and started jogging back toward the highway. Then, out of nowhere, the Grim Reaper was just standing there in front of us, with that big old rusty scythe in his hand, blocking our escape.
Damn, the snow's
It
starting to
hadn't been a
pile up
mannequin that was set up on the neighbor guy's
on the
porch. It was
bridge.
actually him, dressed up like some dumb decoration, and just stood there, still as a statue, waiting for the pranksters to arrive. There was a drawn-out moment where we just sort of locked eyes with the guy, who had taken down the hood of the black robes he was wearing. Then we bolted, but since he was blocking the way to the road out front, we had to run back through his property, climbing over a fence and into a cornfield to get away from him. He was really fast for a noiser guy, like maybe it was just all that anger from having been victimized year after year, but somehow he wasn't weighed down by that side. Those robes, which for some reason he'd opted to keep on, didn't slow him down either.
There's fucking polar
I was
bears up
scared,
here.
sure, but I figured we'd be able to get away.
Polar bears attacking the
Remember
fucking
how I
Arctic
said we had to
foxes.
scale a fence
So
to get
fuck you,
away?
polar bear. Fuck you, motherfucker.
Well, jumping
Causing
down the
trouble up
hillside
here?
was a bit too well for me.
No, you
I
fucking
bet I
Fuck him
toast.
up.
sprained my
Fuck
ankle
you,
when
you
I
fucking
landed.
He's
polar
dead.
bear. I'm gonna
That
punch
was
a
when I
polar
got
bear right in the
terrified.
fucking
But I
face. How do you
realized
like me
I
I'm
now,
gonna
couldn't get
polar
fuck him
away
up.
from
bear?
the guy.
He's dead. He gave me his fish.
My brother kept running, and I wanted to shout after him to help me.
Yeah,
But
puppy.
I knew the
Saved your
shout would
life.
give away my position to the guy.
Fuck that
So I
polar
just
bear. He's
kept my
an
mouth
asshole.
shut. I was hiding out in the cornfield,
Coca-Cola, more like
scared,
Coca-Cock
actually
to
covering
you.
my mouth to keep from breathing too heavily, while this furious, side-armed guy was stalking up and down the rows looking for me.
Oh shit, he's watching the
Every
OG
so
Trick or
often,
Treat.
I had to just sort of limp to a hiding spot further away from him, trying my best not to rustle any of the stalks so I wouldn't betray my hiding spot. Thank God it was the middle of the night, and maybe the guy's eyesight or hearing was just failing him in general, but I managed not to get myself caught. I just kept on stumbling
I'm just
further
punching
and further
snow.
away until he gave up and headed back to his house. It was
How you
completely
feeling, kiddo?
terrifying, hearing him say all this
How you
stuff like,
feeling?
I'm going to cut you up into little pieces and feed you to my pigs. The tone of his voice was telling me he meant every word of what he said.
We want this bridge project
I was
done
close to
and
pissing myself,
over.
knowing
For
that I
real.
couldn't get away fast enough. Needless to say, try any more pranks on the guy after that. I made up some excuse to my parents as to how I'd hurt my ankle, and then just used it as an excuse to stay
There's so
home
much
until it had
waiting.
healed. I was super
Yeah,
paranoid
it's just
about
the
the neighbor
problem
guy
is it's
figuring
just
out who
it's
exactly had been
resources.
victimizing him year after
Yeah,
year.
for real.
It's Jesus. It's like
Waiting for
these
bamboo to grow in
damn.
the snow.
Well, not only that, but bamboo
I'm
eats
getting a
through
bed, speaking of that.
swords like no other. It's annoying.
My mom married her boyfriend of a few years about 5 years ago now. It wasn't one of those weird, awkward affairs, though. I was genuinely happy for her. You see, my dad passed away from brain cancer way back when I was 12, so she had been a widow for over 12 years, and I know just how lonely she'd been in that time. Her new relationship with this guy was a huge whirlwind for years, with them meeting, dating, breaking up, dating again before eventually getting married. My mom felt like she was betraying dad's memory at times, and she didn't make it easy on the new guy. But he stuck with her, even when she was having rough patches, and I gotta admit that really won me over when I realized just how much he loved her. He spoke once about him having experienced some loss in his life too, and how that experience had united them, giving them a shared experience to bond over. As I said, I liked him. I didn't know much about his personal life or his background, but my mom was happy enough, so I really did approve of the whole thing. After she married him, she ended up packing her bags and moving into this big old house of his up in Scotland. Turns out he had a lot of money from playing the stock market and actually offered to pay the rent on the apartment me and mom used to share, which, as you can imagine, didn't get an iota of complaint out of me or my boyfriend, who ended up moving in to take her place once she moved out. A few months went by before we got an invite to come up to stay with them. I thought we might be able to all get together for Christmas, but as it happened,
Oh, sorry.
Mom and the new guy were off to winter in a motel home and wouldn't be around until the following February. So we worked around all our respective commitments, and the only
Oh, I'm
time
gonna have
we'd
to
all be
change the
available
controller
was
out.
for
Oh, I'm gonna have to
one
go with one of the
particular few days,
ones that's screwed
Halloween.
up.
As it turns out, Mom's new home was really out of the way. It was an absolute bitch to get to. We had to get 3 trains, as well as a taxi that cost us an arm
Yeah,
and a
shit.
leg. But honestly, by
Oh
the
yeah,
time we
obviously.
got there, it was worth the journey. It was absolutely gorgeous, seriously like
Definitely.
something out of Downton Abbey. The estate, as the new guy on a
It's
very
because
particular
there's
view
so
of
many
Scottish
like
hillsides.
things about all the stories. You know what I mean? That's why I honestly think that a lot of these are AI written. Either that or they're college student written.
Just about the most
Chat
picturesque place
GPT.
I ever laid eyes on. I'll admit that I was extremely nervous about getting to know Steven, my mom's new husband, but I really was trying my best to form some kind of bond with him. I knew how much it'd mean to my mom, and I really mean it when I say I'd do absolutely anything to make her happy. That, and it was my first chance at any kind of holiday in years, so I was determined to make the most of it. However, it definitely wasn't easy. Not that he wasn't a perfect gentleman. He made every effort to make me and my boyfriend feel welcome there, and made a point of showing me exactly how happy he could make my mom. He didn't try and play a game of stepdad. He wasn't overbearing. Exactly the kind of guy we needed him to be. And for that, I'll always be extremely grateful. But over the course of our first day on the estate, I began to feel more and more trouble for some reason. I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was. And my
Turns out,
boyfriend
motherfucker
actually
was a
suggested that
werewolf.
maybe staying in what made it look like your stereotypical haunted house over Halloween probably wasn't helping. But I promise you, it wasn't that. I'm quite the horror movie fanatic, as well as being a
I'm
definite
quite the
little
horror
creep.
movie
My
fanatic.
boyfriend did not
Uh-huh.
want to start sensing horror or any of that nonsense. But like I said, something just didn't sit right with me about that place. And no matter how hard Steven tried to make us feel at home, I still couldn't shake the suppressive feeling. I finally chalked it up to me being more upset about my mom getting remarried than I was willing to admit myself. So, still willing to make the effort, I found myself wandering around the grounds of the estate, dragging my
Sleazy
boyfriend
P.
beside me.
Martini's doing a watch
Because being
party.
inside the old manor house
That's
just made
cool.
me feel worse and
Eh.
worse with each passing minute, and the last thing I wanted was for Mom to assume I had taken the hump with Steven for whatever reason. God forbid that I was jealous or like resented the fact that he came from old, because I can assure you, I'm not that kind of person. On that first night at the estate, me and my boyfriend took a bath together in this tub that sat in the
Why does
insulated
it sound like
living
there's a
room.
black guy saying him and his
I
boyfriend?
There was a chilly
don't think
and walking
that
around
doesn't
all
happen all that often.
inconsequential conversation.
All of these are written from a female point of view. I swear they're written by AI.
He asked me what
Yeah.
I'd done to my back. I was like, what are you on about? As far as I knew, I hadn't done anything to at all. He then told me I had this massive purple bruise on my back. I reached back to feel where he was talking about, and he was right. I felt this dull pain when I pressed down on the skin of my shoulder blade. There was actually this big bloody bruise there. I jumped out of the bath and walked over to this big, fancy mirror to have a look at it, and Christ, it was massive. I put it down to the strap of one of our bags digging into my shoulder as I was carrying it. But honestly, I knew full well that there was no way it could have done anything like that. I tried not to get too freaked out, but I'll be honest, I was really quiet for the rest of the night, right up until me and the got into bed together to get some well-deserved rest. But that night, I hardly slept. See, the guest bedroom looked out over this big, empty field on the estate. I had no idea at the time, but something about that big, dark field was really bothering me, even when I couldn't see it from where I was lying. At one point, I got up during the middle of the night, wandered over to the window, staring out into the darkness, not even sure what I was looking for. I was only able to actually get any bloody sleep once I'd worked out how to draw the big old curtain. The curtain rail must have been 100 years old, so it took some doing. But with the help of my boyfriend, we did manage to close them, and only then could I actually get my head down.
Are you switching over?
I honestly thought I'd start feeling better the following day. But when I woke up the next morning, I was flustered. I didn't actually wake up on my own. It was my boyfriend awake, telling me that I was whimpering
Yeah,
so
she's like,
hard that I was
he's
sleeping.
got a nice house. The next thing you know,
He
it's like
assured her
Vincent
as
Price
well,
haunted
telling
house.
me I'd spoken too
It's
soon
like,
and
oh, okay, so
actually
she met
thought it
Scrooge
was just
McDuck.
a nightmare. I couldn't help
Okay.
but feel bad for
Hmm.
him, but I
Good.
still felt grim. My
Glad
I told him
you
that I
don't feel
thought
bad
maybe
about
he was
resenting your mom
exaggerating.
dating Scrooge McDuck.
He tried
That's
to
good.
calm me down, telling me it was probably just the
Okay.
anger of
It's
seeing my
weird,
mom
but
suddenly
okay.
all bubbling to the surface. But I flipped on him, telling him yet again that it wasn't anything to do with how something was badly wrong with that house, even though I just couldn't exactly work out what it was. My boyfriend insisted we stay another day, just to see if things would get any easier for me. But that I
Aha.
refused, telling him we needed to make up an excuse
I
for
see
why we
something of
needed to leave
interest.
so I would
Straight
spend
Oh,
more
ahead.
do
time with him.
you now?
Yeah,
Being the good
another
boyfriend that he is, he
broken gate.
manufactured some excuse that a family emergency at home and that I'd have to come with him for emotional support. He even said he could bear the brunt of my mom being annoyed. God, if ever there was a time I knew I loved him, it was as soon as we were in the taxi on the way back to the train station. I felt like a bloody great weight had been on my shoulders. I still felt proper weird for a day, but I think that was just because
Yeah,
none of
this
the
is
other
terrible.
staff was
Actually,
there.
it's hard.
Even if it was
Just
awkward, so I
terrible.
honestly still
It's terrible.
feel right up
Terrible.
there. Quite relaxed knowing she.
I don't think they're Brits either. Good night, kiddo.
What the fuck? There's someone in the chat named
Nothing,
Stoner with a
Jerry.
boner. Ah, he's a good kid.
He comes on, he talks shit, he walks away. All right, Ryan Reeves, let's give you a shot. Oh, he's the history of Halloween. Well, I always enjoy the history of Halloween, so let's see what you have to
Finding
say
that
about
Andy
it.
Roots already.
I'll give you a like. Yo, dude's got 100,000 views on this video and 4 likes. Why can't people stop being douchey?
Some of you young
Yeah, for
fans are
real. What the
forced to
fuck?
dress up your kids.
That
Where's your
doesn't make any
I'm
sense.
like,
Why
I don't
would
know
you?
how the like
And that
button
one
works.
weird neighbor creates a horror
It only
house to
takes you
scare
like
all the
2
local
seconds to
children.
hit the like button.
Or maybe you are one of your neighbors. National Retail Federation estimates that about $10 billion was spent on Halloween in 20 billion with a B. Historically, of course, only England celebrate Halloween. More on that in a minute.
You
So
think
now,
Japan would
with
love
one vote,
Halloween?
we have
Yeah, for real. Since Japanese like to wear costumes and stuff.
They like all kinds of weird shit. They would
Oh
fucking
yeah.
love Halloween. Like, hey, Japan, have you well heard of Halloween? Halloween? What's a Halloween? Halloween? All the ghosts come out. You dress up. You go dress up like ghosts. You dress up like Ninja Turtles. It don't matter.
You dress up like Ninja Turtle. You could be
But if you're a
Shredder.
woman dressed like whore.
Women dress like whore,
And
yes.
it's good. It's very
Uh-huh.
good.
Very good. Women
Very
whore.
good,
Women dress as whores. Very
yeah.
good.
Then you bob for the apple and
Like
you get
oh,
candy.
like oh, hello.
Like whore and candy. One holiday. Yes, all candy holiday. Oh, yeah. And ghost.
and all of this for a night that's not even a holiday.
That's not hate speech, is it? That's my Japanese accent.
I don't think that's hate speech. I would hope it's not.
It's not my fault. It's like Dynasty Warriors.
Dynasty Warriors.
Fuck yeah, Dynasty Warriors.
But honestly, I tend to spend folk history is what we're
Meanwhile, as far as I know, Japanese games haven't been infected by woke nonsense. Unlike what's happening to Western AAA companies. Thanks a lot, guys.
if you're the kind of person that where you have to piece together only fragments of information between some lines and
By the way,
fill
fuck
in
Activision.
significant gaps in your knowledge.
Just
Rarely
to
do you have
think.
chapter and verse to cite when it
Just to
comes to
think,
book history.
what is it?
Almost
They're
always,
in a
we're
few more weeks.
handing
They're
the
releasing
stolen
Modern
goods.
Warfare 3. Just to think,
You wonder if anyone has listened to actual historians on the
that
subject.
would have been the next new thing
Everyone knows
for
that one
us.
person on social media who around this time of year starts spouting out their vague, internet-assembled philosophy on history and the divine. Halloween works like this. In fact, just about all of our holidays work like this. When you ask where is Halloween or Christmas or Valentine's Day or some other holidays come from historically, you usually cannot get a straight answer, or at least a trained historian can't
Oh,
give
he's
a clear
watching
one.
the 3D
Pop
version.
culture and people who love to troll each other love simplistic answers, however. We all hear that Saturnalia is the origins of Christmas, even though it's entirely
And he's wearing
May is
3D
for the
glasses. That's
3000
funny.
fertility, which gives us Easter, even though no such thing exists. That's
What's
not the
that? Whack,
origins of
whack, whack,
Easter.
whack, whack.
The feasting of pilgrims that Native
Snowballs.
Americans
Is that all
Oh.
your
by the
tiles?
fire is where we get Hanukkah and
I got a few
Thanksgiving.
more.
And
Put
of
them all
course,
down.
Halloween is related to some druidic practice of warding off human fairies. Real folk history, though, doesn't give a simple answer. Folk history, you might say, looks at all the ingredients that, when brought together, are always greater than the sum of their parts. Rather than finding X that marks the spot where something started and where it comes down to today,
It's rather noticing, let's just use the word echoes or themes, different sensibilities that come down through the centuries or even over millennia, as in the case of Halloween, to create a modern practice that you really can't pull these things apart. So the history of Halloween is exactly like this. You have several ingredients, not all of them ancient, that make up the story. But if I were to ask you, for example, is Halloween a practice that echoes back to the ancient Celtic practices? Or is it a Catholic
3250.
holiday concerned with remembering the recently departed?
I don't see
But
any
for
glow
some,
from any village around this
or is it a
area at
harvest
all.
festival celebrating the coming of fall and the end of summer? Is it the product of Victorian horror literature and Hollywood? Is it a night of drunken parties and debauchery? Is it associated with neo-pagans like Wiccans and others in the modern world? Or is it a wildly expensive night for parents as they burn money on costumes and candy? The answer is yes. And that's how folk history works. And by the way, I can do the same thing for Christmas. Is it secular, celebrating elf culture? Part of Catholic
We're getting
Church?
that blue bud.
Is it part of American culture and other cultures as they add their own along the way? Yes, all the way down the line. Don't even get me started on Valentine's. So what I want to do here is give you the big picture. I want to do a little bit of folk history, tell you the story of Halloween and all of these little ingredients that make up the modern practice. I'm not going to get into the question of should you participate in Halloween? What's your opinions? Is it dangerous? Is it too much
Alright, now
for
I gotta
young
pee.
kids to see all the spooky stuff? That type of thing. The question here is rather where does it come from? How do we go from something that is several thousand years old all the way down until today where you have candy corn and pumpkins and a lot of modern practices? Okay, let's start quickly with some of the more mythical story of the origins of Halloween. You can find this usually online, the pop culture ways of describing Halloween, but the normal way that you hear it is something like the following. The ancient Celtic peoples of Ireland used to celebrate Samhain. And yes, it's spelled Samhain or Samhain, but it's pronounced Samhain. And Samhain was the night when the door to the other world opened and the fey creatures entered the mortal world. Wraiths and demons and shadowy things that go bump in the night. And they dressed up in skins to ward off the evil spirits. November 1 was the Celtic New Year, and so this was the night of darkness and spiritual danger. And according to that same pop history, the Catholic Church comes along and they just say, hey, why not? And they adopt the same practices into the liturgical calendar. And they start calling it All Saints' Day. Instead of warding off the demons, they're now somehow praying for the souls of those dead.
Hi,
And so November 1 becomes
Yasmin.
All
You
Hallows
look a little
Day or All
sleepy.
Saints
You
Day.
sleepy?
And the eve, the day
Me,
before that,
me,
is
me, me.
All Hallows Eve or Halloween. That's about the
Ah.
big picture you often hear. It was pagan, centered around Druids offering blood sacrifices, and the Catholics just syncretistically took it on as part of their practice. But I think it's pretty obvious there's a lot missing in that story. But for some, that quick synopsis, that pop history, is enough to make them forever enemies of Halloween.
Oh, I gotta change
When
controllers
that
out.
Ninja Turtle and that Disney princess ring the doorbell, they shut off the light. Might as well open the door and tell the Druids to
Back
get
to
off
the
the doorstep.
shitty ass controller that
Okay,
likes to
maybe that's a bit
pull
much.
left.
But there are some who can't believe Halloween is anything but ancient demon worship. A lot of this myth comes from, frankly, one person, and that's where we're going to start. A man by the name of Charles Vallancey, a British civil engineer in the 1760s, is the origin of a lot of this type of demon worship idea. He was stationed in Ireland, and he was enamored with what he assumed was Celtic culture. And despite not being a scholar, he wrote a rather terribly book on the primordial
Oh, hi,
origins of the
baby.
Celtics.
Doing
I don't have time to go into this too much, but historians of
Clementine.
Halloween often either laugh or hate this book because it gives us so many of the big myths that are often repeated online. The biggest howler is he mistook Samhain for the worship of a deity called Balsam, the Lord of Darkness. And he said that around Samhain, or what we call Halloween, the Celtic peoples are worshiping this Lord of Death. The problem is that the name Balsam, or Lord of Death, appears in no ancient text, and there is no reason to have said this. We are still a bit mystified as to where this comes from in his writings, but it does seem to confuse the ancient Mesopotamian deity Baal, which we sometimes see in the Old Testament, for their worship, and he seems to have brought it from the Celtic history. Baal Sab is Baal, Lord, Sab, death. And that speaks a bit to the problem here, which I'm about to go into, which is this must have come from something dark and sinister. So
Here
if
we
we find
go.
the
Now the
origins of something
controller's
dark and
starting to pull
sinister,
the other
that's the
fucking
smoking
side.
gun. The problem, though, is that nearly all the practices related to Halloween today, save only the date, derive from either Christian medieval practice or from modern American history. It doesn't come from Baal or things like this, at least not fundamentally. So, for
Stop,
example, in
you
this video,
stupid
so far, I've
controller.
shown lots of pictures of things we associate with Halloween: pumpkins, corn, candy, trick-or-treaters. But all of these are American inventions, and pretty recent ones, too. So the fact that all of this is associated with Halloween, and yet it only arrives in the New World, to tell you a bit that Halloween is as much modern as it is ancient. So what I want to say is that simply telling one part of the story, the part of sewing and trying to make it entirely Celtic, is a bit like saying that a cake is nothing but eggs, simply because it has eggs in it. In folk history, it's the mixture of the ingredients that matters most. Yes, sewing is part of the story, and I'm going to tell that story. But in fact, Hollywood and American culture are the more dominant factors when it comes to the rise of Halloween.
How does Laffy Taffy make mouth so happy? It's smooth and satisfying.
How does it make your mouth happy?
Okay, now that we've gotten all that out of the way, let's go to the actual ingredients that make up Halloween. The academic study of
Yeah,
Halloween
ladies,
is
what makes
actually,
your
just to
mouth
my knowledge, pretty
happy?
new. It's about
I
40 or
think
50
I
years
know the
old.
answer.
But we have a fairly strong grasp on all the different ingredients.
Oh my god, I almost fell
First,
off that thing
we do
because of
have
the
a vague
stupid ass
history of
controller
Celtic
pulling to
practices
the
surrounding the
fucking left.
celebration of sowing. And when I say vague, I don't mean that condescendingly. Second, we have the development of Catholic liturgical practices in the calendar over about 1,000 years. And it gave rise to what we today would call Hallowtide, or the celebration of the saints and praying for the dead in purgatory. Third, we have colonial American culture, which eradicates major portions of the history and makes it more about harvest festivals. Fourth, you have the influx of Irish and Scotch Irish into the New World, and with them comes the old cultural legacy of sewing. And fifth, you have the rise of the modern middle class pop culture, horror movies, candy corns, and the start of this costuming trick or treating practice that kids love today. There are twists and turns to each of these pieces of the story, and each has an opportunity to go really deep. I'm not going to do that though. I just want to give you the big picture and to point to the ways that this history is, again, a bit more of an echo down through time and show how the practice of Halloween is a mixture of lots of different elements. Okay, first, Celtic history. When we discuss Celtic history, we need to have a bit of caution here. As I've said in other videos, the Celtics were not simply Irish, though they later would be associated with Irish heritage. But as far back as the writings of Julius Caesar in his History of the Gallic War, there's always been only a vague understanding of those tribes to the north. And I don't mean that we know nothing, but the Keltoi, as the Romans called them, spread throughout much of modern Ireland, Britain, and down into Germany and France. They are the general people who lived north of the Roman boundaries. And they were some of the so called barbarians who later came to conquer Rome in later centuries. They left no writings, though they probably were literate. And more importantly, most of what we know about them is written down later by Christian missionaries in the high to later Middle Ages. Quite a bit of a gap between their existence and the writing down of their heritage. What we know about their practice in Ireland specifically, however, does relate to Halloween. The Celtic people there were, of course, pagan, believing in a variety of deities. They were led in their practice by an elite class of druids, though you have to see druids in the Celtic world, less as Dungeons and Dragons, and more as, say, the royal and spiritual advisors in the court of Pharaoh. They were equally in charge of giving counsel to the king as they were of performing rituals and sacrifices. The Celtic afterlife was called the Land of Summer, and the passage between summer and autumn was a big deal for their culture. And that day was sundown, October 31st, or Samhain. And that night, the passage between the afterlife and the mortal world opened up. So that part of Samhain is true. This idea that October 31st is when the spiritual creatures, largely negative, come into our world. But it was more than just a spiritual time. Samhain was also a harvest festival, to use our language, for the Celtic people. I often point out that for those who think that Harvest Festival is somehow less Celtic or pagan than Halloween, well, I'm sorry, they're all pagan, at least if you want to point to the origins of these types of things, the celebration of the end of summer and the passing into autumn. But this was a time for slaughter and a great feast, and probably, as one historian pointed out, the only time that most Celtic people had access to alcohol. It was a wild night, to say the least. It was also a politically important gathering at Tara, sort of a seat of kings for Celtics back then, where a giant bonfire and rituals were performed. Judgments would also be rendered against enemies, people who committed crimes and the like, and those who were found guilty were executed. There were also sport and festivals, laughter, the young and unmarried flirting, looking for a potential partner. In my mind, I don't know why, I always have that image from the scene of The Brave, where all the kings are drinking and sporting and handling business and trying to find suitors for marrying the young. I mean, the movie is based in Scotland, it kind of fits. That's what Samhain would have been more like. Equal parts raucous party, politically important gathering of political leaders, and a story of magic and fairy creatures and the spirits of those around them.
Our prices just got better on hundreds of items, from dog and cat food to litter and more. The Health and Wellness Company.
The big bonfire that the Druids tended was also a form of a tax. People would extinguish the hearth fires at their homes, and they would come to Samhain, and they would pay their yearly tax to the Druids, and receive an ember from which they would go back and light the hearth again. It was a convenient way of taking a census, keeping track of everybody, and making sure that everybody pays their due. In other words, October 31st for the Celtic people was more than just spooky goblins
Ah,
and
stop, you
warding off the
stupid
dead, and
controller.
that's the important factor. We spend way too much time talking about the other world opens up and all these spirits come in, and they would dress up in animal skins and the like in order to ward this off. It's more than that. It is significantly important for the Celtic people. It is a time where they gather and have a festival, you might say. It was culturally rich, with everything from merriment to mischief to blood sacrifice. And that's the important thing a lot of pop history doesn't understand. You can remove the pagan practice of druid worship, blood sacrifice, and many of these elements, and still retain the cultural importance of Samhain for the Celtic people. And that, in fact, is essentially what happened when the Catholic faith came to Northern Europe. By the 7th century, after the work of St. Patrick in the 6th century, of course, St. Patrick is the patron saint of the Irish, Ireland and other countries to the north becomes Catholic. Like many countries north of Rome, however, including the Scandinavian regions, Germanic, and Frankish tribes, certain cultural practices were still held on to. It's a bit like saying if you remove the religion, you still have essentially a 4th of July party around the time of October 31st. Now, yes, it's very simplistic, but the cultural significance of that night and those parties and those gatherings remains long after Ireland and Britain become Christian, but also within the Catholic Church. You have the
Oh, stop
evolution,
it,
you
you
might say,
stupid
of the
controller.
liturgical calendar. About the mid-8th century, Pope Gregory III moved the traditional Feast of Martyrs to November 1st. This feast was a memorial day for those who had died for the faith in the ancient church. However, two things are at play here. First, November was, as one scholar said, the most boring time in the Roman calendar. There just was not a lot going on. Meanwhile, the Celtic folks and those to the north are continuing their history of celebrating the end of summer with essentially a cultural harvest festival. So Gregory officially makes All Saints' Day, as it came to be known, November 1st. And moving dates around like this, by the way, is not a big deal in the Middle Ages. November 2nd, then, about the year 1000, becomes All Souls' Day. It's a long process from that happening, but it becomes another day in the calendar. So what happens is that by the 1300s, a very long time, mind you, after the conversion of Ireland and Britain, you now have what we call Hallowtide. But notice how relatively late and how relatively un-Celtic a lot of the history of Hallowtide has become. It's actually heavily Catholic. There is certainly some of what we would call syncretism, or the mixing of pagan and Christian elements here, though it is questionable how some simply say, well, Celtic paganism is the same as medieval praying to the saints. It shouldn't take much to realize the difference between blood sacrifice and warding off spooky demons is different that at a Catholic Mass we are praying for the dearly departed in purgatory on their way to heaven. I find some of that to be a bit disingenuous. It takes a modern sort of cynicism to say that, well, all engagement in the spiritual afterlife must be the same and it must be pagan in origin. There is, however, a practice in the Catholic Church in the Middle Ages of what you might call taking over, or you might even call it conquesting the pagan world. Famously, it was believed that whenever you convert an area to Christianity, you don't knock down their pagan shrines, rather you go in there, take out everything that is pagan, and put a cross and an altar up. There's a sort of, this is our land now, our church now, and these are our dates now. I question whether or not that's fully syncretism or not. Also, by the time of the Renaissance, which is about where we are now, don't really have a lot that we would call modern Halloween yet, other than the dates. You have a time of remembering those who have passed. You have a time of praying for the dead in purgatory. And you have, for those in Britain and Ireland, a cultural heritage of Samhain that has now become a time of mischief and partying and a big bonfire. But throughout most of Europe, there was nothing that is associated with what we would today call Halloween in its sort of fine details. The one thing that is close is something called souling. And this is a practice where children would go around singing, knocking on doors, and asking for treats or ale or something like this on All Hallows Eve. Think of it a bit as a cross between trick-or-treating and caroling. Kids want the good stuff, they go around knocking on a holy day. And by the way, people act like that is something abnormal. That happened on holy days. It's often forgotten. A holy day was when you were supposed to be actually generous to the least of those around you, giving alms and giving food out to those in need. Children like to go begging, so to speak. But it's not exactly trick-or-treating. It's souling, but it's very similar, and it's around this same time of year. So to summarize at this point, you have the ancient Celtic practice of Samhain. The Catholic Church converts. Those regions become Catholic, but the cultural memory of Samhain remains. The calendar then gets developed to where those same dates become an important time of the memory of those who have died, and so they become high holy days. You had a practice of souling and ringing of bells, and it was, you might say, several days off and a bit of a raucous time. There would be drinking and feasting, but it's not Halloween as you and I know it. So where did that come from?
If you make bunches of oats,
Okay, so looking at the modern practice of Halloween, we're going to start making some jumps here. There's a lot that I'm going to skip over, but again, I'm staying big picture. For example, there's Guy Fawkes Night, November 5th, which my friends in Britain still celebrate today. Another big bonfire, another big festival around the same time. There's also little twists and turns in Scottish and Irish history. There's lots of pieces in their heritage about Halloween remain. What I want to jump to, though, is the question of how does this liturgical practice in Catholic Europe come to the New World in America, which for most of its history has very, very anti-Catholic tendencies. Very strange if you think about it that way. Not a lot of people notice that jump. Halloween is Catholic because it's related to All Saints' Day and All Souls' Day, and you have to be Catholic to be praying for those in purgatory. How does jolly old Protestant America start to take this on? So I want to talk about that real quick. The simple answer is that colonial America strips Halloween, or that first week of November, of all of its Catholic sensibilities. It's worth remembering that those who first came to the colonies were not Catholic. In fact, they were almost universally staunchly anti-Catholic. As I'm going to say in a minute, this will change. But the important part of the story is that what happens to Halloween in America is not that it's a pagan holiday that takes root in the New World. Rather, it's a formerly Catholic practice, part of the liturgical calendar, that in America loses all of its traditional Catholic flavor. Also, as you can imagine, it loses its British and Irish flavor in the colonial days as well, as the new ferment of American pride began to grow. There were few to no Irish immigrants in those early days, and so anything that would be traditionally Celtic was very minimal. In other words, in America, Halloween in the colonial days is stripped of almost all of its traditional practices. This happens, by the way, with Christmas as well. That's another video, it's another conversation, but Puritan New England, for example, outlawed both of these days. No Halloween, no Christmas, no fun. What America did excel at, though, was an appreciation for the fall harvest. Looking ahead, this is where the idea of Thanksgiving will also start to come about.
Yep.
Most cultures do
Makes
this, by the
sense.
way. The end of summer, we live in a day of supermarkets and easy food, so it's easy to forget just how important harvest is. But what begins to happen is as the fall harvest idea in America begins to take shape, some of the things that we will eventually associate with Halloween are all American. Pumpkin, corn, these types of things are all native to the New World.
Oh,
But in
interesting.
American colonial days, this is wrapped up in the idea of the harvest. However,
Mm.
by the 1800s, you start to have for the first time Irish and Scottish immigrants coming over and bringing with them the more raucous, fun loving ideas associated with Halloween and so on. The American practice of harvest basketry now gets
I closed
injected
my eyes
with
for
a
2 seconds.
more
I fell
Irish
off the bridge.
sensibility of the heritage of the
Oopsie.
past. It's still going to lean
Yep.
on Catholic elements, but the
Fuck.
cultural Irish elements do come into play. And so it is in the 19th century that some of the more
Stupid
mischievous
controller, I
elements of
swear to God.
Halloween start to come about. Those Irish pranksters would come over, and on Halloween night, we'd start to pull trick or treat pranks. It's just part of the old world coming. And with the rise of Catholics in America, which begins about the same time, you do have a greater appreciation in America for the Hallowtide season. But Halloween is now its own thing. It's neither pagan nor Catholic. It is now part of Americana, you might say. And of course, yes, I'm leaving out a lot of history of Britain and Ireland during this time, but I'm focusing on America. The last two ingredients in this are the two that become the most immediately relevant. First and foremost, you have the rise of the horror genre in entertainment. We often call this Victorian Gothic. This is the late 1800s, or the Victorian horror literature genre. And it's easy to forget how common horror movies and scary movies, and spooky ghost stories and entertainment are for us today. But this comes from the Victorian era. Frankenstein's monster and Dracula are
Mm.
the two most commonly
Oh,
known
yeah, because
from that period.
Frankenstein and
But there
Dracula
are
were
plenty of
written
others.
around that time.
And then with the rise of Hollywood, the natural thing was to bring some of that Victorian horror genre onto the big screen. And that form of entertainment has been with us ever since. And so over time, horror movies became associated with the fall. It wasn't pagan, it was entertainment driven. And lastly, it is only in the 1900s, the 20th century, with the rise of the middle class after the World War and the increased consumer spending that happened, that you finally get the crystallization of Halloween. Celebrations of the fall were common, only now we have suburbs. That agrarian life is largely lost. We have the rise of the entertainment industry. And we have this middle class that wants to have fun rites of passage, fun moments for their children, and the practice of trick or treating around the time of Halloween began to grow as well. Probably the earliest is in the early 1900s, but it quickly catches on. As I said when my kids were young, they like to dress up and eat candy every day of the year. And the fact that there's one day of the year where they can do it without any problem was A-OK in their book. But it's around the 1950s, the Leave It to Beaver age, where you have the mass production of Halloween costumes, where you have trick or treating. You have this concept that the suburban life is one on Halloween. You go around to the neighbors, you knock on doors, and in a very polite way, but built into it as well is this spooky idea by Hollywood and entertainment. And needless to say that by the 1950s, most of the long twists and turns throughout history, going from medieval Catholics, Renaissance, to colonial America, have been largely lost. Now, in the 1900s, Halloween was, in American culture, its own thing. And now, 21st century, the idea that October 31st, dress up, partying, candy, fun with your kids, is all but cemented. Okay, so this has been a big picture of the story of Halloween. You can go in the comments and list all kinds of things that I've left out. There's tons. But this is what folk history is.
Jesus Christ, it's taking
The story of
forever for
Halloween
this bamboo
is
to
more of
grow.
a story of lots of different ingredients going down through history that make up the modern practice. From one vantage point, Halloween is modern. Candy corn, superhero costumes, Tim Burton movies, and the like. But there's a long history that goes back hundreds, if not thousands, of years.
Stop hitting me! Oh God, I don't want to die.
What happened?
I'm off the bridge. I'm running like hell.
Oh. Well, I'm near a bed in case you need it.
I ain't got a bed, so I ain't gonna help. I
Oh
gotta get to the
no.
stairs. Almost to the stairs.
That's good.
Alright, I'm in bed.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Don't you dare, you stupid controller. My eyes off the screen for like a second and the controller tries to pull me over. I'm like, I don't fucking think so.
Trying to find something interesting. There ain't much.
You exploring? Stop it, you stupid controller.
Best advisors are the ones that have the heart of a social worker, the mind.
Aw, little baby fox.
Growing up, my family had a cabin on the northern side of Maine. We went there often for vacation or on special occasions. Celebrating. That time it was my parents. My mom wanted to go. All decided to go to our cabin. We reached there a day Friday. My parents' anniversary was on the first, but with my school
Oh, this is totally an AI voice. My parents' anniversary.
Oh, yeah.
and return home on the first, so I wouldn't have to skip school. It was already 4 p.m. by the time we did. So when we finally
By the way, I am a girl in the story.
Yep.
Both my parents were. Nevertheless, my mom managed to prepare all of us. My parents were really tired. I could tell because they strayed. I had slept during most of my trip, so there was no way I felt sleepy. By the time the clock ticked 12, I found myself looking at Halloween. But I was just a 12-year-old, so I snuck out of quietly as I could, make my way to the fire. Well, my dad had lit it because I sat by the fire and pulled the wick. Suddenly, something caught my eye. At first, I couldn't tell what I was seeing. It looked like something was moving. It wasn't until it stepped out into the light I realized it was a man in the woods on the other side. He would have walked from our front porch. I think the fire caught his attention. Found about what he was doing because in the moonlight, then got up to look around. I was horrified. Ran back inside. The next morning, all the cops who searched found a missing person. Don't want to think about it. And we have not gone back. I will absolutely never forget how lucky I am to see. I am a single mother. My daughter Amy.
I am a
After the
sing.
divorce, I no longer
Called it,
wanted to live in
Jesse.
the same town as my ex. So I purchased a farmhouse.
You know, it's Halloween. I guess everyone's entitled to one good scare, huh?
I was a college student in the early 90s at a small state college in New York. When I was a freshman is when this happened. I didn't go to school thinking that I would get involved with a fraternity. And I know a lot of people look down. I'm not ashamed to say that I did rush and became a member of it. It was a lot of fun. To be honest, we were the one fraternity I actually liked to hang out. Lots of cool parties and even sponsored parties at some of the bars in town and invited everyone. There was no exclusivity that some other places seemed to. We all just wanted to have fun, and the more people, the merrier. Halloween of my sophomore year when we decided to have a party. You could dress up if you wanted to, but it wasn't required. And I was amazed at how many people really did show dressed up. I remember laughing at a lot of the costumes that were obviously thrown together that morning. And we were just all set to have a good time at the house that we lived in. We were lucky to have a basement with a door to the outside. On the first level of the house, we had a simple bar made out of plywood and 2x4. perfect for having a keg upstairs, and another one in the basement. Place to have maximum, but in a way that no one was falling all over one. Yeah, we had to run the gauntlet with the cops, but for the most part, they kind of just guys keep it down when it was getting too loud. Sometimes the town cops in college towns get a bad one. Didn't have that experience. So my frat brothers were all there, and this story involves three of my closest friends, who are still my closest friends to this day, outside of my best friend Roland. I'll call these guys Mike, Rich, and Todd. The party was going full bore. Everyone was having a great time. Who hadn't dressed up? I was actually wearing an old PTA uniform from a job that I had in the summer. I still had the name tag, but I put a piece called myself a loser. Everyone laughed about that. Around 1 a.m., everyone decided that they were going to head downtown. We were running out of beer. And why not hit the bars for the last hour before closing time? For whatever reason, a number of us, including some non-frat guys, stayed back and finished off. We were all just sitting around listening to music, talking about how much fun that was. I mentioned that with the five of us there were also three girls. I was not hooking up that night. Two of my buddies and one of his friends were clearly going out, which was actually good for me as I did have a girlfriend. But enough about that. I'm not going to get myself in any more trouble. One of the guys was actually from the town the college was in. Because it was Halloween, we started talking about this abandoned house about a mile and a half walk away. He said that every year somebody always disappeared around or inside the house. We all called him a liar, saying there's no way that anyone would allow a structure like that to exist if people kept it. He said it was true. And somehow we all got to talking about going
We
out
all
there.
said you're a filthy fucking liar.
Of course, this scary story always happened on
Piece
Halloween,
of
even
shit.
though it was
Get the
one of
fuck
the
out of
holidays
here.
that
He's like, what? He's like, no,
people
get
thought
the
he was
fuck out. Get
Fuck
the
out
fuck
of
out of here.
here.
Fuck out of here. Nobody wants you here.
Our
Fuck
friends who
away
were
from
hooking
us.
up didn't go with us. So it
Yep.
was Mike, Rich,
He's
Todd,
like,
and our friend
I was
Paulo
just
here.
joking. And you're like,
Even
I
more
don't care. Get the fuck out of
Hey, you
here.
fucking prick. Get the fuck out of here.
The houses ended and nothing else happened. Todd had brought along a little more liquid refreshment in the form of vodka, and we were all taking pulls of it as we walked. Knowing what we were doing was so stupid, but at least we would have a fun story. Like I said, it was only about a mile and a half away. It didn't take forever for us to get there, and Jerry wasn't lying. There was a house at the edge of town, down a long driveway, way away from the road. Completely overgrown with dead grass and stuff growing in the middle of the dirt driveway. It looked like people still did go out there, as the areas for the fires were just gravel. Certainly not a hot spot. Laughing and making bets about who would go inside, we approached the building, which was a very old floor.
Oh, I lost a bamboo plank over the
30
bridge.
feet up with
Shit.
boards over some of the windows on the first floor. And the doors also
All
were
because my
boarded
controller's
and had
acting up.
all the
Fucking A. Hate
Gary
this
kept
thing.
telling the stories about him growing up out there and people going missing, even though we were all well and fed. He did start to get a little freaked out with his very detailed description of the story. The one that really got me was about two brothers, who I did find out later on really were out there one night. And one of the kids did go. That was true. Probably the only story out of all of them there that was. But these two boys on Halloween had gone out there together, probably just trying to scare one another. One went inside and never came out. There was a huge investigation began. Proof that one boy did go inside, but he was never found, and there was no trace of him leaving the way he had gone up to the second floor where his footsteps in the dust and dirt on the floor had just stopped. That was it. I know, that's pretty creepy. So we got up to the house and we were way inside to prove just nothing was going to happen to us. Find a way in. So Todd noticed that the basement, someone had obviously found there before we came. Plywood was actually window frame, and it did open up pretty easily. None of us had flashlights. None of us were prepared to do anything, but Todd, probably being the drunkest of all, decided to slip through the window before we could stop him. Of course, we heard him crash to the floor and a bunch of things falling all over the place, which made us burst into laughter before we even stuck our heads. Said he was, and was letting his eyes get used to the dark to see if he could get up to the first floor. We listened, laughing the entire time, trying to navigate the dark, obviously running into shit, you know.
No, those chips are a little stale. Bleh.
Yeah, some friends, I know, but it was really funny at the time. After a few minutes, everything went quiet. We heard him kicking at a back. He had boarded up, but as I mentioned, there was no lock on it. And he started to get it pretty neat. Jumped over to help him pry the door open, and else. Mind you, the entire time we weren't paying attention to anything, laughing and trying to get in. So we finally got into the house, and it didn't really have any furniture. It was dusty and cobwebby. We were poking around a little bit trying to get used to the low light when Mike suddenly left the room and said he was going upstairs. Jerry said, "Hey man, that's a bad suddenly off. Mike had obviously found us. Heard him going up, which is pretty. I think all of us knew that. We all started slowly walking after him. We didn't hear him say out loud.
That fucking baby fox squeaked like a toy.
A loud scream came somewhere upstairs. That was not fun. Jerry immediately turned and ran for the door we had come in. So we all looked at each other like, what the hell is going on? Until I yelled up to Mike, "Hey, are you okay?" He said in a very frightened voice, "That wasn't me." Then the scream came. That was it. We heard him running down the stairs right towards us. So we all turned around, ran down, and made for the back door. He came again as we were all trying to force our way out the back. And I turned to see over Rich's shoulder this bright light in the front room. It wasn't like a flashlight. It was a light that was taking up the entire room and the stairs. Todd came bursting around the corner looking white as fuck. This light got brighter and brighter, and now was even illuminating. Finally got outside, and some of us tripped and fell on his wet grass. The light was now shining downstairs floor. Though the windows were boarded up, we could see the bright light coming through. One more loud scream from the
goddamn stupid controllers, stop.
That was it. We all started hauling ass down the driveway back. Got there, we made sure that we were all together. And Jerry kept saying, "See, I told you guys that something was right here." Regardless of whether it was a human or something else, we all just nodded in agreement. Something was very wrong. I looked back and said, "Guys, check this out." One window on the second floor was a red light. The rest of the house was dark, but that window was kind of pulsing with a weird red light. It was super creepy. We heard another scream from inside, obviously a lot quieter from the distance. And the window we were looking at suddenly shattered. We actually heard a crack, but then the light went out, and that set us off running down the road. We didn't stop running until we bombed inside and collapsed on our old beat-up chairs. None of us had said a word on the way back, and somewhere along the way we had lost Jerry. We all figured that he had just ran home, which turns out that's exactly what he was. We were all sweating and very scared of what we had just seen. We all kind of passed out in our semi-drunken stupor. But the next morning when we all saw each other, just by looking at our faces, we knew that we had seen something very strange. Decided to walk back there later that day. The window really had broken. Got there, the glass on that window. There's no way we didn't see it. There it was, fully together. None of us knew what to make of it, and never went back out there. I've told this story over and over to a lot of different people. I've since moved far away from that part of it. Been back for a reunion, and I've only driven by the place once. The last time I saw it, it was in a state of really falling. All of the windows by that. I did hear that the state had actually stepped in and bought the land and the house. That was about 10 years ago. I have no idea what it looks like today. The only image I have in my mind is that bright white light, ears pulsing red, sound of that window breaking. No explanation for what was done.
Well, it looks like your other package has arrived.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. I'm about to open it right now.
Nice. I'm about to make another neat tea because my eyes are fucking closing. Close to
Uh-oh.
repetition.
Are
I want to get
you?
this fucking bridge done.
I want no part.
Damn, it's only 11 too.
Slowly but surely, we're gonna get there. Just gotta believe. Alright, I gotta pee now. Top off my tea too. You don't have any coffee?
Nah, I'm out.
Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to replenish that.
Always been fun to spend time with friends and family. I've hunted for big game as well as small game. But primarily I hunt. 2012, I decided to go out with some friends to his hunting cabin to Boulder, on the edge of the Pennsylvania north central Pennsylvania. I say cabin, I mean a run-down, rickety old trailer that we. It is a piece of shit, but it's solid and runs. Appliances work, and that's staying warm, being able to. Be honest, my two friends, I'll call Joe and Charlie, and I made our go out on Halloween week. On a Saturday, and we were loaded up on a Thursday. Get there, making sure we drive was a couple hours. Getting out to a place for a couple of
Alright. I got my scissors here. Time to open up this package.
Of course, we brought along some adult friends. I want to stress that they aren't. The life that we live in wilderness. Not only are they dangerous themselves, these are really dangerous to everyone else, including the animals. It was a sunny day.
Ooh, what's this? Alright, let's see. Ooh, what's in here? Okay. Oh. What's in here?
Ghosts, Bigfoot. It is 100% true. After talking about this, seems like a million times with friends, both of them had my feelings too. While we didn't prove anything about what I'm about to tell
Ooh,
you,
what's this? Ooh, oh.
Oh,
Oh, what's in
wow.
here? Let's see. There's wrapping around it. I just got it out of the little gift bag.
there was no running water, no toilet. I mean, all that stuff was taken care of itself. We cleared out the fire range.
Oh, like a Mallrats DVD or Blu-ray. Thank you,
Oh, yeah.
Jesse.
Yeah, I saw it. I just like that one.
You know what? I've never seen Mallrats either. I've seen Clerks, but
We're bowhunters. We did have a shotgun with us as well as a handgun. Quietly walked around and found the areas.
ah,
Check
this
out.
is my favorite Smith movie. Must watch. Okay, okay. I will definitely take your word for
We
it.
were gonna hit the sack pretty early. We had a couple of more beers and we're just talking about.
Oh, theatrical and extended cut. Okay. Ah, back when Kevin Smith was the shit. Before he turned into a soy-cucked crybaby.
Also, Jason Lee in his prime.
Jason Lee, yes. Oh, I like
He's
Jason
funny.
Lee. I like Jason Lee.
Oh, he's really funny in this one.
Mm-hmm.
Just said, shut up and listen. Way off in the distance,
Yeah.
we heard what I can only describe as a loud.
I'm gonna have to do, since you're getting me movies I've never seen, I'm gonna have to do the same in your case. Because I know there's like a huge list of movies. I'm thinking, what movies
Yeah,
can
but
I
you always
recommend?
do nice gifts.
Yeah. Oh, hi, little baby fox. Yeah, who all was on the Trick or Treat soundtrack? That's
Now
what
it's sitting let the bamboo grow again.
yeah. That's what Sleazy's watching is the old Trick or Treat movie from I think it was 1987 or 1988.
It's 87, I believe.
87, yeah.
I
He's
believe.
watching
Don't
he's
quote
yeah, he's watching the 3D version, so obviously it's this picture's all fucked up.
me. Sounds like something to do.
Yeah, and he's wearing
It's like I'm watching the 3D version. I ain't got
dude,
no glasses.
dude, he's wearing sunglasses, but it's like the 3D. It's like 3D sunglasses, like
He's got 3D
one red
sunglasses.
lens. Yeah, he's got like one red lens and one blue lens on his
That's
fucking
awesome.
shades.
Yeah,
This
here's
dude's got
sleazy.
this dude's got style. Oh my god, his video on Biden's gay brother just had me fucking dying.
Come here and take a look. So, Bill and I started laughing. Dead serious. No, I'm not kidding. Come on, look at this. There's footprints over here. Grab their flashlights and pull them over. Footprints in the mud. They were barely. Look at them. I can't say that they were.
Yeah, I'm sitting there thinking who all was on the Trick or Treat soundtrack. Because I think you had like Motley Crue. I think Wasp was also on the soundtrack too.
The night was getting really Halloween, and there was obviously someone. We didn't jump to the conclusion that monsters come in all forms, including human. None of us has gone in that area without a match. Because the area was very packed. Staying around the fire for a little. Charlie started talking about Bigfoot, owls, and I pointed out that we hadn't heard yet. It was probably some kind of those do make strange sounds. One can say they know every noise.
Oops. I didn't mean to make it grow. Or maybe I did.
Fire out and went back and kept talking, but eventually dropped off as we had done. Around midnight, I went up to it. Sounded like somebody walking around. Those animals always check out.
I'm getting into bed.
Okay. I think, am I close to one? Better be close to one. Oh, one all the way down here.
Yeah, we gotta kill some sheep.
Are you down on land?
No.
Are you still in the...
I have a water bucket though.
Footsteps stopped for about 5 minutes of our silence. Stop.
I'm not even listening to this story.
Boring. But I know that all of us were thinking the same thing.
Boring. I'll be right back.
Okay.
boobs out. Be happy about this demonic shit. Just above the surface. Ready to pounce on the boobs. Stop it. No, boobs. No. Kisses like a good dish. All the more reason why you should give her the baloney pony ride right now. Here in the bathroom. Great. Is that where the boobs were supposed to be? Leslie, those are your boobs. You're gonna get it now, fella. Leslie? Wine bar. Wine bar. What are you doing, Dad? You gotta get out of here. Wine bar. Stay away. You're having a good time.
Hey.
Oh, shit. Come on, now. Come on. Look out! Oh, no. Tried to save you. We didn't like you anyways. We're glad you're gonna die. Is that the way Satan kills people? Like Shocker. Remember that movie? Shocker came before this, didn't it? I saw Shocker in the theater. I saw a lot of shitty movies in theaters in the 80s. I don't know what.
A lot of shitty movies in theaters in the 80s.
Most of
Yup.
it's like obscure enough or crappy enough. I can't believe I even saw them in the theater. Zoomed into my room, sleazy. Okay. We've got to find the circuit breakers. We got to kill the power. Why? So we can stop them. How?
Oh, God, this stupid controller, I swear to God.
Ah, here he is.
I can't with this stupid thing. I hope the other one's fully charged.
We like ugly guys. He'd be perfect. We're going for an ugly look.
Still not charged up fully. Ah. Hi, Mimi. You look like a bear rug, just stretched out there over the chair. Hi. Meow. Hi, Mimi. Hi. Hi. Ow. Okay.
Hey, Chips. Can't get the devil wet or feed him after midnight.
Oh, what's something good I could put on?
Hmm.
Only kill him with silver dagger or he would stake too far.
I'm just listening to
Satanic.
Sleazy's stream.
He's from hell, sweetheart.
All depend. I mean, there's music, there's stand-up. Kind of over the audiobook or the stories.
Yeah, they get old.
Yep.
Horribly good. Our complaints have been underlit. Going for a dark look. Lose a lot of detail. Devil needs electricity to function. Yeah, so? What about it? You probably what I was saying, it reminded me of Shocker. Remember that movie? Guy who gets executed in a electric chair, and he becomes electric. Becomes electricity. Stupid. Subscriber. Thank you, Dave Rocky. It's like back on the other side. Come into my life. Thank you.
Shit!
Johnny Monica. We got
Why did I do that?
gift.
I tried to just jump over a piece of fucking shit and I just jumped off the goddamn fucking bridge.
Yikes.
Fucking A. Now I gotta go all the way across the motherfucking game again.
Indy Lotsari. Indy Lotsari? Opiog? Well, you guys. Possible to say names. And Mr. Limpy?
I can't wait till that other controller's fully charged because I'm so sick of this one pulling me all sorts of directions.
Scooter I'm the latest fuck. Gotta make up for it. Crackheads.
This is 7th Vector requesting backup at 4th and Chester. Have visual of suspect matching description of Edward Weinbauer.
You're gonna get pulled out of that cop car next.
Ah, this stupid fucking controller.
Yep.
I knew it was going to happen eventually. Are you fucking kidding me?
You gotta jump down into the water, grab your shit, and follow the bridge back.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Problem is, it's all ice down there. I'm gonna need the bucket.
No, there's open water. It's just
Is
darker
there?
blue.
More carnage, please.
Okay.
I'm down here.
Absolutely love the guy having to vacuum up that corpse in his living room. That was good.
Oh, I see. Ah, here we go. There we go.
Hates Casey Kasem, top 40. Frankly, I don't blame him.
Oh, and of course, it's gonna be nighttime. Great.
Ah, Crow grows. Oh, right. Yeah, here we go. Oh, there we go. Rupert's Afghan. Thanks for subscribing.
Great. Here come the assholes.
Oh, I got a witch after me.
Oh shit. I got a horde and a
And
spider.
a creeper. Dude, just leave me the fuck alone.
Right? Ow, I got a bowman on me too? Fuck.
Oop, shot death.
Alright, I got
I think I got food.
We're boob safe for the most part, aren't we? I'm going to shrinky dink my ear hopper cattle. That's so stupid. What's just water? It's all it took. What is going on?
Oh.
Who wrote this horseshit?
Dude, you wrote this.
wait here.
I really gotta pee. But afraid I'll miss something good, bad, whatever.
Eddie.
Like out of the toilet. Some idiocracy references being thrown up in the chat. It fits. Rupert Safkin, Megadeth was on the Shocker soundtrack. Cover of No More Mr. Nice Guy, not a favorite Megadeth song. I was just reading that on the Wikipedia page
Creeper.
about the movie.
Oh, two creepers.
Yeah, it was a cover
But,
or a ripoff, one or the other.
Problem is, there's not a lot of room to jump with all these trees around.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what's frustrating.
Last LP is a copy of Megadeth's Killing Is My Business. Business is good. Although I don't know if they're just talking about the stacked LPs that are.
I'm stuck.
Shit. Get out of here, asshole.
Oh, you're talking about Shocker, right?
Damn
I
it.
was comparing this to.
Okay, where did I die? All because of my stupid fucking controller.
This is suicide. He could be in there. You don't understand. I started this. This is all my fault. I gotta do something. Now you wait here.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
Gotta vacuum him up. Vacuum him up too.
God, what is this? Where's Sammy?
I don't know. Could be anywhere. You know what he's doing now? He's protecting the tape. God damn it! I let this happen!
Oh, shit.
Come on. All right, okay, look here. This is what I need you to do. Stand here and count to 100.
What?
If he comes out after, you'll have time to run. If he doesn't, I need you to run in there, grab the tape, and destroy it.
Alone?
It'll be all right if you do what I say.
You have to. Okay. What about you?
We could have used more shotguns this whole
What
bomb.
do you mean, maybe?
I agree.
There's a drowned over here. Shit.
All right, gentlemen.
Fuck you. Fuck you, asshole. Bye.
Start your engines.
Fuck your bow and arrow, you stupid skeleton.
We should watch that. See if we can get a hold of a hobo with a shotgun. I've never seen that. That film sounds like it was made for me. Well, I've never seen it. Certainly know all about it. Never seen
So
it.
where are you? What's the matter? You're Rock's chosen warrior. Now, show me your stuff. I know you can hear me.
Rutger Hauer. It's hard to go wrong with anything Rutger Hauer is in.
Yo.
Even his fucking total B-film
How about that
schlock
trailer, huh?
makes it interesting.
You know, you looked a little flushed back there. You sure you're still okay,
Of
huh?
course, he just absolutely
Batman?
steals Blade
Come
Runner.
on!
40, 31.
Why he doesn't really get
You
more
know, I realized something tonight.
roles. Why he didn't get more top shelf roles.
You need me.
Seriously, Jesus.
What are you without your
His
fans?
roles,
Huh?
the movies he was in.
Who's gonna buy you a record when we're all gone? What are you waiting for? Now come on!
Fuck's sake, these stupid fucking creepers.
Come
Ugh.
and get me, man. Come and get me.
26, 27.
I can't believe it. So
Thank
where
God
are
it's
you? What are you
almost
waiting for? Now
daylight.
come on! You wanna kill me? Here I am. Now kill me. It's just me against you now, man. What are you afraid of? Rock's chosen warrior is nothing but a fucking whip poser.
So he has to materialize in the same space that the tape is in, I guess, out of the tape.
99.
Bail out of the thing doing 100. Ah! Okay. Where are they coming out? That tape? That's the tape? 11 Shovel 11, thank you! Appreciate it. Is Army of Darkness too mainstream, says Chaz Force 6 and 2. I can see that argument, but I loved that film. Everybody at the Slave Pit loved that film when it came out. We watched that thing a million times. Yeah. Loved the comedy factor. He really took the whole, what do they call them, shimps, and really cranked up the comedy factor with those. I can see why people felt like it, I don't know. Three Stooges skeleton hands are trying to poke him in the eyes, and he's doing that, you know, shit like that. So it was a bit over the comedy edge. Horror is it's got a lot of natural comic tendencies already.
Wake up, sleepyheads. It's party time.
People want to laugh in tense situations like that. So when you start doing Three Stooges shit, you know, maybe that's a little too far. But I still like that movie. I thought it was great. Because obviously him, though, you know, he's taking the next step. He's trying to show he can take on a more mainstream popcorn movie, which he eventually got to do. He got to do Spider-Man. Sam Raimi got to do Spider-Man. And, you know, natural progression, I guess, they do. Dorian Wild! Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. I love that movie. It's terrible. I didn't understand what was going on at all. Other than this sort of stupid tape that made Satan shit. Alright, anyhow, if you'd like to join us now, we're going to head on over to Bizarre Transmissions. Anybody want to tag along? We're going to do channel red. Who's over there? There's Don. Yep. He's running some happy Halloween shit. Just in time, too. My old man bladder couldn't take another second. Yay! Alright, I'll see you guys Wednesday on Rumble. And then Thursdays back on Twitch. And then Rumble. Maybe I'll run those things live. I basically set the movies on Rumble that disappear right after the broadcast. But it's nice to be able to live stream on Rumble. Alright, crackheads. See you over at Bizarre Transmissions. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for all your support. You guys rock. Suzuki Martini, chicken out.
Where's that spot at? Shit.
Did you make it back?
No, I'm still trying to look for the shit that I lost.
Should be at the end of the bridge, no?
I wasn't exactly at the end of the bridge when I was trying to run from the fucking zombies. Oh great, I hear a witch's cackle. That's just nice. All because my controller decided to be a bitch.
That's why I'm using my blue one and not my red one.
Well, sadly, it seems like I only have one good controller now, because there's like two that just fuck up.
You're right, though. They do go quick.
Mm-hmm. I don't recall the having issues like that with the PS4 controller. Yep, my shit's gone. Fuck.
How's it gone?
I don't know.
You're at the end of the bridge, right? Did you fall off the end of the bridge?
Yeah, but
Yes.
then... Yeah, but then when I went to go to grab my shit, it's not there.
Gotta
So,
be
I don't
there.
know.
Not enough time passed for it to just not be there. You just didn't find the pile yet.
Well, no, the thing is, I did gather up my shit at the end of the bridge, and then I ran the opposite direction because the horde was coming because it was night. So I
Then
lost
you
it
have to
even
go
further
find the
up.
rest of your shit.
Yep. Fuck my life. I hate these fucking controllers. Ooh, what are these flowers? I'll take one. What's that? Ooh. Olemium? How do you say that? I can't even pronounce that.
What?
Allium? I think that's what I picked up for flowers. It's a purple flower.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty. I'll take those. A few of those. Nice to bring those back to the boathouse. Great, I have no fucking food. So now I'm down to 3 drumsticks, and it's almost night. There's a little black bunny over there.
Are you on the bridge or are you out in the wilderness?
I'm out in the wilderness.
Do you need me by a bed or just hang out?
I'm not anywhere close to a bed. I'm
Ain't
like
nothing
down to
wrong
one.
with it.
I'm like down to 1 heart and 3 drumsticks. So if I die, I'm not even gonna bother trying to look for my shit next time.
How would you have on you?
I had, the bamboo planks, wooden swords. It wasn't anything like real important.
How many bamboo planks though?
I had quite a bit.
You're just gonna leave it out there because you're gonna give up?
Well, the problem is that I looked at the coordinates where I died, where I had all my shit, and it's not there.
Okay.
So I don't know what else more to do. Fuck off, spider. It's not even fully charged yet. It feels like it's been over an hour. For fuck's sake. I'll be right back. My controller just spun around and pulled me off the bridge. And now I can't even... It's fucking frozen. What the fuck? Yep, my controller's not even working now. Wait a minute. The fuck? Did my thing brick or something? Now I can't hear Jesse. What is this?
Mm.
Oh, what is going on here? Yeah, this one works just fine.
When you see a bitch ass creeping on you with a bow and arrow around a corner, and you're like, "Oh, we got more around the other corner, huh?" Why isn't the sunlight doing anything to disinfect these assholes?
Nope, now it's doing it. Oh, fucking God, I hate this fucking thing. I swear to God. I'm about to throw it against the fucking floor. Yep, was around this area that I died. There's nothing.
So I'm running back. And tea. Where you at?
Back on the bridge, close to where the chicken machine is.
There was a polar bear on the edge of the soil, so I just punched him in the nose and sent him flying off the bridge. Just ran up and fucking punched him.
Smart thinking, Jesse. That reminds me, I should take a sip of my tea. Whoa. That fox leaped at my face. That was funny. Like, I want to catch the bamboo.
Ah, village down on the right.
Cool, cool. down there? Alright, yeah.
Okay, I'm exiting the bridge via water.
Okay.
Or at least I'm about to.
Damn, this bamboo grows fast over here. Fine by me, because
You need it.
that was so annoying losing all that shit. And it wasn't because I made a boo-boo, it was because my controller just decided to shit the bed.
I got 2 white ones over there.
Yep,
All my
that's...
hockey controllers, but I haven't played hockey in forever.
Mm.
Know what I mean? Because
Oh,
they're
yeah.
just shot from
Oh,
in.
it's ridiculous. Yeah, that's the one that I got is my white controller. And then now my red controller is acting up too, which sucks because that to me is probably even more comfortable in the hands than the white one.
Alright, I'm going for a Oblivion Gate. I don't know what they call them in this game. That's what I call them from Elder Scrolls. The obsidian things. Nether portals.
Oh, yeah. Wait, you found a portal?
Yeah, I found a dead one. I said that earlier. I'm just going for it now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's hard to tell how far it actually is. Well, apparently I've hit this one before. You know, I'm gonna head to that village. Because I'm wondering if I've been there before, if I've already hit that thing.
Okay.
Dude, when are they gonna put real furniture in Minecraft?
Oh.
Probably never.
She squeaks. Ooh.
Potatoes are not treasure.
Yeah, it's like we're in a famine. Oops, going the wrong way. Oh, I should drop some stuff off down here. That's it for those swords. Okay.
All I see is one line of blue coming down out of a cloud.
Whoa.
That's my destination. Back to the bridge.
Ah.
But tonight I'm going to spend in this here village. Because why fuck around?
Where's that bed at? It was down here, was it? Yeah. Bed too far away my ass. I was touching it. Thank God the bamboo grows pretty quick over here, it seems like.
Oh shit, Lindsay, the water froze. The water froze.
Okay. Not anymore.
Oh, that was different. Oh, I see it falling. I just gotta wait for it to get down to the end. I drowned. Put my face out of the thing.
Uh-oh. That's
Alright, just
bullshit.
stand over there for me, please. So, because it's probably gonna freeze again.
Okay.
Seriously, I drowned my face out of the thing eating a piece of chicken.
What the fuck?
That's what I said.
Yeah. Alright, I gotta pee.
Set curiosity before I go. Hi, Mr. Polar Bear. Would you like to be part of an experiment, Mr. Polar Bear? Okay, I guess I can't oh, shit. The water stopped again. I guess I can't just light a polar bear on fire.
Well, shit.
I can do that.
Jesse wants revenge.
Damn, why is this taking so long to get up? Oof.
Okay, now I got that jerky and cheese in me. Sip of tea.
Closing in on 3,000's being done.
Mm-hmm. I saw that. We're almost at under 3,000. Slowly but surely.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God this farm has been growing a lot of growing the bamboo pretty quick, because that really sucked losing all that shit.
Yeah, see, like all these blank spots in here is not helping us at all.
Right.
All these have to be like thoroughly planted. They can't just be like, you know, chopped the fuck up. See, I was able to put all but 7 of my bamboos back into this field right here. Because there's just like nothing growing in here.
Mm.
Oh, there's another one. There's another one. There I was able to put all my bamboo in there.
Okay, now my controller's acting perfectly fine now, knock on wood. I did not mean to do that. Shit.
Lindsay,
Hmm.
you gotta aim at the middle one, not at the bottom one. Because look, now this is all bald spots again. Shit, that was a lot of swords. Yeah, there's more swords.
There's a polar bear
Fuck
on.
him. Off the bridge he goes. Yeah, that's like the meanest thing you could ever do. It's like push
Right?
somebody off like a really high spot to their death. But fuck him, he's a polar bear, man.
I mean, they drew the first blood.
Yeah, they became a polar bear. No one asked him to be a polar bear. So much repetition. You awake?
Mm-hmm.
Can you get to bed?
I'm there.
Sorry, polar bear. Sorry, baby polar bear. I I don't feel bad. I don't. They could have murdered both of us, Lindsay, just saying. Now they did. If they're not dead, they're down there and they're really, really angry. Wait for that shit to grow. It grows up 10 tall. Can they please stop spawning polar bears up here? Time to make some charcoal. Alright, I think I need to go to bed, Lindsay.
Yeah, me too. I gotta be up for work in the morning.
Before I fall off the bridge
Yeah.
again.
Let me set my respawn point.
I do have. Watch this.
Huh? Alright, where's that bed?
Over here.
There's another one though. Down there, okay. Alright. Well,
How many
that's...
beds I have made?
How many beds have you made?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Check this out. Went all the way further down. Oh, neato. Wow. Oh, you lined them up. That's awesome. I didn't even know you could do that. That's
Yeah,
cool.
people usually use that when you're doing villager slave quarters.
Villager slave quarters.
Yep.
That's funny.
We'll put them away tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, we made some progress. We're almost there. So you go get some sleep.
Almost there. That's a good way to lie to yourself.
True that. All right, Jesse, you sleep
Where are
tight.
we though?
Um.
We're at 3150 about.
Mhm.
That's a long way to go. We're not even halfway there.
Yeah. It's a lot of shit. A lot of long
About to
trek. Long
burn
trek
these
home.
fenders. There's a polar bear behind you.
Oh my. Like, get off here. Oh my God. So
Wow, that
we're
was a
we're
small.
friendly. We're friendly to the panda bears, but polar bears were just like, nah, fuck you.
No, off the bridge. They're fucking alpha predators, Lindsay.
Mm. Kind of sucks we can't use them to our advantage. Like next time you run into a pillager outpost, sick a
I
bunch
did.
of
I
polar.
punched one in the face and ran over to the pillager outpost. That's the most you could do.
We'll get there though. I mean, yeah, it's obviously gonna take some time, but nice view though. Hopefully we can find another village that
There's this village right here
uh
on the right. Just a shitty little one.
which probably
It's like
explains why
right
I
to the
couldn't.
right of that portal thing.
Which probably explains why I couldn't see it. So
Yeah,
small.
blends in really good on that village.
Mm-hmm. Mm. I got another movie in my collection now. Cool.
Alright, well, I'm gonna save and quit. Bam.
Alright, sounds like a plan. Alrighty then,
I think it's
Jesse.
lame that you can't take things out of game.
Yeah.
Because it's like you can't, like, give your friends stuff.
Yeah, I know. It sucks that we can't link our worlds together, you know.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. Sweet dreams, Jesse.
Have a good night, Lindsay.
Alright, you too.